Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning. It's a beautiful, beautiful Sunday here in Austin, Texas during South by Southwest. We are here at Grit Daily House. Big round of applause for the team behind the scenes at Grit Daily. Big round of applause. Ken, lovely Lachelle, AV working hard. They'll never get enough praise for what they do. And Adrian Davila and his team, Dolores and Javi, are whipping up some breakfast tacos till 2, and after that they'll switch over to some nice barbecue that they're really well known for. Adrian Davila's a good friend out of Seguin, Texas. We got some raving reviews on his brisket tacos yesterday. Big round of applause for Ozzy, the bartender, the people's bartender. Got plenty of tequila back there, plenty of vodka, and plenty of coffee. We know we'll need it this morning. And then for those of you who are inside Grit Daily House, I know it's warmer in there, but do join us. We'll pull you out to a bit for a quick intro I'll have next, and then a talk between none other than Rob Pegoraro, who is with Fast Company on assignment here during South by Southwest, and Jason Kinsler. Interesting backstory. Man from Wyoming, drove down. You got to check out his truck. Truck's outside, I believe, or somewhere in the environs. We'll get to see that later with LifeKey and the team to kick things off here today. Throughout the day, we'll hear from a pair of MCs, Melissa June Lee, his good friend Warrior Love Productions, and Doc Peace, who is a doctor, Dr. Pharmacy, change maker. I'll let her share a few words, and also so you can hear her voice. Welcome you all as well now.
Yes, greetings everyone, greetings. How's everyone doing today? How's that energy feeling? Yes, we're present, we made it, we're here. We've got a lot of awesome and exciting things on the agenda for you today. A lot of Web3 topics, social change, climate change, all of that happening today. Shall we begin?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Ken, are you ready? That's an important person to ask. And Rob, are you ready? All right. Pop up here. I got a hot mic. I'll hand it off to you. Doc Peace will get hers to Jason, and we'll let you take it from there. So Rob Pegoraro. Big round of applause again for Rob Pegoraro.
So before we get started, I want to open up the space. I want to open up and make sure everyone's mentally, emotionally, spiritually prepared for what we're about to get into today.
Please do,
okay.
By all means.
So I want to invite everyone now. Let's take a collective breath together. In and out. Are you my friend? I'll admit, I'm confused. I used to friend request and now I follow. Am I in this alone? I once thought that birds flew solo, each bird on its own, just feathers and bone, relying alone on their wings to soar. Now I see that even though they move independently, they are a part of something much greater than what they could be individually. And like a bird, I may sing to my own music and dance to my own drum, but connections ground me, reminding me that I am not alone. My purpose is greater than me, myself, or I. I once believed that whether or not I chose to use my gifts was my prerogative. But does burying my talents do you or I any good? Pardon my mind delay. Sometimes I may need to remind my mind what it's capable of, jog myself from doubt to a confident state. See, I am not alone, my friend, and neither are you. I see you. We are in this flock together for the better, and together we thrive. Together we thrive.
Give it up for Doc Peace.
Yes.
Wow.
So now we're ready to grow. Now we're ready to thrive. Okay. Who's thriving up in here? Yes, let's go.
Rob, I see it's a little chilly, but I still see the sweat drip across your, forming across your brow. Well, on that note, I'm going to say not even more than one or two words. Rob Pegoraro, welcome.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
I guess now we're going to move to the pros part of the program. So let's start. You are running a wearables company. You're competing with the likes of Apple, Google, Samsung. Could be tricky. What's your sales pitch when somebody learns of you and says, "Life who?"
Well, yeah. When you say that, when you put it in that perspective, I wouldn't say we're there yet competing with those, but we will be. And I think part of the reason is, and what I believe is, I think the way it's going to happen is people are going to see other people wearing it. They're going to see someone with a
Right
life
here.
key, and I'm going to tap to pay for something, and they're going to see that there's no screen, there's no batteries. They say, "What's that?" Then that's when we'll say, life key. Well, this is the future of wearable tech. This is sort of redefining what we know about wearable tech. It doesn't mean more electronics. It doesn't mean more things to charge. It's about untethering and hiding those things and integrating those things in a way that we haven't seen yet.
So give me a high-level overview of how this works. I mean, you have a device that doesn't need charging, so what's the fun in that?
Well, the idea, when you think about sort of the promise of some of these technologies, and I go to things like Google Assistant and Alexa and the things that we're sort of getting out of our way, so to speak, those are always on, which is a little different. This is not always on. In fact, it's a passive device, and it works with a microchip that, by the way, can't be tracked all the time because there's no batteries, there's no power
No
to this.
privacy worries? That's not fun at all.
Exactly, right?
What am I going to write about?
Exactly. But the idea kind of came to me. One of my colleagues commutes to work on his bike each day, 25 miles. And the idea of something happening to him is there's a pretty good chance. I live in the middle of Wyoming, on a little 2-lane highway that connects two communities. And I'm like, what if something happens to you? And he had this engraved bracelet with his wife's phone number on it. I'm like, that's it? That's still where we're at? It's, 100 years of that, chipping things in stones and whatever. So I really was sort of dwelling on that. And in the middle of Wyoming, believe it or not, we are sort of the pulse of blockchain legislation and cryptocurrency and all that stuff. A lot of that's coming out of Wyoming, believe it or not. We're a small, nimble startup in terms of states, and that's pretty fun. So that's been percolating in my mind, and that logic of public and private keys and information and all this stuff was always at the forefront of my mind. So fast forward to that time when I'm thinking about this bracelet, I'm like, there's all this data we have. There's all this information that I have that no one has access to that I don't necessarily need to covet or protect because, if I have a medical condition, and I've met thousands of people so far that might have a medical condition, and I learned something really important because in the beginning I'm like, it's all about safety. It's got to be secure. It's got to be HIPAA compliant. It's got to be all these things. But when you actually start having the conversations, they would wear it on a T-shirt. I'm a diabetic. I have a heart disease or whatever because it's about saving their life. And so that's what started it. NFC technology is what it uses. And
Near field communication.
yeah. So when we use Apple Pay, I went to the store today. Using Apple Pay. Well, this is a Google phone, but it's just synonymous now. It's the Kleenex. But when you tap to pay with your phone, that uses this thing called near field communication, and it's a subset of RFID. But that's what's in our bands. So instead of tapping on a point of sale system, I'm tapping on this band to then retrieve information. I don't need an app to do it. I can pull up my emergency medical info, any kind of details, notify my emergency contacts automatically, do all those things. So then it just kind of led to expanding the platform and saying, this doesn't exist. It needs an operating system. And that's where we came in.
All right. And so how do you actually get into the technology field? Because you originally started as a journalist. I can't believe you left these secure financial prospects of my profession for to be a startup. But how'd you get from there to here?
To be fair, Rob, I played a journalist on TV.
I've done that too.
I was a news anchor, so I don't know if I would go as far as calling me a journalist. But
Kent Brockman, at least.
exactly. I left TV and went into a career in brand and marketing for an outdoor company. I loved it. It was super fun. We had all kinds of resources, which I was not used to being on the media side. And I developed this idea for a PR software platform called Pitch Engine. Launched it like 12 years ago at South by Southwest. In fact, that was the last time I was at South by Southwest.
Good to have you back.
Microsoft BizSpark Accelerator back in the day. Engine, it's still a thing, believe it or not, but that got me thinking, like, thinking about technology and software and trying to solve problems with where I'm like, I think we can solve this problem in an innovative way, in a different way. Now, consequently, I'm learning about soft goods manufacturing and supply chains and like how do we integrate the technology.
Logistics.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think about taking a piece of hardware, even though it's small. Linktree type of thing, or they can dig deeper and find any kind of emergency medical information I might have. And then again, if I tap it at a point of sale, I'll be able to pay for something. So I'll be able to give my kids a band, put $50 on it, say, go have fun. And I see all the transactions in my phone.
Very important, that last bit. So what are the typical sort of tech support questions you get from people then after, I guess, before purchasing one of these babies? What does it sell for, by the way? I got to ask that.
$25. It's cheap technology.
Reasonable.
I don't like that word cheap, but it's inexpensive technology.
Affordable.
And I think that, for us, it really will depend on how these things sort of manifest. What does a surfer need versus a skier? What does a bicyclist need versus an older elderly person in a village, in Florida? It's all different, and it's really exciting that way.
And what is your distribution like? Who are you selling through?
Yeah, so we've been fortunate. We've done this sort of interesting, like started D2C and then went with wholesale and all these things. But we sell in Target. We sell to Target, Chewy.com, PetSmart. We're Nordstrom, everything from Ron John surf shops.
I take it people are putting these on their dogs and cats too?
Yes, good point. So one of the things we did about a year in is we said this technology would be great on pets. So we created a product called Fetch, and Fetch is a smart dog tag. So you see the dog tag, you flip it over, there's instructions, you tap on it with your phone. The owner gets notified with a GPS location of your pet. You get the information off the pet. So it's like the whole chipping idea of your dog, except you don't need a vet and you don't need an RFID reader and you don't need to haul the dog somewhere. It's just all done right there, and those have been hugely popular.
I hadn't even thought of that use case. And so you've got iOS and Android apps. I have to ask, as a guy who writes about the app economy a lot, lots of app developers like to vent a little bit about their experience dealing with the review process and the cut each company takes of that. Would you like to add to that inventory of that airing of grievances?
Honestly, there's so many challenges around every corner with any new thing you're building, and I always feel like I'm the guy chopping down the trees trying to make the path. I'm always a little too far ahead, and so I'm trying to be patient with all this. But you run into those obstacles, and I think the app stores and sort of how Apple works versus Android and some of those things, there are definitely challenges at times. I try not to build things that are too dependent on other platforms, dependent on other things, and if I could make it autonomous from those things, it's a consideration.
It was only recently that Apple let third-party developers actually use the NFC reader on an iPhone, right?
Yes, I mean. And they really just had background scanning available after the iPhone X, and so, iPhone 10, I guess. It's one of those things that for me it was a big gamble. I mean, I believed in this technology, but I didn't know where it was going to go. I didn't know. They could have just taken it out of the phone, and fortunately, it's picked up. It's gaining momentum. The use cases are going to get better. people like to compare it to other technologies that are out there, but it's so different than things like QR codes and some of these things that we've sort of adopted since COVID.
So what is next on that path? I don't want to say chopping through the forest. That sounds bad environmentally. What's next on your journey?
For us, the big initiative right now is to, launch our tap to pay functionality. In the U.S., there's the Apple Watch, there's the Google devices, so anything that's Wear OS. There's Garmin and there's Samsung. Those are the only watches I can put on my wrist and pay for something with. And those are watches. Those are electronics. They're more of your phone, but on your wrist. This is none of that. And so we're going to have wristbands, no batteries, no charging, and then be able to integrate it into clothing and other things, and you'll be able to tap to pay and do other things. Maybe it's access control. Maybe it's access your Tesla or whatever you've got parked out there, Rob.
My car's back in the driveway in D.C.
Okay, get on the plane.
Although actually, I'm not sure I want the keys to a Tesla on something that I can just lose.
Totally. But that's the immediate future. The future I see is I see this world differently. My goal was always to, I looked at this thing and this is awesome. Like, it does everything. It doesn't do everything the best. Like these cameras out here are a little bit better than this camera. These, there's probably better phones even now than your phone. I don't know. But the idea is that I see a world where we can use this type of technology to accomplish things that we didn't do before. So when you're in an airport and you see that big list of all the departing flights, and it's up there, you're trying to find yours, and then it flickers away and goes to the next screen, and you got to wait for that one to come
wait
back.
5 minutes for it to
Wouldn't it be cool if I could
around.
just walk up, tap my band, see my info, and move on? Like, that's the world I see. I go up to a computer, a desktop computer, tap on it with an NFC reader, and access my stuff. Tap on your phone, maybe. Maybe I want to access things on your phone. So I just see a world where that individual identity becomes a little more important and accessible, really, all the data we have.
Indeed. All right, well, now is the point where you all can ask some of the questions. First of all, if you're going to ask, you don't have a dumb zipper, it's a feature zipper, so don't feel bad about that. If you got a question, raise your hand or just speak loudly. Otherwise, I'll come up with more things to quiz you about. Yeah.
What was the inspo for all of this with the health side of it? Like, what made you really go for this?
For me, it was that coworker of mine who happens to be out here, who was a cyclist, and I was like, man, what do you do if something happens? And I'm like, there's such a better way to activate all this. But then you start looking at the existing technologies like Bluetooth and satellite, and it's like, that's all right, but it's heavy. It's batteries and charging and thinking about it. And I'm like, how can we do that? And so I'm like, everybody has a smartphone. Everybody has a phone, a first responder, whoever. So if they could access that data, that would really start to open things up. And so that's how I started on the medical side. But then once I kind of got into it, it was everything from dementia patients and organizations around dementia to my kid has a blood disease, to my dad has heart disease, or he just had a stroke and I'm taking care of him. How can I provide this info to the nurse? It's amazing the stuff we can do. It's a huge nut to crack, and it's like one use case in a amusement park of use cases. And so that's another hard thing. It's like staying focused, trying to become a consumer brand, do all these things in the right order.
All right, so I've got a follow-up question.
Yeah.
So supply chain issues have become something we just didn't think about before. And we're like, oh, right, yeah, the large ships have to cross the Pacific Ocean and deliver things to U.S. ports. What has the past year or so taught you about that?
Oh my gosh. We haven't been impacted so much by our own supply chain, but what I've learned is, when working with these bigger garment manufacturers and some of these national brands, international brands, they have the problem with it. They need to understand where things are coming from. There's a huge problem with the counterfeiting as well, because if you can just put not authentic down in this North Face jacket, for example, and bring it over quicker, maybe you want to cut a corner, or maybe a factory does and they don't even know. And so that was really interesting. It's amazing, though, the things that need to be sort of tracked or accounted for that aren't. I've had people wanting to track uranium to put in fighter jets. Like, it's everything. It's everything that I could sort of quantify and say, hey, I received this. I need a sort of check and balance. I mean, the idea of like signing a piece of paper, that's where we're at still. Like, hey, I received this on the dock. Okay, sure you did, right? So I think that's that I've learned a lot about that in the last year or two, and in terms of relying on different countries, different cultures, different whatever to do manufacturing, that's a huge nut to crack. I think it's just as an entrepreneur and in my own family and my own neighbors and everything to say, well, you shouldn't make things in China. It's like, well, okay, that's great.
Is that made in
Where do
China?
I make it? It depends on what the product is, but
Right.
we have a silicone factory that's in China, and your friends and family are like, well, you shouldn't do that. It's like, I agree,
Right.
but I got to do something.
Where am I going to do it?
Yeah, and this assumption that we have it down the street, it just isn't real, and so it's hard to sort of get that to happen, especially when you're small numbers and all
Right,
that
right.
thing.
Do we have another question from the audience?
Yeah.
Yo.
Here's what your primary target market is and who you try to market this to.
People from the future. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Customers that don't exist yet? That doesn't sound good.
It's a constant. It's actually a pretty much a daily discussion for us right now, because the use cases morph so much. We started in medical. It was definitely active lifestyle. So we were sort of in this outdoor industry with the likes of outdoor brands, and then it was workwear. We talked to the biggest workwear company and about putting it in there because these are people on a job site doing construction. They might get hurt. It was all that stuff. But now as we move into more mainstream technology, and as Rob so graciously put me right in the mix there with Apple and Google, that's where we want to be. And I think it's definitely an early adopter. It obviously probably skews younger, but I think active lifestyle is a pretty generic term. We're all pretty active, right? The oldest person I know could be active if they walk around the block. So it's an interesting thing. It's a little bit futurist where we want to go, but I think that's where we want to be. And what's more is I think it speaks more to where do people want to be. So are we kind of tired of electronics? Am I tired about the weight of thinking about all the crap I've got to charge? Right?
Oh, yes.
The cables I've got to have. What do I do when I get there? What do I do if I get there? And what if I travel overseas? And it's so heavy. And I'm like, how can I sort of help people? I like technology. I really like technology. I don't love electronics. I don't really understand electronics. So how can I find this happy medium and leverage that?
So should we expect to see this sold in like an REI store in a year or so?
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are the types of companies you'll see us at, but also probably mainstream. We really like direct to consumer.
Right.
That's a really fun place to be, and I think as we develop and you start to see our plans and our products, hopefully it becomes the cool thing to do, and also a way to sort of focus on what you're about.
Yeah, the other thing, wondering like Apple stores, it seems that they get a ton of foot traffic, but I have to imagine that is such a tough nut to crack to get in there.
I'm the thing. Well, I don't know that it's, maybe it could be. It's more like it could cannibalize what they do, and I'm really good at that. I've had startups that cannibalize other things, and so I don't make a lot of fans along the way, but I either have fans or enemies, and that's kind of where I live.
All right. We good on time? All right. We don't want to run into any stoppage time here. Thank you so much, Jason. This was awesome.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank you,
everybody.
guys.
Now, the big round of applause, Jason Kinsler, Life Key, Rob Pegararo, here on assignment from Fast Company. Know he writes for a lot of other publications. The Cowboy State, Big Wyoming. And Jason will be on Grit Daily Startup Show with Sebastian Rusk, sponsored by Link2, during South by Southwest in 30 minutes, an hour or so you can hear him on there. That'll be recorded, of course, too, so you can listen to it later. Again, so for those of you, gentlemen, those of you who are just joining us and newly initiated, my name's Jordan French, executive editor at Grit Daily, news outlet that covers startups, covered 8,000 or 9,000 startups at this point over the last now 4 years, and even won some awards for it, equally known for events. You are here at Grit Daily House, running 10 through 16 of March here during South by Southwest. I'm going to invite right back up to stage Doc Peace. Yes, she is a doctor. For those who missed it, she blessed us with quite the poem or poetry, if you will. Jason, if I can grab that from you. Quite the poem, and I almost want to hear more. I think really set a high bar for Rob. Rob and Jason with that, let's see, vernacular word acupuncture.
Yes, I
if
like
you will.
those words. Spoken word is what I call it. But thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm here for the metaphors.
I love it. I love it.
Yes.
Love it. Let's keep the party going, shall we? So we're going to switch gears a little bit and talk about community-owned wallets. And I want to introduce to you all the head of product at Thesis, Mr. Michael Haley. And joining him will be Melissa June Rowley. She is the founder of Warrior Love Production, which is who's producing this event that we're at now, Mint This. So let's give a warm welcome to Melissa June Rowley and Michael Haley. You're welcome.
Good morning, or I should say GM. How's everybody doing? That was really pathetic, you guys. How's everybody doing? All right. I know it's early and people were probably out later than they should have been. Our team was one of those teams. So thank you for joining us and being a part of today. We, after talking with Jordan, French of Grit Daily, he graciously told us we had an opportunity to do an event here. And we said, well, we've always wanted to put together our own event that really focused on the intersection of Web3 and social impact and the importance of community-owned projects like wallets and activism and climate action and all the things that we really care about as entrepreneurs and activists ourselves. So we're very happy to be here. This is our first event. Hopefully you'll be able to stay here or come and go throughout the day. And we're really here because our client Thesis made it possible for us. Michael Haley is the head of product ops at Thesis. We still don't know what the ops means though, right?
We never will.
We never will. He came here from Brooklyn to be with us today. And yeah, he has a pretty extensive background in crypto and blockchain. Before we get into more of what Thesis does, I'd love you to share some of how you got started in crypto. What year was it? And why did you decide to move in that direction with your career?
Yeah, hey everyone. Thanks for joining us so bright and early. So yeah, I think my rabbit hole journey began in 2014, I think. So I, in a previous life, dropped out of grad school. I was in the humanities, so I was interested in embodiment and tech and the anthropology of money. And a friend of mine from college who had used Bitcoin on the dark web was the person who, basically to buy drugs, right? Introduced me to Bitcoin, and it was just inherently really fascinating for me. I thought like, oh, the way money is the way it always will be. It's kind of alienating, but that ship has sailed. And so the idea that that money could be sort of like qualitatively different was mind-blowing. So 2014, 2015 was like the early Ethereum days, also pre-launch, pre-consensus, and yeah, it was like a special time in New York where there was like the sort of proto-burner social scene in early Ethereum where, oh my God.
Okay, all right. All right. Wait, so can we back up for a second?
Yeah,
You said proto-burner social scene?
Yeah, totally.
Could you unpack that a little bit, what that means?
Yeah, so I think like really smartly, some of the maybe we shouldn't talk about this. Yeah, I think a lot of the early Ethereum folks in New York were also like going to fun, cool parties, and I think they created an environment that was really exciting to be an engineer in, right? Yeah. So you're like, oh, I can like work on Hyperledger and IBM, or I can, and go to Midtown, or you can be an engineer for Ethereum and go to some, all-night party in Berlin, right? So it's like it made the
it kind of brought in it was creating a different kind of culture in tech.
A different kind of cult and a different kind of culture, for sure. But yeah, so I kind of got pilled 2014, 2015, worked in like the B2B SaaS space for 3 years, selling exchange tech to crypto exchanges. That team scaled to like 140 people. Then I moved to a company called Casa. That's a self-custody startup in Bitcoin, and then 6 months ago we moved to Thesis.
So 6 months ago you moved to Thesis, and Thesis is a crypto venture production studio. Some people, I think a lot of people here are familiar with the startup ecosystem, so a lot of people are familiar with crypto venture studio, but would you break that down just in case there's anybody in here who doesn't quite understand the model of what venture studio is?
Yeah, so I think we're going to see more and more venture studios, just in general in crypto and then outside of crypto. So venture studio, basically, it's kind of like a mix between a startup incubator and a VC firm. So basically, at Thesis, like, we have some capital, we have investment from different VCs, and what we do is we basically like found and launch products and new companies, new projects. And so we'll found a company. We're starting Tally now, which is kind of not a company. It's kind of its own thing. But we'll kick it off. Then we'll bring in outside investors. We'll bring in people to run it. And then we'll kind of kick it out of the nest, hope it does well, and then move on to the next one. So I think we're going to see more of this just because like the average life cycle of companies is just getting faster and faster. And then also people generally don't want to move out of operation and into just investing, right? They kind of want to like do a little bit of both, and also just the line between like what a fund is and what a project is or a product in crypto is like inherently totally blurred anyway. Yeah. So we're kind of...
Especially with DAOs,
yes,
right?
Especially with DAOs.
With DAOs.
Yes.
And do you know a lot about DAOs?
I know some.
You know some about DAOs. So one of the reasons that I wanted to work with Thesis was because of, not the weather, it was because of the company's mission to put control and power back in the hands of individuals and communities versus institutions, basically. And with that, you've recently been, well, you haven't fully launched it yet, right? You're about to launch.
We're launching soon.
You're launching
TM.
soon a community-owned wallet, which will be Thesis's answer to MetaMask, right? Does anybody here use MetaMask? Okay, so would you explain what Thesis is, or what Tally is in relation to that?
Totally, yeah. Well, we're kind of Tally, or the full name is like Tally Ho. So Tally Ho, it's like a fox hunting cry, like Tally Ho. It's like a British, old-timey British thing. So yeah, it's like
I don't think anybody knew that. Did anybody know that? I had no idea.
Right?
That's a great piece of trivia.
Yeah. So the guys would be on their horse, like, tally ho, and they'd go into the forest and get the fox, right? So yeah, basically MetaMask was started in 2016. I think it's like one of the foundational apps that kind of got us here. So like hats off to that team. But is it Web3 native?
What does it mean to be Web3 native?
Generally, it means it is community owned. And it is not. It's not community owned. So MetaMask is kind of like the crown jewel of Consensus. Consensus did a lot for the ecosystem, still does a lot. But basically, yeah, it's like a Web 2 company. So MetaMask moved off of open source last August. So it's no longer 100% open source. They also make about $500K to $1 million in revenue a day through their swaps feature. None of that goes to users. So the thesis with Tallyho is, okay, this is actually really good revenue for a DAO. This is something a lot of people use, similar to what LooksRare is doing kind of with mixed success, I would say, with OpenSea. Maybe we can do a vampire attack on MetaMask, basically. So we do a fair launch. We incentivize users to move from MetaMask to Tallyho. We build a DAO that owns MetaMask, so Thesis is, or that owns Tallyho. Thesis is not going to own it. We may get some allocation, but there's no pre-allocation, and it's up to the DAO whether or not we get anything. So we've been working on this for a year. We might get nothing. But that's the kind of gamble we're making. Yeah, and hopefully we have a DAO that has $1 million in revenue a day, which is amazing for a DAO.
That's incredible. That brings me back to just questions around your business model at Thesis when you're building these products, because you genuinely want to build products that are native Web3, that they're community owned. But then how much more of a risk is that for you and your team to be building products where you might not, the DAO might vote on you not getting anything? Is this a consistent theme running through all the products that you're building?
Yeah, I'd say like with Tally, we're going more to the extreme. So we have a few portfolio companies. One is Fold, that's like it's a Web 2 business, but that's okay. They're cool, you know, and it's in Bitcoin.
Tell everybody what Fold is,
Fold is
because
like
it's an amazing app and you should all download
so
it.
it's
I'm
a
not, yeah.
yeah, it's a Bitcoin rewards app. So like you can use, you know, they have a debit card. You can use it in the real world. You get Bitcoin back. It's gamified a little bit. So
You get to spin a wheel,
spin
and
a
then you
wheel.
get Satoshis. You get little sats.
Yes. Yeah. Fold, they did an awesome job.
And you can do it every day.
You should do it every day. Yeah. So, and then we have 2 other DeFi projects. Keep, which is now merged with NewCipher. It is called Threshold Network. And then also Saddle, which is very similar to Curve. If anyone's used that, it's an AMM. So Tally, I'd say like we're going to more of an extreme. There were allocations for the teams. For these other projects with Tally, it's definitely more of a Hail Mary. It's definitely more of a YOLO.
Why did you and your team decide to go to more of an extreme to put yourselves in that position? Is it just, does it have anything to do with seeing projects out there that are calling themselves Web3, but they're really functioning as Web 2, and you wanted to take a stand?
Yeah, I think that's some of it. I think like we're also like, we have capital. Like there's no point in doing any of this if we're not taking shots on goal. We don't want to miss with Tally-Ho, but you know, we still have some funding. But the idea is, yeah, this is something that we all just believed in. And also I think to have any credibility against MetaMask, you have to go to the far end. You can't half-ass it.
Yeah, definitely. Is anybody in here part of a DAO or running a DAO, creating a DAO? Part of just a few people. Okay, we've got the DAO panel raising their hands.
Anyone else?
Is anybody interested in participating in a DAO or understanding it more? Great, great. So it stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organization, but I have a feeling you'll be able to give a much better definition and describe some of the important best practices to keep in mind when building and running a DAO.
Yes. So yeah, the term DAO, as far as I know, was first used in 2014 in an essay by Vitalik. It's closely related to this idea of a DAC, or a decentralized autonomous corporation, but a DAO is kind of more of a nonprofit, theoretically. But yeah, a DAO is something that I think the way I think of it is that you have kind of automation or robots in the middle, and then you have like humans around it. So you kind of have some kind of app or service or treasury that operates in like kind of an unstoppable way, but it has this ring of like human beings that are incentivized to kind of like keep it going and keep it rolling. So yeah, I mean, DAOs are really, I don't know, they're very popular now. But what's interesting is like DAOs were kind of like the vision of Ethereum before NFTs, before DEXs, before Uniswap, before anyone was even really talking about tokens. It was all smart contracts or DAOs, so it's been like really refreshing, exciting to finally see that happening. We had some false starts years ago, but now they're happening for real. I think I would like the thing I would say is like we use the term maybe more imprecisely now, but we probably have a mix of DAOs and also DAOs. DAOs would be like a decentralized organization. I think if you don't have a treasury and there's not some kind of automation in the middle, it's not totally a DAO, but like that's fine. That doesn't matter. I think the thing to look for with DAOs is like who actually owns it, and I mean who owns the tokens, and then like what voice do they actually have in the thing that they're supposed to be governing? Is it like a vanity token? There's another wallet project that I like, but you're basically just getting like a random token that says you're a supporter. So like, what does that actually mean? So like, are you actually making decisions? Are you seeing actual upside? Is there real ownership? I think that's kind of the big thing for me.
Yeah, that makes sense. You just used a term decentralized organization. So I saw an argument recently on Twitter, of course, and it was someone.
No way.
I don't remember who it was, and if it was, I probably wouldn't say names right now, but they were basically stating that the only way an organization can be truly decentralized is if there's no CEO, is if there's no executive team, or that kind of structure. How would you define an actual truly decentralized organization? Does it have to be a DAO, or can it be a DO, like you said?
I think it can be anything. And what does decentralized really mean? Because like
the term's been watered down a lot, I think, over the last couple of years, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it has. There's no way to argue it, right? Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of depends on like who owns the tokens. I think we're seeing some of this with, to some extent, with ENS, right? So the director of ops for ENS, some tweets were surfaced from 2016 that were pretty homophobic, among other things. And there's an immediate vote, like, let's get this guy out. We don't want him in our project. We don't like this. We appreciate what he did, but this isn't what this community is about. Let's get him out. That vote failed in part because he had a lot of tokens. If everyone else had voted for him out, he would have been out, but he had a lot of weight. So, I don't have a full answer here. I think, like, if a company has a CEO that is a little awkward, like, MakerDAO is supposed to be totally decentralized, but then you're like, okay, well, what did Andreessen invest in, right, in, like, 2018? They are decentralizing. I think if you have a CEO long-term, I think it's something that we probably won't see. Like, Matt is Thesis' CEO, but he's not Tallyho's CEO. I don't know that we're going to have that. For what it's worth, I think probably, like, the project lead for Tallyho is going to be the community lead. So I don't know. I think actually a lot of these, like, Web 2 growth startup roles we're going to see be something different, right? Like, I'm a product person, but, like, our joke is that, like, product managers are the new politicians, right? For better or worse, right? Like, like we basically have to operate on influence. But I think also, like, with Web 3, theoretically, you don't have a setup where you're just, like, spying on users. Like, it's a predatory relationship, basically, between product managers and users historically, right? Like, there's a huge data asymmetry. You're trying to get them to do things. You have data on them. They don't have data on you. I think when, like, all that data is out there, you're not going to be just doing telemetry on users. Like, you're going to ultimately be trying to serve them, theoretically, we hope. But you also, there's still going to be soft power in the form of incentives.
When you just said you have data on them and they have data on you, I was thinking that term, I have dirt on you. You have dirt on someone, and now the new phrase is I have data on you, basically, if you have power over somebody, right?
Yeah, well, that's why I was talking with Zuko from Zcash at ETH Denver, and basically, like, if you have data over someone else, and if that person doesn't have privacy with respect to you, like, that person basically totally controls you, right? A, because they have dirt on you and they can reveal it later, but then also they're going to have this crazy storehouse of, just information about what you do with your browser, what you do when you're on Facebook, and they can use that to influence you. And we're all being influenced all the time. It's really creepy. That's why if you, like, look at certain things on Instagram, it's a funny game you can play. You can look at certain types of things on Instagram and then hit search, and, like, what's going to display is going to be totally different. So we're all subject to influence all the time. But yeah, maybe Web3 can fix that.
Yeah. So maybe Web3 can fix it. So you already mentioned that to be truly native Web3, you need to be community owned. What are some other aspects of a genuine Web3 organization?
Yeah, so I would say community ownership and community, like, decision making are kind of like the two big ones. The only other one I would add is like, your identity should belong to you. It should be like a public-private key pair that you control, that you're not relying on someone else to custody, right? You have kind of this self-custody identity. So people in Bitcoiners, right, they say, like, not your keys, not your coin. It's kind of like not your keys, not your identity. So the idea that, like, you fully own your identity, you could bring it to different apps and services. You're not depending on the platform to hold it for you. That's super important. Then this element of community ownership or decision making via tokens, that's also super important. I think the impact of that is basically you have a portable identity. You can take different places. You're not dependent on any platform. You actually can't be deplatformed. And theoretically, the service should never go down. Ethereum should never go down. Solana sometimes goes down. But a blockchain shouldn't go down. So I would say persistence, permissionlessness, use your own data, shared wealth decision making. Those are kind of...
Open source.
Open source, of course, yes. I thought that went without saying. I wish it did.
Yeah, so the open source conversation is interesting in the NFT space, and I would love your thoughts about that if you've been following that at all. There are some projects that are very open with giving their IP to their community of NFT holders. There are some that don't want to share that. They don't want to give away that kind of secret sauce, or I guess it's not really a secret, it's out there, but they don't want to give anybody rights to it. Is there any kind of parallel between open source and Web3 projects making their IP available for its community?
Yeah, that's interesting. That's kind of like yeah, taking us back into sort of like DMCA convos. Like, I think, yeah, I mean, I think if you have the NFT, you should have the IP. In my opinion, I could maybe be persuaded otherwise for certain projects, but I'm actually not the biggest. I'm probably many folks here know more about NFTs than I do. I'm still a bit of a noob. I'm more of like a DeFi kind of person. But yeah, I think there is a parallel, and it's basically like, can you own the thing and can you remix the thing, right? And if you don't have the IP, you're a little bit constrained to do that, and it's kind of like, okay, what did I buy really, except maybe something I can sell again. But yeah, I think with open source, the things that are really important is just that like you can remix it and you can do what you want with it, and if you don't have the IP on an NFT, maybe it's a little bit harder to do that.
Yeah. And then, so with some thesis products, and correct me if I'm wrong, are people able to, are some of the users able to take like your code, if it's open source, and just basically make it better?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
So we're announcing our sign in with Ethereum feature, which is awesome, which is super important. And I think actually, so it's like you can sign in with Google, you can sign in with Facebook. Pretty soon you'll be able to sign in with Ethereum, which is just awesome. You're actually going to be able to log into Discourse pretty soon with Ethereum instead of having to use like your Discord username or whatever. So yeah, so that was actually something that a community member made. And so I think a lot of our features are going to be things that like our core dev team doesn't even make, that other people make. So yeah, anything that's open source, anyone can kind of do whatever they want with it. We're using like a really hardcore license, which is the new like basically GPL v3, which basically means awesome, do whatever you want with Tally, but then that code also has to be open source. You can't copy Tally's code and then use it for a closed source project. It's a little more to it than that, but it's kind of like an open source poison pill, right? Like it's a smart mechanism. So yeah, I mean, anything that's open source, people should do that. Again, MetaMask, you actually can see most of their code online. The issue is basically like in 2020, Brave forked a bunch of MetaMask code and used it to, as far as we know, create the Brave wallet that's like right in their browser. So I understand why MetaMask did it, but it's super unfortunate. I mean, they got Ethereum Foundation funding. They got tons of grants on Gitcoin over the years, which is like kind of the vanguard for open source in the space, and we'll see.
And people can download Tally now?
Yes.
If they go to the App Store, can they download Tally?
No, so we're only for the Chrome Web Store and for Firefox. But yeah, if you go to tally.cash, you can download it. It's early, guys. We get code out as soon as we can for people to dog food. But it's good. I encourage everyone to try swaps. That'll put you in a good place for when things come later on.
Swaps, this is part of it?
Swaps, yeah. So
Okay.
basically, like, you can swap tokens inside the app. Similar to MetaMask, half the fees, but all the funds go to our community multisig. So it's basically different moderators, people that have been on our Discord for a while. They are key holders on a multisig, so Thesis doesn't even see any of it. We launched it a couple weeks ago. I think we're about $250,000 in volume so far. So far so good, but yeah.
Fantastic. I know we started a little late, but do we have any time for questions, Jordan? Maybe like 1 or 2 questions? Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Michael?
Oh yeah, vampire attack. Yes. So vampire attack, that's like one of my favorite terms of art. So the term comes back to, there's a project called Sushi Swap. So Uniswap, if people use Uniswap, it's like kind of the most awesome, dApp on Ethereum. Basically, you can swap any token for any other token, essentially. And so Uniswap did not have a token. This was in 2020. And another project came along called Sushi Swap, and they said, okay, you're putting, you're providing liquidity to Uniswap. If you switch over and provide liquidity to us instead, like we basically copied all their code, we're going to give you a token. And so basically, so it's called a vampire attack because you're kind of sucking the lifeblood out of another project or sucking the liquidity out of another project. And so Uniswap did this, Sushi Swap did this to Uniswap in 2020. I think like the total TVL, total value locked in Uniswap, was about $2 billion at the time. It went down to $500 million. And things looked really good for Sushi Swap, but they didn't create any kind of community. They had these kind of mercenary token holders. There's a very like kind of strange story around it. But basically, they got all this capital overnight. But then, if you look at it now, like I think Sushi Swap has like 1/12 the volume of Uniswap. There's another project called LooksRare that's doing a vampire attack right now on OpenSea, which is cool. I think they did a really good job. They have similar volume in terms of like millions of dollars a day that they do, but they have like 1/60th the number of users. So with vampire attacks, we've seen them be pretty successful, like moving capital over, but maybe not necessarily creating community or doing a good job creating something that lasts. You know, we'll see with LooksRare. I still like sushi, but we'll see. So that's something that we've been like really focused on with Tally Ho. It's like, okay, we have to create a community. We're not even actually really creating a wallet. We're trying to create a community first. That is a great question. It's like my favorite term.
Any other questions? Anybody? Yes, Mark.
So in Web3 in the world of crypto, what are some legitimate reasons for a company to take their source code closed? Like, are there any legitimate reasons in your opinion?
Yeah, that's a great question. So my previous company, which for folks in Bitcoin would know, but in Web3 wouldn't, was Casa, and we were closed source. And we got so much shit for this. But frankly, we felt like it was just going to put our customers at risk, right? And so this is something I've seen other wallets do too, where it's like, okay, we're closed source. Users could still prove to themselves pretty easily that we didn't have custody over their funds. But so why didn't we do it? Well, basically, we'd just be giving an attacker a blueprint to blow up our APIs and possibly leak user data. A lot of our customers had like an extraordinary amount of Bitcoin, and so like if any PII or anything else got out, it could be frankly kind of dangerous for them. But this is something we really went back and forth about. I would say security is kind of the only one. But I'll say I understand why MetaMask kind of did what it did. You're just like, you know, they got took by Brave, you know. But yeah, I don't know that I see that legitimate, but I would say security is kind of the only one. Or potentially user privacy, but it's still something I don't feel great about.
Any other questions? I feel like someone. Did you have a question? No? You just okay, well, thank you. Yes, Gina.
How on earth do you pick the community members to be on the multi-sig wallet?
Yeah, so ideally we would have done like elections, but basically we did kind of an open, you know, it could have been more formal, to be honest. We kind of did an open call, and some of the people, for people that had been in the community for a while, we had like an OG tag in our Discord. We're like, who wants to do this? The people that were the most dedicated kind of raised their hand. I think it kind of self-selects also. Like, there is some work involved, so people who were already the most dedicated just kind of volunteered. But yeah, ideally we would have done a vote. We did kind of like an informal, hey, who wants to do this? Made a private Discord room, got them set up, and yeah, we're just kind of using it as a stopgap, though, until the DAO starts. So we didn't feel like we had to be too crazy about this.
How many are there?
There are 5 total. So it's a 3 of 5 multi-sig. Yeah, so theoretically, the 3 of them could collude, but they're only going to get like $1,000 so far because the fees are pretty low. That's a good question. Oh yeah, and so a multi-sig. A multi-sig is like multiple, it stands for like multiple signatures, basically. So a multi-sig wallet, we say it's 3 of 5, where there are 5 total keys. There are 5 total people that control the wallet, and you need 3 keys to move funds. So basically, it's a security measure. We could have a 1-of-1 multi-sig where it's basically a wallet that one person owns, but then what if that person loses the wallet or is evil, you know?
Like a vampire.
Exactly, yes. But vampires can be good too.
Yeah.
They're chaotic neutral.
Thank you. All right, we don't have any more time, so please give a hand for Michael.
Thanks, everyone.
And check out Tallyho, tally.cash, if you're interested in a community-owned wallet and you're interested in joining a DAO. And how much longer are you going to be here today? A couple hours?
Couple
maybe?
hours,
Okay.
yeah. I'll be around. I'll be having
Yes,
sparkly water.
if you have any more Web 2 to Web 3 questions for Michael, please see him. Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everyone.
I'm going to give the mic back over to Doc Peace, and she will introduce the next panel.
Yes, thank you. Give another round of applause to Mike. Yes, another round of applause. Beautiful. We learned so much about community-owned wallets, thanks to you both. So yes, my name is Dr. Peace Ucha, also known as Doc Peace. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome. I am a doctor by trade, retired now, spoken word artist at heart. It was a blessing to open up this space here today with some spoken word. We're going to get it going, keep it going. And One fun fact is actually I'm also a change maker for Change DAO. So how many of you agree that this is the year of the DAOs? Yes, I know. I hear it. So up next, we're going to have Kelsey Driscoll from Change DAO, accompanied by Mark Hopkins from Free Ross DAO. And both of these DAOs are leveraging NFTs as a force for change and fighting against injustice. So welcome. Join me in welcoming both of them. Yes, thank you. Okay, I'm going to pass you the mic. Go ahead.
Perfect. Yeah. GM. Did you say we need another chair, I think? There we are. And we can share a mic, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Hello, everyone. My name is Visionaire, but you can call me V for short. I am an anonymous recording artist, creative director, and producer. And essentially, all my work is about centering people of culture and just creating opportunities for new futures through Web3 technology. And I'm so excited to be joined by both of you because, in essence, art is the revolution, right? And I think art is really the front end of this radical change. So Web3 to me is it gets really interesting when you start to think about art as like the front end, the UI, right, so to speak. And I think both of you through your respective projects are using art to literally transmute energy, right? There are bad things happening in the world, there are systems that are broken, and art is the means by which we are presenting this information to people to create change. So I'm really, really excited to have this conversation. Please give them a round of applause just for all of the amazing work that they're doing. And it's going to be a little bit of a different conversation. I definitely want to start off with some intros and just like what you guys are doing. But for everyone who maybe is learning about DAOs or is interested in DAOs, you got to be a certain kind of person to gotta make this thing work. You know, we were talking about it earlier, like self-starters and people who are motivated by self-starters are really important. So I want to center this conversation around your places in the organization and also how your organizations run. And then also just some more personal questions about your mental and emotional health as both of you sort of battle Goliath in certain instances through some of your initiatives. So yeah, let's start here and just kind of like, you know, talk about what it is that you're doing and where your project is at currently. So yeah, start with Kelsey. Oh, is it on? You want to take this one?
It's on? It's on? It's not.
Yeah.
Here, I think the mute switch.
If you want to just use mine.
Ah, I did it. All right. Who is saying that they're not really good at technology? So GM, I'm Kelsey Driscoll. I am actually the GM of Change DAO. We love that. But what that means is that I lead all of our front end operations. And Change DAO is an NFT marketplace for social change art. I like to say that we're kind of a three-legged stool. So the marketplace is one leg of that stool. But we also have a metaverse experience, and we also are a DAO. We haven't launched our marketplace yet. Our community wallet is not yet capitalized. But what I do and what I'm doing is building all of those processes, building the governance mechanisms that we are going to activate eventually, and lead events like this and lead our team and all of our contributors. So hello, happy to be here, excited to share our story.
Yes, my name is Mark Hopkins. I am the media pod leader for Free Ross DAO. Our structure is I would say a little flat. We're growing very fast. Our mission is simply to make it politically safe to get a pardon for Ross Ulbricht. If you're not familiar with who that is, he was accused of being the creator of the Silk Road, which was mentioned in one of the earlier conversations today. And he was accused of a lot of things that he was not particularly guilty of. which earned him a double life sentence for creating a website. And we feel like that's an injustice. So he has been an artist most of his life. He created a series of art both in his youth as well as while he was incarcerated. And we were the lucky recipients or the winners of an auction where we purchased that art with some community-raised funds. Half of those funds were left over after we purchased that art. It was I think the 7th most expensive NFT sold in 2021. We bought it for $6 million, the collection of art. And then we had about $6 million in crypto left over, so we decided we were going to continue the mission. And I was just sort of the crazy person who volunteered at the right time during a community call. I said, I've got experience with media. And they said, well, that sounds like you're volunteering. So here I am.
So my first question, and I think this is an important question when we talk about DAOs. How are each of you operating on a personal level to shoulder these initiatives as sort of like core members and sort of like movers of people in your organizations?
So for Change DAO, as I said, like we're really in this beginning process. We haven't launched our community wallet. We're not capitalized yet. And so I kind of picture us in the stage of, you know, one of these pop-up tents when you're putting it up and it's on the ground and you snap all the things in place, but then you have to actually lift it. We're in that phase, the lifting phase. But all of that to say, processes. I'm a big process person. I have a background. I have a master's in public policy. I was a management consultant. I've worked for the federal government. I come from the nonprofit sector. That's my day job. And so processes. We do have a lot of contributors come forward. We're very, very thankful for our contributors. But it's about managing talent. And not a lot of people get into NFTs and go, wow, this is a cool HR puzzle. But DAOs are a cool HR puzzle to figure out about how people are going to come in and out of your organization and support your community. And if we have a product, support our product. And so, yeah, personally, I've had to do a lot of, you mentioned the people who start DAOs are very type A. I am very type A, so I have had to release the reins a little bit, trust my contributors. And what that looks like, creating that trust, is for us, we have a very easy up and down as far as going from citizen, which we call anyone who's in our ecosystem, to contributor, someone who dedicates 0 to 10 hours a week to us, and then, you know, over 10 hours, 10 to 20 hours a week would be core team. And so all of that to say, processes, training your contributors, making sure they're aligned with your values, being very intentional about who you have in the room, and making sure that you can trust them so that you can go do all of the other building and processes that you need to do. Because standing up a DAO it's not the same as, but it is just as much of a lift as standing up a startup or a nonprofit or any type of organization.
Yeah.
Same question.
I mean, I've got a lot of experience in startups too, so a lot of what you said sounds familiar, but our DAO is so strange compared to any startup experience I've been in. It's really like the DNA of it being an art project has continued. Like I would say the most popular political ideology within our DAO is anarchist, which weird is because we do have a governance structure, but and I've heard a lot of people say that a DAO is more like starting a government than it is starting a startup, which is something I can at least resonates with me. I don't know if I totally agree with that, but there's so like, and all our other founders are like Nadja from Pussy Riot and Trippy from Trippy Labs. He's got a venue across the street. Like we've got. I'll just say my experience working in creative agencies and media companies wrangling creative folks has come in handy. Because I too have type A leanings, but you can't just put people in a box when you've got a whole bunch of artists running around. That's not how they work. So yeah. So it's been I don't know. Cat herding sounds pejorative. It's not really like that. It's more just kind of like conducting a chaotic symphony. Just making sure people feel the passion for what. Very much like you're like how I was assigned my position, when someone speaks up in a community meeting, that should be fixed. I'm like, well, you sound like a volunteer. And fortunately, we're very well capitalized, so they're not necessarily volunteers if they're capable at what they're doing. It's like, you sounds like you're volunteering for a job you're going to get paid for. And like, okay, yeah, I can truck with that. And that's kind of been the vibe of the show so far.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I asked that question more so because I think when as I'm doing, my research on both DAOs, I recognize that, in architecting these sort of revolutionary concepts, there's a mental health component, right? There's a burnout component. And I feel like these things aren't talked about as often because the product, right? Like the Web 2 mentality of we're shipping a product, right? And in DAO's cases, you're shipping sort of like an effect, right? A reverberation through the space, a resounding sort of statement through the work that you're doing. But in order to do that, I find that, there are often core team members, if there is no structure, everything is sort of on their shoulders in one way or another, or if there is some sort of structure, it still requires sort of like, getting that engine started, right? And that shoulder, that elbow, that bicep, that forearm, they get tired after a while, constantly having to start, to start the engine. And, individuals like yourselves are just we can't, DAOs can't exist without y'all, So, leading to my next question, I would imagine you're familiar with the term sprinting, and y'all are sprinting a lot to solutions. So, what are the challenges within your DAOs, respectively, of sprinting to some of these solutions with your communities?
So, I think the class of DAO that I come from, or that I'm working on right now, it's a particularly lucky situation. I'll explain. I'll give the answer to your question, but I don't think what we do is going to be broadly applicable to like the type of DAO like Tally Ho is, or maybe yours, because like we're lucky that we exist because of a zeitgeist.
Right.
I mean, there was definitely orchestration. Trippy's group definitely had, and the Pussy Riot and Pleaser DAO folks had a huge thing to do with our genesis at Art Basel.
Yeah.
But we come from a lineage of DAOs that have been captured in the news cycle. Like Constitution DAO, and then Assange DAO, literally came into our Discord and said, "Hey, we like your governance structure. We're stealing it. Thank you." Which we're like, flattering actually,
Yeah.
And then agree or disagree with the politics. Hong Kong HODL that came a couple weeks after that.
Okay.
Ukraine DAO was founded by, again, the Pleaser folks and Nadja and our ops pod leader Alona. Again, it's a zeitgeist thing, right? So all the stuff that we've done has been sprinting, but in our particular situation, we realize that what we're doing is a marathon, right? I mean, Ross has been in prison for 8 years.
Yeah.
We set ourselves up to do it right, not do it quick. That's not a luxury that a lot of DAOs have, and fortunately, our community, for the most part, has been very supportive of that way of doing things. On the other hand, Alona over at Ukraine DAO. So the reason why she started that is she's a Ukrainian expat that lives in London. Her family lived in the city where the nuclear power plant was being shelled a few weeks ago, and she took a couple mental health days just because that was going on, and then she's like, "Look, I'm living in the center of the hurricane. I can do something," and just a couple of Discord chats later, and 7 million raised, and then like another 50 million direct to the country. I mean, it was that sort of sprinting is the sort of thing that definitely takes a toll. And you cannot exist without a team and a support. And so I guess that what they're doing about it is their DAO hires psychologists, like as a part of the basic core function.
Wow.
Because a lot of them are up 20 hours a day orchestrating, evacuations and whatnot, and dealing with the horrors of war.
Yeah.
So psychology is a huge part of it, in a very literal sense.
Amazing. These are the winds of change, folks, by the way, that we're feeling. Just Just
love
so you
that.
know the company that we're in at the moment.
I love that as I shiver on stage. I would agree. I mean, I think it's easy to get into the Web3 space and get that hypermania. And like, as soon as you jump down the rabbit hole, you're like, oh my gosh, everything's happening right now. We have to get it out. We have to get it out. And there's this false sense of urgency. And I wouldn't say false, right? Like, it's a market that never closes. Of course, it's going to be constantly like churning. But intentional change, you know, our design statement for Change DAO is how do you create a decentralized social change institution for the next 10,000 years. And so we look long term. And to do that, that means that we really have to control the FOMO of ourselves as core team and the FOMO of our community that's like, I want the marketplace now. Well, we're not rushing our devs. You know why? Because they need to have the time and space to create quality code that's not exploitable. And so I think it's a lot of slow and steady, keep your eyes on the prize, keep aligned with our values. And realize that we're building an institution, not just a product. And I think that outlook and kind of always returning to that, how are we meeting the needs of change makers, keeps us grounded and prevents us from that FOMO spiral. For example, when the Russia-Ukraine conflict broke, a lot of people in our community came to us and said, you have to launch your marketplace right now. We have to have a whole thing. And we were like, okay, so there's not going to be a lack of global crises in the near future. And if we rush now, then we're not going to have the infrastructure we need to be able to support that in the long term. And so I think constantly keeping our whole team aligned and all of our contributors and communicating that to our community members, to our citizens, has been really helpful.
Yeah, and that's such a great point. That was actually what I was going to say is I think the reason why Web3 and why, you know, exemplary initiatives like Free Ross DAO and Change DAO are so important is I personally find myself, you know, the more I read and the more I understand the systems that require change, it's like, you know, it's like finding rot in your house and then you find more rot and more. And it's like this infrastructure is actually broken. And the more you pull out of it, the deeper you get in, the dirtier your hands get, and it starts to make you panic. You know, and I think with DAOs, especially as sort of this, you know, conglomerate of very, very active and transformative energy, it can be difficult to aim when you're aiming at something that's so big and so it's older than you. It's older than all of us, right? And we're trying to actively, you know, take this thing down or to transform it in a positive way. So just a really, really great point. And I think talking about infrastructure, my next question is really about the tools that your DAOs use to optimize your community members' time, effort, and energy. And what, you know, and also just for those of us that may want to build DAOs, what tools, you know, might be interesting for organizing, for structure. Yeah, curious to what you guys are building with.
Yeah, so we use a lot of tools. Once again, a DAO is not only a product or a token or something like that. A DAO is an entire organization. And so communication for us, we have internally Notion, Slack. We actually made the decision to close our Discord. We used to use that tool. We decided that it was very difficult to create a safe space and unexploitable space in Discord. And so we paused it because that was not good for the citizens of our community to be able to come to us. And we want to be able to create safe corridors for that to happen. And so we're on Slack. We might come back to Discord right now. It's locked down because there were just a lot of scams going around. And we are a prime target, for example, for like alt-right groups or things like that. Like,
wow.
Absolutely. And so, yeah, communication-wise, kind of those, to communicate with our community and our citizens, Twitter, newsletter, we use Substack. And then internally, we have like a lot of technical tools that we use for our actual product. As far as governance, we also use the Gnosis wallet, so it's a multi-signature wallet. Our last speaker was talking about that, so that one person in our DAO couldn't clean out our wallet and take off with the community funds. And yeah, we'll probably be using Snapshot or something like it for voting mechanisms on chain as well.
Yes, so there's a proliferation of tools, many of which you mentioned. We use Gnosis as well. We are primarily a Discord community, although we're trying to reduce our reliance on Discord. We're building, so a lot of what we're trying to make actionable for our community. We've got a really strong community of folks that, but they're just like, what do we do? What can we do? Right. Because not everybody has the ability to join a full-time team. And so we've created a series of micro actions that are incentivized either with, you know, airdrops of tokens or NFTs and whatnot. And so we're building some custom tools along those lines that where people can check in and they don't have to dig through, you know, thousands of lines of chat logs to figure out what can I do this week. You know, it's just here's your community action for the week, you know, and click this button and you've helped the cause type thing. So that's some custom code that we're working on, but we've also got Discourse, which was mentioned, just kind of like we use that for, or we're going to be using that more for proposal development, community proposal development. We're very active on social. We're kind of taking the attitude that we're building a media company out of Free Ross DAO, and so you know, a lot of the stuff that we're doing looks a lot like, you know, a blog / video network or something like that we're working on. But we've also got you know, Snapshot for governance voting and all the other kind of run-of-the-mill pop-up DAO tools that everybody else seems to be using these days. So
and to harp on that, it's interesting that, you know, Free Ross DAO is moving in the direction of media, because I know that one of the long-term initiatives, which is something I'm going to ask about in a bit, is really to approach prison reform in general.
yeah, I mean, that was one of Ross's wishes for the DAO. Well, he wishes for like the funds raised.
Yeah.
And our ops director, one of the founders of the DAO, is Renee, which is one of Ross's longtime childhood friends.
Yeah, yeah.
And so he's really kind of bringing that DNA of Ross's personality into what we're doing. And yeah, so like just one thing that Ross brought up in communication through Renee to us that like he would love to see is just a fund that helps kids be able to visit their incarcerated, you know, family members.
Wow.
You know, because, you know, maybe a criminal deserves to be in prison, maybe the sentence is not just or something like that, but certainly who does not deserve punishment is the children. And so that's just something that was close to Ross's heart, and we want to kind of serve that as well.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And that reminds me of a saying from a dear friend of mine. And it's funny now because it feels like a Web 2 thing, but he always used to say, culture starts at the top and it trickles down. And I think with DAOs, you know, because I think it's a more horizontal structure, you know, culture starts at the center and it sort of reverberates, you know, without.
Yeah, so there's a guy that I've worked with in and out of Ross DAO that likes to say that a DAO is just a community with an unseizable bank account. Yeah. And in that respect, like, the CEO is really the community. It's
right.
Because if we suddenly pivot and become a hedge fund, the community leaves us, and yeah, sure, we've rugged the funds, but like at that point, like the cause is dead.
Right. Yeah, the cause is the culture.
Right.
You know, it is the lifeblood. Yeah, that's amazing. What are the immediate next steps for your respective DAOs, and also just maybe for the year for 2022? What are you looking at tackling?
So for Change DAO, within the next month or so, we should have our marketplace launched with our first artist. It's a traditional artist, yeah. Traditional artist who is teaming up with an NGO that is helping out Syrian refugees that have been relocated. And so that's our first product launch, which would be super exciting, and that'll be V1. We want to be V2 by the end of the year with more features for causes, so for 501c3s, but also for organizations that may not be 501c3s but are social impact focused. So that's next, and then also more VR gallery experiences. We had one at the end of February with our first 7 changemakers. You should be seeing work from those first 7 changemakers that we curated for our platform throughout the year. They should be releasing their work NFT projects. Yeah, and so that's kind of where we are right now, and really growing, and internally really growing the team. So right now we're at 6 core team, about 10 to 20 contributors, but this will be the year that we scale as well.
Awesome, awesome.
Yeah, so Free Ross was really a very bottom-up approach. So the first few proposals were quite, you know, boring, governance, like setting up how the voting was going to take place and who the core teams were, And now we're starting to get to the exciting bits where we're hiring community members, we're hiring editorial team. We're investigating, some of the longer term projects that involve documentaries on various streaming platforms, ways in which to take what exists like mountains of unreleased content and unreleased interactions with Ross over the years and turn that into content for people to consume. I mean, part of our mission, like I said, is to make it politically safe to pardon this man, and nobody knows who he is other than they've heard vague stories about maybe he hired a hitman or something, these things that were completely fabricated during the prosecution. And so we're just trying to bring who he is to the forefront, and in so doing, shine the light on some of the flaws in our system.
Amazing. And with that, to close, I have a prompt that I like to give anybody I ever get to talk to. So I'd like for each of you to speak one affirmation to the Web3 community. So this can be a wish for others. It can be a wish for your DAO, something you want to see happen, anything you hope will come to fruition within this really beautiful community that we're all a part of. Take a moment.
I would not like to go first. You go first.
I can go first. It's fine. Yeah. Can I plug my event before I do this, or can I do it after?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Plug my event now.
Plug it.
So, ChangeDAO is holding a GM coffee event on Tuesday at Freddo ATX on South Congress. It's free, and it is a conversation with Tyler Hobbs, who is a generative artist, NFT artist, also computer programmer. He created Fidenza that was featured on the Artblocks platform. Anyway, we're having a conversation with him, free coffee, and also what we do at these is really pass around the mic and have change makers meet each other, share what you're doing. It's really participatory. So if you want to come, email me so I can put you on the list. Yeah? Okay, great. So just email hello@changedao.org, and then I will put you on the list. Absolutely. Now, on to my affirmation.
Yes.
So I've been in the crypto world probably for like 2 years now, but I got really into NFTs about a year ago. And we've all heard we're all going to make it, WAGME. But for me, coming from the nonprofit world, what that says to me is, we have lots of brands coming in. We're becoming mainstream at this point. And I think we really need, as leaders in this space, we need to protect that ethos, that we're all going to make it ethos, so that we can build an economy that serves more people, so that we can build an ecosystem that does not leave out, people in the way that traditional markets and institutions did. And so, as corny as it is, WAGME is my last word for you all.
Yeah, so I think that's, what you just said. I'm going to steal your, no. So actually, I got into this because I'm a big admirer of hacker culture and the cypherpunk culture that was the genesis for all that. And one that I believe that Ross is a very big figure in. He doesn't probably get much of the credit he's due in the foundational role of Bitcoin and all of cryptocurrency. And so my affirmation, or my wish for anybody that's involved in this space, is to really understand the ethos that spawned all of this, because it is, WAGME feels trite, but it is very much about individual liberty, individual freedom. And I believe, earnestly, I'm not in it for the money, I'm not in it for the tech, I'm in it for the politics. I believe that this is a better system than the one that we currently exist in. It's more egalitarian. And if we are able to maintain that ethos, the WAGME ethos, which you can read in more eloquent detail in maybe the Cypherpunk Manifesto or the Crypto Anarchist Manifesto, that talks about where that all comes from. I think if we all understand that as we build in this space, we're going to have the world we want to see.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll say before we close out, I am so grateful to have spoken to both of you. There is such a really wonderful, compassionate energy that I think both of you exude. That is also very indicative of this space of Web3, especially people at the epicenter of radical change. And as you sort of touch people through your projects and products and protocols, that is literally how we are transferring this energy from person to person, you know. And I wish not only success on both of you and both of your organizations, but I also wish you peace. You know, I think oftentimes, you know, revolutions are very small, and they create these huge waves, and that little boat where it all started usually ends up, you know, broken or tattered or oftentimes forgotten about. There are individuals who are the reason why we're here, but we often can't really reach back. So, you know, there were lots of ways that I wanted to go with this particular panel, but being able to talk about where both of you are and how you're rooting yourselves for these mountains that you are moving in real time is very important to me, and I hope that my affirmation is that DAO culture shifts to the individuals, you know, and shifts to the health and wellness of these individuals, because that's a part of history that is often left out, you know. So yeah, nothing but love to the both of you, and thank you so much for the work that you do. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's it.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause to Kelsey Driscoll and Mark Hopkins and V. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to keep it going. We're going to shift into our climate action block. And I'm sure many of you have been wondering, actually, how many of you have been wondering how NFTs are driving climate action? Anyone? Wonderful. So have I. So as you can see, the energy is really moving here. Things are shifting, and the energy is rising. So let's keep the energy up. And I'm going to go ahead and introduce you to Web3, to the Web3 OG, artist and founder of Ocean, who is building a super weapon for climate change. In fact, Ocean's mission is to create the tools needed to facilitate a 30% production of tools, 30% protection of the ocean by 2030. So Jeremy McCain. Something's disconnected, but we're all connected, so that's all right. McCain is an ocean warrior and legend that is saving the ocean with technology to monitor marine protected areas and the blockchain to put a value on our most precious resource. Absolutely incredible. So I'd like for you all to introduce me, join me in welcoming Mr. Ocean himself, Jeremy McCain. And yes. Joining him on stage is Sandra Ponce de Leon, the founder and creator of Unlockable Content Agency, the world's most desirable NFT boutique located in the beautiful Costa Rica. Oh, yes, Tulum, yes, located in Tulum. Sandra actively writes about emerging tech trends at Grit Daily and is also an ocean warrior. Welcome. I'm going to go ahead and hand you my mic.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Jeremy,
thanks for having me.
So wonderful to be here with you. This is one of my favorite people, ocean warrior and amazing guy all around. So I'm so thrilled to be here. Welcome to South by Southwest.
Thanks.
This isn't your first rodeo,
Antarctica,
is it?
but it's great.
It feels like that.
So freaking cold.
Especially coming from Tulum.
I know,
yeah,
right?
I'm not quite used to this
This
weather
is Texas,
anymore.
believe it or not.
Yeah, we're in Texas. So Jeremy, I just would love to hear a little bit about your journey to Web3, because the first time I heard about NFTs, I think you might have been the person that told me about NFTs, and I didn't even have any idea what they were at the time. But and you are also one of these people that I really admire, because you have this perfect balance of, I feel like, left and right brain functionality. You've got the artist, you've got the data. So yeah, tell us all about your journey here.
I think I got my first wallet in 2013. There's a friend of mine. We were in Chile. Usually he's here with me, Andy Elwood. He was like, dude, you need to come down to Chile and talk to these guys about something. I'm like, what am I going to talk to him about? He's like, I don't know. You've got these drones that you've been making. Like, come talk about drones. And I was like, okay. I had no idea what I was getting into. And one of the students was really thankful, and he gave me a tip in Bitcoin. and he gives me this paper wallet, and I was like, far out, man. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, I had no idea. And back in 2013, it was not easy to figure out how to use Bitcoin. I don't know if anybody here was around during that time. Yeah, it wasn't easy, was it? It's like, there wasn't no like YouTubes to go look and say, how do you open up a wallet? You know, it was really difficult. So, Andy helped me too. Oh, you know Andy? Wow. No way. Wow, it's a small world. Yeah. You're probably with the tacos. He's always at South by Southwest with the tacos. But what I thought was really cool about it was like this was a way for us to be able to rapidly send funds to people without having to be slowed down by the traditional systems, which I thought was really super cool. And so I think fast forward, I kind of gave up on it, to be honest with you. And then maybe about 2016, I got back in. And Cody, my co-founder for the Ocean Currency Network, we started kind of really coming up with ideas of like, well, how could we actually create a token that would be worth something that could actually do something? Because every single one of those ICOs was 100% a rug pull for the most part, right? And we were like, well, I came from the startup world in the early 90s when I would go to parties and say to people, I would tell girls that I was working for an internet provider, and they were like, well, what's the internet, right? That's how old I am, kids. There wasn't an internet before me, right? And so I was kind of like watching the whole process, and I was like, this is happening exactly the way the .com era went. A lot of really great ideas, some of them not so great, a lot of them not so great, and then a lot of rug pulls. And so we thought, well, what if we could create something that could actually derive the value of a healthy ecosystem? Could we quantify a healthy ecosystem? Does anybody do that? And that's really where the whole thing kind of started.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and how do you? I mean, how do you put a value on fish in the sea or in coral reefs?
Well, I think there is a value, right? I mean, if we go fishing and we pull fish into our boat, we're going to go somewhere and someone's going to buy that fish from us. So for us, our value is the extraction and the exploitation of the ocean. My advice was, what if we can actually use the life that exists inside the ocean and actually quantify the value over a period of time? And so what if we counted fish and instead of removing them from the ocean, we said, well, we know that floating fish that's moving around is worth $100 at any given time. And then they have babies, and those babies have babies, and pretty soon you've got $1 billion worth of fish flowing. So instead of extracting it, could we actually cross-collateralize its value and borrow against the value that is detected in the ocean? And that became kind of the core thesis for Ocean Currency Network.
And how do you bring that all back around to art? Because Jeremy, you must look at Jeremy McCain's artwork. It's so beautiful. He does these amazing underwater photographs, which I just love. So how does it all connect? How did you make the pieces connect?
Well, I think artists for thousands of years, probably, I don't even know how long, but that have always used whatever medium that they had the capability, whether it was paint, whether it was drawing, whether it was performance. It was a way of connecting to humans and the feeling, the emotional connection, right? Because I can sit on this stage and I can tell you all these wonderful, terrible facts about the ocean, and that's not going to motivate you to do anything. But if you see a piece of work that actually makes you feel and you actually want to physically do something, that's a mission done. And I think we kind of underestimate sometimes how the impact of art and its role in society, and without it, there's a huge hole, and I think in the human fabric. And so I thought to myself, I wanted to tell a better story about the oceans. And I had a hard time getting data from the oceans. And so I realized that there was an opportunity to also create a business around identifying what was in there and then getting tools to get near real-time data analysis. I feel like we're going to take off. This is going to be that scene in Up.
We're going to the moon.
We're not going to have balloons. We're going to just take off here.
We're going to the moon,
We're all
going to
make it.
Wag me.
Yes.
So talk a little bit more about Ocean Currency Network, and is that a token? Is that something that we can start to exchange? What is the what are you going to do with that?
Yeah, long-term goal, we will have a currency that is actually based on the market cap of the life and the carbon sequestration systems that are actually based in the ocean. And that's something that can actually be quantified right now if you think about it, because right now there are carbon markets where carbon credits are traded. But you have to ask yourself, how do you know how much a carbon credit is worth? I laugh because the way that you actually find out how much a tree has actually sequestered in its lifetime is you actually burn it and you measure the weight of the carbon. That seems very counterproductive to me, right? So what if we could actually build sensors to actually measure the amount of carbon that's actually being drawn into the soil, and then get a near-time basis of what is actually happening? You know, because we might find that at certain times of the year, more carbon is actually being sequestered, less is being sequestered because of a number of factors. What are those factors? Well, we just don't know. This is why we say the Ocean Currency Network is a measurement as a service company, right? Our goal is to measure, because as any engineers in here, because everyone knows that Lord Kelvin said, if you want to improve something, you got to first measure it. Go around to your average scientist and say, hey, do you guys count fish? Nobody counts fish. But they've been doing this for thousands of years in indigenous cultures. And so all we're doing is taking what we know works for thousands of years and putting a Web3 spin on it.
Amazing. And talk a little bit about, you know, what you're doing in the oceans, like what oceans are involved in your projects, and, you know, what you're doing, what countries are you working with?
Yeah, so I work a lot in the British Virgin Islands. And so they've been really awesome about saying, hey, well, you know, we want to protect our local ecosystem. How can we do it? And so we're working with them on a couple different ideas on how we could pilot a few projects. My company, the Ocean Currency Network, will actually be in the BVI first. We're actually talking to the government of Curacao right now about actually doing some stuff there. Curacao is actually really interesting because they have a beautiful reef. And it's probably one of the healthiest in the world. So if we're going to take a baseline of what should be, Curacao is actually a great place to do it. I'm also on the board for Fabien Cousteau's Proteus project. I'm their technical advisor.
Yeah, talk about that a little bit. That's a really fascinating project. I love it.
Yeah, it's basically the International Space Station underneath the ocean, right? And so Fabien previously spent 31 days underwater by saturating his body. And so the question is how long could we stay down underwater? You know, they did, in I think the 31 days that they were underwater, they did, I think it was 2 years worth of scuba diving and research, because they were able to scuba dive for 8 hours a day. If anybody here is a recreational diver, you know that if you scuba dive for 8 hours, you're going to have some problems. And
so he was underwater for, in
31 days.
31 days underwater.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I think, like, when you look at these different types of technologies, there are all different people doing different things. We even see this in the Web3 world, right? Everybody has projects. They're all kind of siloed off. What we're really trying to aim to do with the Ocean Currency Network, because of the fact that we're using Web3, is because really at the end of the day, like, what is blockchain? Like, if you ask your mom, hey, what is blockchain, and she doesn't know, you just say it's a network of truth and transparency. I was in the middle of Fiji in the Lao group, and I had gone to this island, and we're sitting around the Kava circle, and the chief asked me why I was there, and I explained to him this whole concept about blockchain, and he said, what's blockchain? I look around, there's a bunch of coconuts and stuff. There's not a lot of computers. So I said to him, I said, you just previously told me that your money comes from the coconut grove. If I went and harvested all the coconut groves, I husked the coconuts, and then I came back and I told you that I would do that, last week, but I didn't do it, what would happen to me? And somebody said, well, we would tell you that you told a lie. I said, exactly. And then another person. I said, that's blockchain. The difference is that we don't have people. We have machines to verify transactions. He was like, I like this blockchain, right? So I think when we look at a network of truth and transparency, how do we look at all these people's projects, reward them for what they're doing, and find a way to collaborate? Because at the end of the day, a rising tide floats all boats.
I love that. That's one of my favorite sayings. So since you so eloquently were able to define blockchain, let's have you define what's an NFT.
Yeah, I mean, that's so funny. Yeah, I mean, I think really at the end of the day, it's a certificate of authenticity. That's usually where I just drop it for most people. Way I look at this as, in the very beginning, I remember Cody came to me and he was like, hey, there's this guy I want you to introduce you to. His name is William Intrican. William is actually the founder of what was at the time EIP 721, which once it was approved is now ERC 721, which is what people call NFTs. But the idea it was really interesting because there's some things in life that don't need to be divisible, right? So the 721 protocol gave us, for the first time, a capability of having a token that wasn't fungible, that wasn't divided, right? It's like, if I have a car and I get in a divorce with my wife, I'm not going to cut the car in half. Like, somebody's going to get the car. So some things in life need to have things that represent, So that's why I say a certificate of authenticity is a really great way to look at it. I look at these NFTs as they relate to the ocean as ways to have buckets of data. And those buckets of data can have even ERC20 tokens attached to them if I so choose at some point in the future. But I think it's really interesting because as we look at climate data, we look at ocean data over a long period of time and who owns that data, these could be really great tools, and we're actually kind of betting the farm that they will be good tools to be able to understand what our ecosystem is doing, what it has done, and where we're going.
Yeah, so thank you for taking it back to the theme of the panel, which is how can we drive climate action with NFTs? So talk a little bit about some of the projects that you're involved with.
Yeah, so I'm always like really moved by what people are working on, and as an artist, I think that's where we get our inspiration. Like we want to tell a story, but we want to tell a story that can evoke some kind of emotion. There's a difference between good art and bad art, but then there's just art, right? But then you walk into a room and you see something and it makes you cry, it makes you angry, it makes you frustrated, it makes you disgusted. All of those things are acceptable responses to art because it evokes some kind of emotion, right? And so for me, one of the first projects that I did was I collaborated with Grammy-nominated artist BT, who's the godfather of trance music, along with some other folks, amazing human beings, and we focused on chemical weapons that had been left in the ocean. And I had previously been working with a team in Hawaii. We got some legislation passed. Well, it wasn't legislation. I'll back that up. It was a House resolution that was passed in the state of Hawaii.
So tell us what's happening with chemical weapons in the ocean.
Yeah, so since 1918, we've dumped over 1.8 million tons of chemical and conventional weapons into the ocean because it is illegal for you to own, transfer, manufacture chemical weapons, biological weapons, for obvious reasons. So what do you do when you have them? Well, the legal framework that has been defined in The Hague says, you know what, you can actually just dump them in the ocean. And as they would say in England, Bob's your uncle. Except for the fact that over time, these canisters start to corrode and rust. And what do you think happens when that happens? These becomes point source emitters. And so even if we did all of the things inside SDG 14, which is life below water from the UN framework, we would not hit any of those targets because we're slowly poisoning all of these assets that I think of them as assets, because without them, we don't exist.
It's like ticking time bombs.
1,000%.
Yeah.
So the goal is go in there, remove them, neutralize them, and dispose of them in a healthy way. And so we were able to get the leadership in Hawaii to be on board with this, and we passed this resolution. So now we have a physical framework that we can actually work with. And so what was really cool about it was that I was like, wow, this is like all these people are coming together. And so I made some NFTs called null void, right? Because from computer programming language, when you have a variable that has no data, it becomes null void, right? And that's what I want with these chemical weapons. Right now, they're a variable that needs to go away, and if we remove them, they become null and void. So that was that first project. That was really the first NFT for impact for the ocean that BT and I did. And then this last one that we just launched on Doing Good, which is on doinggood.com right now.
It's available for purchase.
Yeah, it's called Bit Mangrove, and the idea was like when we're programming, before we actually write our first lines of code, we imagine what could be, right? We're like, well, I'm going to make an application that does whatever, right? But I thought, well, what if we turned it back the other way? What if we could write code for the climate? What if we could actually make something that would ultimately turn into a tree that would sequester carbon and all these other things? So I came up with this idea, and I'm old school. Like, so before the internet, we had these things called BBSs, bulletin board systems, and you'd dial into another computer, and you'd send a message to somebody, and then they had these other things later on, late at night, that they send to another BBS, and you're like, wow, I sent this to Texas, which I'm still in. Right?
So you're really outing yourself as like an old school nerd.
I'm so old, guys.
You're a nerd.
Old.
You've been a nerd forever.
Dude, I'm so old that I had my anniversary the other night, and the guy who drove us to the restaurant could have been my son. That's how old I am. That freaks me out a little bit.
You're not that old.
Yeah, I'm so old. Anyway, but back then we didn't have all the graphics capabilities that we have now, so we used ASCII art. And so I decided, well, what if I could actually take three-dimensional mangroves and turn them into ASCII art? And the reason why mangroves is that mangroves sequester up to 30 to 50 times the carbon of terrestrial forests, but they're also a nursery for fisheries, and they also prevent coastal erosion. Amazing, amazing superpowers, right? So I thought, well, what if I code a tree, and then as people collect the tree and they trade the tree, those funds start to help the groups that are actually have got boots on the ground actively planting forests. And I was really moved by a group of people who are actively doing this at Virgin Unite. I think as of right now, they've raised probably $9 million or so on their own. And I just want to be able to support people who are doing good things, because the last thing I want to do is start another nonprofit. Because first of all, I hate nonprofits because I feel like I just don't like the model. But I think that we can amplify people who are doing really good stuff so that they can do the good things and not have to go campaigning for money later on.
Amazing. So how many trees?
How many trees? Oh, I mean, for sale?
Yeah. The NFTs.
Yeah, I think there's 5 left that are up there. And yeah, so it's I think for me, what's interesting about that particular piece is that, you know, in talking with BT on the last one, like he really got me in the audio zone, like just thinking. So I actually brought different stems. See, I'm even using the music language now. Before I didn't have that before, because BT was like, dude, they're called stems. So I have different birds that usually make their homes inside mangroves. Then I've got the sound of the ocean. And so when all of them are playing together, you have a complete surround sound of what it's like to be inside the mangrove forest.
Incredible. Wow. And so is there any place that we can go and experience this?
Well, it is going to be traveling. That's a good question. But it was at Miami Art Basel this year.
I wonder where else it could possibly go on display.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Actually, that's a really good question, because I'm doing a horrible job asking you. But one of the things about this is that how do you take NFTs and bring it into the real world? And you just started like basically a boutique to get people interested in this. Like,
yes.
I'm gonna put my interview hat on now. So how did this get started with you and having this boutique?
NFT boutique in Tulum.
Tell me.
Yes, it's well, it started with basically collections, developing my collection, the Cosmic Cats 420 collection, which I'm still working on, and I kind of went crazy developing merchandise. I have a cosmic cat tree that I put a lot of fur and bells and whistles for the cats, because I've been taking care of cats and
Why
fostering
cats?
cats.
Tell me the cats.
I'm kind of passionate about cats and the ocean also, and just taking care of cats. It happened kind of organically in Tulum, and and my partner.
Is there a lot of cats in Tulum?
There is a lot of cats.
Because when I was in Chile, they had dogs everywhere, and sometimes people put.
There's also dogs everywhere.
Okay,
yeah.
But they put I remember they used to put like clothes on the dogs because they were afraid they were
really?
going to get cold.
Wow, no. Unfortunately,
No cat
animals are
clothes.
not quite that well taken care of there, and
That could be an NFT.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, yeah. So lots of stray cats, and I started taking care of cats. And my partner was already very into NFTs. Chucho, I think he might be listening. Hi, Chucho. So he asked me at one point, what would be your NFT collection? And because I had a lot of cats on the brain, it just kind of came to me. So Cosmic Cats 420 was born, and I started making merchandise related to Cosmic Cats 420, the cat tree. And we started I went to Art Basel, and one of my cats was on display, and also for the benefit of an ocean foundation, Jacques Catsteau. And so we were talking when we got back about a need for merchandising and where we could display my Cosmic Cat tree. And he happened to have a storefront in Tulum. And we decided to transition that and make the NFT boutique. And everyone is welcome to come visit. It's a really exciting place to be.
So how do you find the connection between people who come in, maybe have zero understanding about NFTs, what they are, and they're coming right into this boutique? Like, what's the transition in the adoption look like?
Yeah, well, I think the beauty of NFTs, and you were touching a little bit on art, just being this wonderful vehicle and medium for to rally around different causes, yeah, just it's fun, and I think it's just a really good entry point for any level of person that's walking in. I mean, we've got kids that walk in, and they love what they see, so they're already very interested in the art, what's behind the art. We do a lot at the boutique in terms of the merging the IRL to the digital world. So we are developing and designing experiences, that are related to NFTs. So, for example, we have an ATV out front. So we have what we're calling the Pet Caserito Razor experience. And basically what that is you can rent the ATV with crypto. You will go on a journey to go have some coconuts at a beach that we have access to. From there, if you want, you can collect plastic. That's also a very big theme of the boutique. And if you bring back the plastic, you'll be rewarded with a taco and an ice cream, and then you get the.
You had me at taco.
And then you get the NFT. We're still deciding on what the name of it, but like basically a proof of experience NFT, which is the razor. So yeah, and the plastic collection is something that's a very big thing that we do as well. We've got Pinky, the cosmic plastic cat, which is outside the boutique, and he eats plastic, and all of that plastic goes to a company in Mexico called Pet Gas, which has an innovation that transforms all plastic into clean fuels. So that plastic is not going to end up in the ocean or in the fish of a whale or in the belly of a whale or of a bird. So we're very motivated by that reason and to save the ocean.
That's super cool. Great, awesome. Well, I can't wait to see it in person.
You're going to have to come, and we're going to have to talk about a special maybe collection display of mangroves, which would be really fun to see on the walls of the boutique.
Yeah, that would be really cool. And there's a lot of there is actually a mangrove project that's actually happening in Tulum. So it'd be really cool to kind of link those guys in as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And unfortunately, that's one of the things that we see a lot in Tulum is the destruction of the mangrove forests and. Just so much influx of people and growth that's really surpassing the ability of the infrastructure to handle it. So the one nice thing that has happened, or since I've been there, there really are so many different groups that are environmentally focused and motivated. Regen Tulum is a very big group that is all about funding regenerative projects in Tulum. So I think the mangrove forest would be very interesting for them. And also Tulum Coin just launched by a group of people. But another thing that we're doing at the boutique is we have the More Women in Crypto group, and one of the women from that group has been really leading the charge for Tulum Coin. And again, all of those projects are meant to fund regenerative projects in Tulum.
Super cool. Awesome. Well, I can't wait to check it out.
Can't wait to have you.
Yeah.
I think, are we good on time? How are we doing?
No one's like pulling the switch yet, so I mean, I guess we're good.
What's next?
Yeah, I guess so. That's what you call a rug pull, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm still on, right? No? I don't know. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, we could just share if you want to. I don't know if it's look. That one looks like it's dead. Yeah, this one's dead. Yeah. Yep.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause. Mr. Ocean and Sandra Ponce de Leon. Yes, beautiful. Okay.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing.
Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome again to all those who are just now joining us. We are here at Mint This, produced by Warrior Love Production, and we're going to keep it going today. So I'm going to introduce you now to Nemis, who is on a mission to protect the Amazon rainforest, which is an incredible feat. And they are welcoming the community to join them on this mission through the ownership of NFTs. I now like to welcome Alex and Brian Tinsman. And joining them will be Melissa June Rowley, who is the founder of Warrior Love Production. So welcome. Thank you. Thanks for joining us today. Yes.
Great, thanks for having us.
Go ahead and share this mic.
Okay. Hello.
Okay, we're going to keep it going. So as Doc P said, we've got Alex and Brian Tinsman here. They both advisors for Nemis, which is a community-run project, conservation project for the rainforest. For how many hectares or acres in the Brazilian rainforest is it?
So
right now right now they have purchased 41,000 hectares.
41,000 hectares.
Which is equivalent to a couple hundred square miles of forest, but they have 6 million hectares that are under contract for future purchase.
Got it.
Yeah. Oh, it's on. Okay. Okay. So I just wanted to jump in. When we try and explain how huge that is, that's like Paris, Amsterdam, and San Francisco. Like it's a massive, massive plot of land.
Yeah. So how did the two of you get involved with the project? I mean, we were just here listening to Sandra and Jeremy, who are both creating and harnessing NFTs to drive climate action. That's essentially something that Nemis is doing as well, with a specific focus on the rainforest. The two of you are advisors. What drove you to get involved with the project?
I'm the game designer on the project, and I've never worked on a conservation project like this one before. I have 18 years in game design, doing projects like Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, and Farmville. I was an economics designer on Farmville. And that stuff, it turns out when you do all that economic modeling, you have to figure out how much gold should you drop so that the player can upgrade their armor in the right amount of time. And that's super relevant to crypto design and crypto economics. And as NFTs and game design and NFTs entering it's these very early stages, and we're starting to see the amount of potential that you can do with economics and game design. Nemis was a project that had the potential to leverage the gamification elements in a really amazing, different way. So that's kind of how I got involved with the project.
So I've been in technology and specifically gaming and entertainment for about 20 years, working across brands like Xbox Marketplace, League of Legends, Dungeons and Dragons, just a lot of different game companies. And one of the things that I learned during that time was the value of online marketplaces, online tokens, players that wanted to represent who they were through visual assets and collectability and what drives communities. And so Brian and I worked on a lot of different projects together over the years. And we discovered Bitcoin back in 2016 and thought this was really interesting. We had done some board games, so we basically put royalties from our board games into something called Bitcoin, which was at the time a few $100s. So we began learning more and more about the communities of blockchain, and began dipping our toes in the Ethereum community, the Bitcoin community, the NEM community, and long story short, began our careers kind of working our way up at the community level. From there, I became nominated by the community for NEM to lead the foundation. So I was the first female lead of a top 10 crypto coin. And so I had been working with different projects, met Charlie and the Nemus team, and they were telling me about what they were doing. And I loved the gamification piece, helping the rainforest, most importantly that it was community driven. And so one of my clients, so right now I work as a Web3 advisor in the space, and I work with a lot of startups like Nemus and DAOs and communities, and specifically Concept Art House is also one of my clients, and they're doing the art for the Nemus project. So I merge them together, both, Nemus and Concept Art House. So it's kind of, I know it's a long-winded story, but it's kind of amazing. The community, the NFT and blockchain technology community is very, it's smaller than people think. But anyway, that's how we kind of got together.
Got it. Yeah, so a lot of community marketplace, many different facets of both your careers. You were the economics of Farmville sound fascinating to me. So, and the economics and the tokenomics of the Nemus project are very intricate and layered. There's a lot going on. For someone who is just kind of new to the NFT space and wants to do something worthwhile to drive impact, and they decide, oh, this is doing something to conserve the rainforest in Brazil, maybe I should participate in this. Can you walk me through the journey of what they'll experience when it comes to the tokenomics of this project?
Sure. So the basic idea is that the land in the rainforest is purchased and held by a trust entity and tokenized, meaning each little parcel of land is represented by an NFT that anyone can hold, and you become a guardian of that parcel. And you can stake it, essentially, put it into conservation mode, which means that you'll earn rewards just from having it preserved and support the project. Or you can put it into exploration mode, which is how you would be able to explore it for discovering other NFTs that are actually in the rainforest, and you receive an NFT representing a toucan or a capuchin monkey or any of the animals and plants that are actually on that piece of property. And so the bigger picture is that anytime anyone buys, sells, trades, has any activity with the NFTs, it generates a royalty, it generates some income that's put into a treasury, and then that is used to slowly build up resources to put back into control of the DAO and back into the local people's community. And the big eye-opener for me was that I always kind of had the idea that there were some big corporations that were coming in to, cut down the trees and exploit the resources there. And in most cases, it's not that at all. It's local people who don't have many choices for survival, and they can make slightly more income by burning down forest and putting in some cattle. And all you got to do is beat that amount of extra income by giving them economic incentives to keep the forest alive instead of putting down those cattle. And that's not a high bar, right? That's not, you're not fighting against some, political machine or giant corporations or something like that. All you're doing is you're helping local people become allies in making their lives a little bit better. And so that's very addressable. That's something that you can do with NFTs and like a game economic system that's generating income to put into those local communities and give them more incentive to keep the forest preserved than to burn it down.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I want to piggyback on that. One of the questions that the NEMIS team will get asked is, so are you working with the local communities? Like, is this project just, is it really a circular economy? Does it really go back into the project? It does. So right now, NEMIS is working, and I'm going to slaughter the name because I'm not so great at Brazilian, but they currently work with HESEX, which is RESEX, and ICMBIO. And so basically these are specific regions that have that are allocated for sustainable activities like harvesting Brazilian nuts and oils, and it's what that's how the communities make their living. And then there's another area, and that HESEX has 97 communities with about 6,000 people. And then there's another part that NEMIS works with, and that is the Funai region. And they Funai is responsible for coordinating all of the actions of the HESEX, and that is another 33 indigenous communities. So I bring this up because as this economic model and as this community grows, the NEMIS Foundation and the founders, they are working with these communities to be part of the DAO and to take in, like, how is this working? How can we contribute? How can we help with the conservation? Looking at building a nut factory right on that land so that harvesting the Brazilian nuts actually stays within the communities that are participating, and they actually get what they're worth instead of having a middleman come in and buy it for pennies and then go sell it. So it's pretty interesting. They can have the economic solution that NEMIS has brought to the table with the with the NEMIS project, but then in addition, they have a voice in the matter, which I think is so important through the DAO.
Yeah, absolutely. So can you tell me some of the things that members of the DAO will be voting on, participating in, what they'll have a say in?
Yeah, so early, we're doing early access now, but the way that we talk about what you'll be able to do with the DAO is vote on where the funds go and the different projects to support. There's the locals that will be working with them on specific programs within that land, but everything goes from where the DAO, the funds going through the DAO, and then having the communities vote on. Go ahead, I can see you want to. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, just because I thought it was interesting. There's a couple of specific examples that have been discussed. So there's one piece of land that has a large clear-cut area on it, and so the discussion is that land that could be replanted and reforested and attempt to restore it to what it was, or it could be turned into some infrastructure for local people there, or it could be turned into an airport so that goods and services can come and support the people who live there and increase their economic stability. So lots like that. Each piece of land has some specific decisions that need to be made in conjunction with the people who are living there. And then, of course, as funds are building up, there will be all kinds of decisions about, like, what new piece of property should we acquire and attempt to protect next. So the people involved in the DAO will be able to vote on that.
One more, I was just checking my notes. One more thing I think is pretty interesting is they're working having, if you're part of the DAO, you will also see drone footage and satellite imagery of the area. And right now you can go to nemis.earth and you can go down to the Guardian app and you can actually see the specific plot, the 41,000 hectares that they've reserved. You can zero in, it's almost like a Google Maps. And so you could actually see the plot of land that you own by being a guardian of that NFT, zero in, and in the future with the satellites and the drones, you could actually see like the animals and everything that's, all the activity that's going on in that specific land. So I just think that's kind of interesting too. I haven't seen a project do something like that before.
We're taking a long time on this one question, but it's an interesting topic.
Because we're not able to do visuals here, so I'm glad that you're painting a very vivid picture.
So, I mean, I'll admit that when I first looked at this kind of thing, I had a kind of a naive view that all you got to do is buy the land, and then that means no one will be able to cut down the forest, or you know, it'll be safe. But that's not the case at all. You either have to have economic sustainability for the people who live there, and so that they have income and they have an incentive, because there's almost no place of the rainforest that is completely free or will stay completely free of local people. Or if you don't turn the local people into allies, you have to pay for patrols and people, you know, to go and kick off squatters and stop them from, you know, clearing the land. And that's not what you want to do at all. But neither one of those is happening right now with the current ownership. Most of the current groups who own these large pieces of land in the Amazon rainforest have many other business interests. It's not a priority for them. They haven't been there or even looked at it for 5 years. They don't know or have a way to deal with squatters who come in and just clear out the land. So that's part of the problem that we're looking to solve.
So that brings me to my next question around the ownership model and why Nemis decided to create an NFT for this project. Because would it also be possible to just, they bought the hectares, the 41,000 hectares of land, right? So they're owning it, and they could do timeshares. There's a different models. A timeshare sounds really capitalistic and ugly, but you know what I mean? They could do things with the land so that different people have ownership, like fractional land through blockchain, do different models. Why was it important to create and harness NFT technology to do this and to really create the community that way?
Yeah, I mean, do you want to, since you designed it, do you want to talk a little bit more about that?
So NFTs are a new way to build a community and give each community membership over a shared project in a way that traditional methods, traditional technologies have not been really possible to do before, and to have them involved with a DAO and a token and voting and have ownership, direct ownership and transparency in a way that you wouldn't get from if a company just came in and divided everything up according to themselves. And they're going to have a native token, and the token is going to be part of the economic system that you can get involved in just the buying, selling, trading of the token, buying, selling, trading of the NFTs, or the game elements of staking the NFTs or exploring the NFTs to generate more NFTs.
I think as the Nemis team was thinking through the project and first designing it, what I loved is you know, the rainforest has 4 different layers. There's the bottom layer. Think of it as like going from scorpion layer all the way up to like eagle layer. You have these I think it's like 3 million biodiversities in the plants and animals is in the Amazon rainforest. I bring that up because as the Nemis team was thinking through how this project could work, the NFTs actually represent different elements from each of those different kind of planes. And so there is a rarity and a gamification that is possible through DeFi and through the NFTs of highlighting maybe some of the more common flora and fauna and creatures, all the way up to ones that maybe are more rare. And so that was really interesting for them to. You can go on the nemis.earth website and take a look. They have the card. It's 3D, so you can see it kind of rotate the front and back. And the art is really beautiful. So a couple of the companies that I work with, Concept Art House is one, they're doing a bunch of the cards. But originally the art design was led by Ben Ben Kwok, who is famous for doing the art for different brands, such as, or posters for different bands, such as Metallica and Blink-182 and Dave Matthews. So his style is very ornate. I bring that up because it's not just there's a utility aspect of the NFT. There's the fact that you can trace everything back using blockchain. There's the DeFi component, which is pretty interesting. There's the DAO component, which is super interesting, having it as a community project. And then you, in addition, having this gorgeous, gorgeous art that is done by world-class artists is just, it's amazing to see. It's just a beautiful project.
I wish you could see the art, because the art was really what sold me on the project. Yeah, the art is gorgeous. It's celebrating the biodiversity, the animals, the nature, everything that's in the rainforest, right? Can you talk a little bit more about the local community in that part of Brazil and how they'll be a part of this and how they're actually going to be able to reside on the land? And you mentioned the word circular economy and how that's going to be cultivated.
Yeah, so the right now, Flavio is the founder of Nemus. He's the original creator with the concept, and then helped pull together the Nemus team. So he's been working very intimately with these different HESEX, the RESAX, and then FUNAI, which runs all of the different HESEX within the region.
These are the indigenous communities.
These are the indigenous communities. And so what I think people should know that I think is pretty interesting is they have to go through a boat, and they have to go through these, there's no roads. Like, this is like, it's like deep in the forest. And so they go and they spend weeks at a time with these communities and say, what do you need? What are you envisioning? What are the things that are challenging? And then Charlie and the team can come back with solutions to help. So some of the things that the communities have asked is, hey, we have a school, we have no bathrooms for this school, it's very challenging. And so one of the things that Nemus has been able to do is, through some of the funds collected, actually put in bathrooms for the students, basic amenities that you would normally take for granted. They can vote and work with the communities to actually help empower the communities for it's tailored to their needs. So the funds actually go back into the communities, go back into the project, and then as the DAO gets bigger with more NFT guardians, that's what you're called if you own an NFT. You're literally guarding the land. You're a guardian. Then you'll be able to work with all of us who are part of the DAO will be able to work with the communities on what other needs that they may have. And like Brian said before, deciding whether or not we build a factory, or do you have deforestation in this one area, do you plant Brazilian seeds, or what do you do with those funds? So pretty interesting. It's based on the specific communities and their needs at the time.
That makes sense, and it sounds like there's going to be a great opportunity for not just the indigenous communities to be part of a circular economy that's being in some ways facilitated through Nemus and the NFT holders who will now be guardians of their parts of the rainforest, but there's a great opportunity for members of the community who are not indigenous to learn potentially some indigenous wisdom about protecting the environment, about the ways that they've been stewards of the land their entire lives. I mean, they're like they're the front line, on the front line of conservation.
Yeah, there's I think there's a misconception that I learned about. I was naive to this before. There's, we're going to preserve the land. So Brian had talked about that. We're going to preserve the land and, just buy it and you protect it. It really doesn't work that way. You have loggers. You have people who have come in, and it doesn't matter that this is your land or not your land. They're squatting on it. There is a lot that goes into protecting the rainforest beyond once you have that land. There is an education of why it is worth more to have the rainforest alive than dead. And so there definitely is, that Nemus is founded on conservation. If we can work with the communities, and if we can work with normal everyday people like you and I, who can protect the rainforest because we need that rainforest, right? We're at a tipping point
It's
right
the Earth's
now.
lungs.
Yeah, it's the Earth's lungs. So actually, the conservation piece I think is super important, and there's an education piece that goes into it. There's community buy-in, and then most importantly, bringing this technology to a community and showing them how this can be used to empower, empower them in new ways. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in. But there's a bigger context here too, which is what we're looking at is new economic models that haven't really been done before ever that are now enabled because of NFT technology. And there's very much the potential that if a new economic model like this one, or maybe another one, if it's successful and it's proven out, it can be expanded all over the world. And from a game industry perspective, we're all familiar with. There's a hit game. It proves to be popular and work really well. Wow, now there's 1,000 copies of it. That's something that is great that could happen here, like extending this not just to the rainforest, but to all different areas of the world that are under similar kinds of threats.
And Nemus wants people to basically take the project and duplicate it and towards the sea, or what other projects out there can basically use the model and code from Nemus and create something equally as powerful to conserve other parts of the world. So I think that's pretty cool, and that's a shared kind of mindset. And the power of Web3 and communities is we're going to take something and then we're going to use it and build on it and continue to nurture. And Nemus has also been working with other communities, just so you know. So the Zen Academy, Concept Art House, the Woody's NFTs, Meta Angel. These are
a lot of values aligned Web3 projects.
like tribe communities that are legit and are thriving through community collaboration and education. So I think that's pretty powerful.
Can we touch on Ethereum at all and Nemus's position on using Ethereum to mint NFTs?
Yeah.
Okay. For anybody who doesn't know, I think some people in here might know, some people not. So Ethereum is a proof of work chain. Without getting too technical, it just means it uses a lot of energy, right? And so they're building an Ethereum 2, which will be proof of stake, which uses less. But most NFTs are minted on the Ethereum blockchain. And because there are a lot of environmentalists in the world who do not believe in that, there's debate around NFTs being used for doing any good in the world, because they're saying, how can you do that if you're minting on Ethereum, which puts out all these carbon emissions in the world. I have very specific views on that, but I'd love to hear the Nemus perspective on that. Yeah. We're not going to stop using electricity. We're not going to stop using Ethereum. No. So I think we need to end that argument. But Nemus has a specific position on that, because you're obviously environmentalists.
Yeah, they do. I'll have you weigh in on the actual gamification and tokenomics around that. But I'll say Nemus is built on Ethereum. Ethereum is the platform, the protocol that first gave birth to NFTs. And like you said, it is the most widely adopted protocol. It has the most activity. Like, let's be honest, if when you're working on projects, Ethereum has bridges to other protocols. It has a lot of the dApps and a lot of the partnerships through communities to support it, and that ecosystem is valuable. And so Nemus originally picked that protocol. However, as the project expands, new and there's bridges to L2s, other protocols they plan to expand as well. I will say Nemus has this, they're doing this pretty interesting thing. It's not live yet, but they'll have a calculator basically on the website where you can put in your NFT project, and you can take a look at, let's say you're minting 10,000 NFTs. You can actually see what the impact of your project would be on using carbon. And then if you were, at the same vein, if you were to go and be a guardian for a specific land in Nemus and protect that that land in the Amazon rainforest, how many NFTs of Nemus to protect the specific rainforest you would need to offset your project being built on Ethereum. So I think that's pretty interesting. They don't want to. I think the goal has always been to work with the Ethereum community to build up and create change, and this is a short-term problem. It's not a long-term problem with Ethereum, but they're definitely supporters of the protocol. Do you want to add anything else into that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a valid criticism to look at the shortcomings of Ethereum, but in the big picture, I think the right approach is to take action now and look for solutions to those criticisms in the future, because hesitating and waiting until things are perfect is not going to move things forward.
Exactly. And there's a lot going on around carbon credits and different platforms that are enabling carbon removal of your NFTs. But with Nemus, you're able to do a carbon offset because of carbon sequestration. Right. Will you explain that to everybody?
I mean, I haven't talked how much do you want to? Go ahead. Yeah. So I'm not the founder. I'm just an advisor on it. But I'll tell you that the way that Nemus has been, their approach is through creating this barrier in the rainforest through the 41,000 hectares that they have been able to get. There is a specific amount of land, and through working with the different communities, then they're actually protecting that land. So you can come in and buy. I think it's the NFTs range from small, medium, large, extra large, and extra large. But depending on the specific NFT and the size, there are certain rewards and incentives, like Brian was saying, that you can get through. I know the wind is a little crazy right now. That you can get through, owning that NFT of the land. So let's say that you have an extra large NFT, which would be one of the largest ones in Nemus. So for instance, Concept Art House is an advisor. I'm an advisor for them, but they have an extra large piece of land. They know that any future projects that they create in the future, they can know that the land that they have been able to secure through Nemus is going to offset, any particular project that they do in the future from a carbon emissions
through carbon sequestration because of the rainforest.
Yeah. So I mean, I think I think it's a valuable because it's not just in the future, or it's not just we're planning to do this, but we can actually buy this NFT and do something about it today for future projects.
Yeah. When you acquire the NFT, it shows you how much carbon, how many tons of carbon is being sequestered by that guardianship.
Does everyone know what carbon sequestration is? Would you explain?
Carbon sequestration is the amount of carbon in the carbon cycle that is locked in to the forest land and kept from contributing to carbon emissions by keeping the land preserved.
So that's why it's also important that the 41,000 hectares is just the beginning, but they're also negotiating for an additional land within the area. The more land that they can protect, then the less of a carbon impact it can be for the future.
Well, that's one of the things that I appreciate about the model, because there's so much conversation around carbon credits. All the governments in the world are trying to get out on it, and corporations are obviously in on it. If you're they're in it for the credit, but there are other ways to manage credit. There are real world ways in real life to manage the carbon.
And this is what Nemus is not a carbon credit play. That is not what they're about. They are 100% conservation and taking a look at, through conservation and real world activities, how can anyone contribute in a way that can have impact. It's not about carbon credits, it's about conservation.
I just looked it up here. A medium parcel is 1 hectare, and it represents 350 tons of locked carbon.
So if you buy a Nemus NFT, you can sequester 350 tons of carbon?
Yeah, that's right. And
Okay.
that's a medium-sized parcel. That's about 2 football fields. The smallest one that you can acquire is a 1/4 hectare. It's about half a football field, and that represents about 75 tons of locked carbon.
Yeah, and you can go, if you get on your mobile phone, you can look at app.nemus, NEMUS.earth, and it lists all of the different NFT sizes, and so you can actually look at yourself and figure out, what you would need.
Thank you so much. Well, we're just about ready to wrap for lunch, but does anybody have any questions for the 2 advisors of Nemus about the opportunity to conserve the rainforest, about economics and tokenomics?
Right now, it's really focused on the Brazilian rainforest. And in fact, if you go on Google Earth or Google Maps, you can see the deforestation creeping from south to north, big strips of clear-cutting land. And the focus right now is to create a protective belt. And they have the owners of the land lined up in negotiation to create hundreds of square miles of protective barrier to stop this this creeping, like yearly creeping deforestation. So they're laser focused on put a stop to that burning as soon as possible. In the future, there's lots of discussion of other areas.
Yeah, the region right now is Pauini, and so you can go into nemus.earth and click on Guardian app, and then it will take you to the actual map. And you guys, this is so cool. You can zero in and see the different, land, but you can also see, for the first drop, which is the Genesis drop, it's the Pauini region, and that's what they've been working with. And then drop 2, I forgot the name of the region, but they actually have mapped out all the different parcels that would help support that barrier. So pretty cool. And that is with the input of the communities and the landowners that they're working with now.
How dangerous is it, with all the illegal operations?
So I learned about this too. I didn't know. I didn't realize that there was squatters and illegal activities that happened, and also deforestation. Brian had mentioned earlier, they don't have. It's not like the locals have a bunch of armed guards to come in and protect the rainforest. No police. There's no police. So at all. So it is hard if you are building in that community and there's activities that can make it difficult for you. You can't just call the police, and so you really have to work with the local community on finding other means, and most importantly, it all as much does is reduced to what is the economic viability in that region, and how can we help support those communities. But yes, there is. It's not easy to get to. Not a lot of resources, and the communities know how to best navigate the communities, which is why you work with the communities to figure out, okay, how can we work with these communities to ensure that they have the resources, education, and new business models to help them with the challenges they have.
Yeah, so I think the answer is sometimes it can be dangerous, but we've had quite a few members of our team go there and see the land and see the areas themselves, and that's one of the reasons to partner with the local communities, because when they are your allies, it becomes much less dangerous.
And they also, yeah, and they're also working with, I don't want to say in partnership with the Brazilian government because that's not true, but the Brazilian government is aware of NEMIS and has been informed and educated on the project, and then working with the communities like FUNAI and HESEX. So there is a lot of education and understanding of what they're trying to do, and I think that's really, really important.
Thank you both. I think we're ready to wrap for lunch now, and I'm going to stand in the sunlight right there for a few seconds. So we're going to break for about 45 to 50 minutes for lunch, and then we're starting with the Women in Web3 block, which will be kicking off with care.org.
Yay. And I have one more thing. If you're interested for early access, I've been working with Melissa, and if you have your Ethereum address or if you have an email address, I'll be over here and I can write it down, and then we can send you early access, and so you can check it out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Streaming live from Grit Daily House. On-Chain Monkeys in the house. Big round of applause for Amanda Terry, who came to visit. She came all the way to visit us. I know Bill Ty's in town, co-founder Danny Yang with On-Chain Monkey. Check out some of the stuff that they're doing. There's quite a plug right there. Shira Lazar is here. Big round of applause for Shira Lazar. All right, we could do this all day. Y'all know James Juanillo. He is in the house. I think he just left, but a friend of mine shot the infamous Karen video. Y'all know that. Come and take it, right? In San Francisco. He's been back there chalking up San Francisco ever since. Just a quick update for him. He just spent over an hour with CNN's film crew. So I think we'll see some cool, 2 years later. Juneteenth is coming up for that whole crew. He straddles the fence with BLM and libertarianism. So fascinating guy. He'll be back a little bit later. Speaking of a little bit later, author Jim Quick and Lori Siegel, who just came out with her book, Special Characters, that hit newsstands, and I saw it in airports, saw some pictures of it, rather, in airports. That's validation enough. I believe it. Special Characters, for those who are uninitiated on Lori, she's interviewed Mark Zuckerberg a couple times and the usual, special characters, Bezos on down, and wrote a book about it. She'll be on stage later today with Jim Quick. Yes, Think Quick, Jim Quick. Everyone knows him. I think it's a little bit after 5 p.m., but a little bit of other air traffic control. For those of you who are also just joining us or uninitiated, my name is Jordan French, executive editor at Grit Daily, and you are at Grit Daily House. All right. One of the 8 or 9 media houses that run every year during South by Southwest. We're a little bit different. One micro innovation is we welcome other news outlets on our stage. So just yesterday alone, for example, we had Nicole Cobbler from Axios, Sydney Bradley from Business Insider, Jade Scipione from CNBC, Rachel Wolfson from Cointelegraph, and a raft of others. If you total those impressions, it's over 1 billion a month that happens. That'll be bigger than any other media outlet in the world combined. If I can take credit for that, I will. Now, a couple other names are in the house. Karim Narani with Link2, super big supporter, popular PIPO investment app. Check that out. Melissa June Lee is here with us, as is Sandra Ponce de Leon. Big round of applause for Warrior Productions, who've been helping us a lot. And today's content is courtesy of them. And then big round of applause, too, for Adrian Davila, Davila's Barbecue, the people's chef right there. And last but not least, 2 more. Ken and the awesome crew, Lachelle, working hard. They never get enough praise for what they do. All right. And then Ozzy the bartender, slinging drinks. He's got cold brew as well, but plenty of tequila and Deep Eddy's vodka. All right. So, without further delay, let me reintroduce the lovely Dr. Peace to get the next bit of run of show in front of you. Those mics should be hot. You can grab one.
Hello,
and
hello everyone.
Let you take it away. Is that on? That one's on. That one's on.
Testing. Yes, thank you so very much for that warm welcome back from lunch. Hope everyone got their fill, got their drinks in. We're here at Mint This, produced by Warrior Love Productions, and we're ready to get it going for the Woman in Web3 block. So, one thing I'd like to do is just to reopen up today's space today with some spoken word. How does that sound? Some more spoken word. Okay, let's do it. I want to invite everyone now here today to take another breath in and out. Slight variations code differently on the blockchain, meaning my token cannot be duplicated. It all started for me with the Van Gogh-inspired painting. I made 25 of them. I paired them together with some poetic lines, and voila, at the age of 12, I was an unpublished author. True story. The Midnight Show was a young girl's declaration that she would one day shine and the world would take notice. But creativity was frowned upon. My story cannot be duplicated. Fast forward 20 odd years, enter the world of non-fungible tokens, a space where creatives create a new world which celebrates creativity and handsomely rewards it. I said a new world where creativity is celebrated and handsomely rewarded. A community who sign on each day with GM and actually mean it. Good morning, my friends. I said good morning, my friends. My work cannot be duplicated. It's ironic, really. I broke free from pharmacy, embraced my creativity, and found freedom with NFTs and Web3 and DAOs. Yes, thank you. Yes, we're all here finding our freedom, whatever it might be, different versions of success here in the Web3 space. So let's keep it going. Today, we're gonna dive deep into our Web3 block. Let's heat it up even more with fireside chat, shall we? So up next, we have the Chief Marketing Officer of CARE, John Aylward, and Head of Corporate Partnerships, Chris Noble. So for those of you who don't know what CARE is, let me share with you. So CARE works around the globe to save lives, defeat property, and the Bluetooth is disconnected, but we're all connected, so that's okay. So CARE works around the globe to save lives, defeat poverty, and achieve social justice. So without further ado, I want to welcome Chris and John. And this panel will be hosted by the incredible Sandra De Leon. She is the creator and founder of NFT Boutique, located in Tulum. So welcome, welcome. You can bring the blanket. Blanket can come. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, I'm glad I brought my blankie.
Everyone needs a blanket. I brought my today, right?
Is this mic okay? Can everyone hear me? Well, welcome everyone to the second half of programming for Mint This, put on by Warrior Love Productions, and I'm so excited to be here with Chris and John. So I think there's a little bit of an elephant in the room right now because this is the Women of Web3 section of programming. So can you tell me a little bit what you guys are doing here?
Are we on the wrong stage? It's the importance of male allies, right? Like, kind of, we're not going to actually drive any change for women if men are not part of that conversation and program. But CARE is a large organization. Kind of, we've been working for 75 years, founded originally in 1945. 20 Americans came together to help refugees in war-torn Europe and created the first care package. CARE, over those 75 years, has really kind of now grown to become an organization that drives social change, does emergency relief, does development programs, and key to that is empowering women. And women are so key to driving social change and actually tackling all of those issues. And so our gender programming, driving gender equality, is absolutely central to everything we do, including now, bang up to date, when we're sending care packages to Ukraine. And so 75 years later, that care package is as important as ever. And we know, obviously, kind of the Ukraine crisis has got such a focus now on the women and children and girls that are being deeply affected by that situation. So it's really central to why we're here.
Incredible. Yeah, we definitely need our male allies, and thank you for what you do, and thank you for supporting us in our journeys. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about these care packages and some of what is care.org doing in the Web.3 space.
Well, just to go straight to what John was saying, right? The part of our mission is to, enable and empower women everywhere, and one of the strategies for that is something we call Village Savings and Loan, which are groups. We've got about 12 million women in those groups today.
You said 12 million.
About 12 million, heading towards 50 million by 2030. Yeah, right? So those groups have been in place for about 25 years now, and they help establish community, but they also help establish savings And what we've learned over the years is that when women in community are saving, they invest back in the community. They invest back in each other. And so it's a core tool for fighting poverty globally. And just this year, we started including cryptocurrency as one of the methods of saving, so that women who are already challenged economically, financially, can also have access to crypto and to the wealth engine that it can represent. And so we started that with Binance and others actually about 8 months ago. Well, not quite, about 7 months ago. And we'll start to have our first findings and be able to talk about it publicly in another 3 or 4 months. But it's central to the strategies empowering women. And CARE's been around 50 years, 75 years. But every year of our existence is about embracing that next frontier and doing the most good you can within that frontier. And crypto's a huge part of that. Blockchain's a huge part of that.
And I think kind of for Web 3.0 in general, how do you make sure these systems are built to be inclusive? How do you make sure that you bring in kind of groups that maybe have always on the outside of these kind of initiatives, but how do you bring them in centrally and kind of like support them so that it's done in an inclusive way? And he said with so much wealth being generated, you need to make sure you're actively trying to kind of really engage kind of in these areas and make them as equitable as possible.
Yeah, that's very, very important and very important work that you're doing. What are some of the challenges that you've seen in terms of onboarding? You know, if you're bringing these women into these crypto or to adopt cryptocurrency, what are some of the challenges you're seeing worldwide with that?
Well, financial literacy and financial education are actually core programs for us. So I head up corporate partnerships. One of our best partners in that regard has been MasterCard, that has a program called Ignite that we work with them in Peru, Guatemala, Vietnam, a handful of other places right now. And that financial literacy is sort of the baseline. Adding Web3, blockchain, crypto wallets, like all of that is another step up. But it's all part of that same process, right? If you're going to bring financial literacy, you have to now bring the new tools, right? And the best part about that is these are mobile first places now, right? They don't have the systemic challenges that we have here for mobile currency or for Web3 because they're native to it. So it's really exciting.
And the one thing just to sort of layer on, I think the other big focus for us at the moment strategically is as an organization, and many of you will know this, there's a lot of Western-based nonprofits that activate kind of globally. But how do we now really change that dynamic and actually really shift to having our programs be locally driven and then using kind of like Web 3.0 and other tools to drive the global connected kind of element of that so that these groups can be connected and be more powerful because of that connection. But ultimately, it's got to be driven by the local community and by those women kind of who are partnering on the ground. They're the ones that are going to drive the change and drive the change for themselves. How do we support them with the infrastructure around that and the tools around that to make that be as effective and amplify it as much as possible?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, yeah, that does deserve applause. Thank you for that. So tell us a little bit about what CARE is up to right now, and I know we also have a very special announcement with Warrior Love. You wanted to talk about that a little bit?
We do. So International Women's Day is always a very big moment for us every year. We are an organization that puts kind of women's empowerment at the center of everything we do. So International Women's Day we celebrate every year. This year we've driven a campaign called Her Voice, which is really about lifting up the voices of the next generation of kind of women and girls. And through that we've actually taken some incredibly powerful, famous speakers and speeches kind of over the years. So Sojourner Truth, many kind of others that we've lifted that up now with new voices, including Amanda Gorman, many, many others, Sanaya Sidney. And so that campaign has been great for just raising awareness about kind of women's voice, and we're now actually going to launch kind of that into being an audio NFT. So elements of that will be our first ever foray kind of into the NFT space, which is launching in May in partnership with Militia and team. So yeah, we're very proud. That's going to be 3,095 of them will be released. Each 3,905, yes, will be released. Each one of those represents 1 million women in the world. So that's kind
Beautiful.
of that's the power of that. So yeah, excited.
Yeah, yeah, and it's going to be
Go
a very
Warrior Love
exciting.
Productions.
Warrior Love Productions. Yes, we're very involved with the strategy, and I know Melissa actually even is going to have a very special part of that, writing the piece. So excited to see that take shape, and launching on Mother's Day. So a wonderful gift to mothers, to women, for what you guys are doing. Yeah.
And the other piece that kind of is really exciting about that is the resale element of the NFT. That means that continues to give back to Care each time there's that resale. So I think it also becomes a really interesting channel for like future kind of revenue and continuing to kind of like take that forward versus just being a one-time kind of moment, but that will continue to live and continue to give back. So it's amazing.
Yeah, that's definitely such a great theme, a recurrent theme of the Web3 space and NFTs in general. And I think for women being involved, that element of wealth creation, to know that you can invest in a piece of art and see it grow. I'm actually an NFT holder of a lot of the projects that are coming up next, which are really exciting, like Women Rise. And I know I saw Malia. I'm excited to meet her. So yeah, it's a wonderful part of this new world of Web3 that we can empower ourselves and use this art, this new medium, to create wealth for ourselves and for those of us around us. So it's really great to have your partnership in that. What do you see as, you know, you've got this this project coming up and some dogs. You know, what's next for this project in general in terms of having it come to life? How do you see that taking shape?
So I think that, you know, for me, because corporate partnerships are my thread at Care, right? I see, and my background is in bringing brands and causes together around whatever the new thing is, right? I've been doing that for quite a while now. And so one of the things that's great about working on the cause side is when brands want to engage the new thing, they can be very tentative about it, very kind of scared. And having a cause involved, having that give back element, inoculates it and makes it safer for the brand to get engaged and take that risk. We're seeing it right now with ETH donations for Ukraine. And we're seeing it right now for brands getting involved in Ukraine. And so being here on the forefront and launching that NFT that puts Care in the space also, I think, will give us that ability to recruit others to the space who want to do good, want to embrace new technology and new ideas, but it's a little scary in the water unless you've got a partner that makes sure your motive's really clear and your motive's really pure.
Right. So paving the way for other brands to come into the space and leverage this medium to do good, in the world.
And I think the other thing also, just within the nonprofit space in general, is you've got to experiment, right? And it can be very easy. And I think kind of in some ways at a nonprofit, you want to steward your donor money really well, right? Your donors have given you this money. You've got to be really careful about how you spend it. But it's also important that as a nonprofit, you continue to innovate and you continue to test and you kind of really step into this space, because I think kind of with Web 2.0, a lot of nonprofits got left behind and were quite late into the space. Now, the upside of that and the silver lining was there's a lot of new organizations that got created, right? Like it actually created a whole new kind of like chain of nonprofits, and that will happen again with Web 3.0. But how also do you make sure that we can take our work forward, because we have an obligation to the people that we serve to make sure that they don't get left behind in this space. So we've got to experiment and we've got to push forward. And how do you really then work as a social justice organization to make the Web 3.0 space inclusive?
And just one more thing on that, because it's a super important point. Like that, one of the reasons we're here today, and you've got two guys talking about women, right? Which is great, right? Well, no, we need allies, right? No, I get that. But one of the reasons we're here is because at every moment of technological change, there's an opportunity for democratization that gets harnessed inefficiently and sometimes not at all. And so it's really great to be here in a collection of people who are focused on gender equity in this space at this time because we're cleaning the slate again, and we've got an opportunity to actually embrace that, right? And so it's just really great to be a part of it. Anyway, so thank you, Warrior Love, and thank you for having us here today.
Yeah, and it's I see it also, for even new organizations, new causes. It's this new vehicle for raising those funds that you need to distribute, even for entrepreneurship and small and women and small businesses, and how do they fund their projects, the things that they're passionate about. So, I really love that area of Web3, and it's very inspiring. Is there anything else that you want to say that kind of about that?
I mean, I think kind of the work that you've been doing as well is kind of symptomatic, right? How do you bring more women into the crypto space? How do you bring women into the NFT space? And it's as important kind of in the communities that we work, as well as in the US and in Tulum and kind of like around, right? So I know a lot of the other kind of speakers coming up next will take that further and talk about that, but I think it's such an important conversation for today.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for that plug. I think what you're talking about is we've got the More Women in Crypto group that is now in Tulum and meeting regularly every week at the NFT boutique. So thanks for giving me that opportunity to share about what we're doing as well, which is really exciting and great to have a conversation. The fact that I'm sitting here, on this stage with such a huge organization is something that really I feel very thankful for, and thankful to Warrior Love for developing this amazing day of programming. So it's just a good all around, good vibes.
There you go. Cool.
Great, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, we can talk more, but you're going to have to ask questions.
Yeah, any questions from the audience?
Take one or two questions really quickly.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious, this is really the first time I've seen so far at South by, and it's kind of similar in my daily Twitter NFT life, getting involved. There's a real divide between women-led spaces and men-led spaces, and personally I try to bring them together, and I'm constantly trying to hold Twitter spaces so that we'll crosstalk, right? Because feminism can't happen without men. I mean, you guys are 50% of the population, and if you're not on board, then we're screwed, right? So, what is the response that you're typically getting from men when you're trying to explain? I mean, you seem so genuinely feminist that it comes across, and I really appreciate that. Do you find that in other men, though? I mean, how hard is it for you to say, hey, it's masculine to be a feminist? You know what I mean?
Yeah, thanks. I have the good fortune to have been raised by women, so that's really right. My mom and her two best friends from college were with me since I was 4. So early age. To your question, though, it's really hard because just like anything else, you don't even see it. You're just soaking in it, right? And so it's really hard. We have the good fortune because we're with CARE in 100 countries, helping 100 million people a year, most of them women, right? Or a majority of them women. It's a better way to say it. We have the good fortune that that's our calling card. So it breaks through that very first layer, right? The first layer is, are you aware that there's even an issue? Or are you just sitting in your maleness? And no, I'm right, but that's it. That's right. And so it really is. It really is. And so it's a conversation I have with my kids, right? And so just having that calling card to say the reason we're doing this is because long term we want to fight poverty, and savings programs are a great example, right? If women save in community, they invest back in the community. If men save, they buy cars, right? And cigars and whatnot, right? And so you really have to kind of hit through that first wall to even have the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say you've got to, like any other issue, right? You've got to tackle it on so many different levels. And I think different people respond to different things. So some people are going to respond to the emotional injustice of it and kind of understand those arguments. For other men, like you've got to show the data, and the data proves it, right? Like the data has shown that for the last 30, 40 years, that data has been out there, that like kind of actually bringing kind of women fully into the economy, driving gender equality, like lifting up women's voices is the way that this world is going to move forward and grow wealth for everybody and drive change for everybody. And some people need to see the data on that in order to believe it. Other people believe it more instinctively. And then when you get down to the communities that we work in, what we often see is that you will have situations whereby women are not even enabled to like own property in that community, right? It's not legally allowed. There's only 6 countries in the world where women have equal protection under the law, like equal work rights to men. 6 countries globally where that exists. It's crazy. And so like kind of I think you have to sort of gradually get down into, there's some deep systemic issues which the men in that society have got to be engaged on in order to drive that change. And on the programs that we work on around kind of at the deep community level, you will see it takes a very strong and resilient woman to often stand up and be the first person who's going to join the first community savings group in that village, right? Like those first women who come together to form that savings group, there's some hesitancy there, and it takes some, like they need some safety and security to know that they're going to be able to do this and there isn't going to be retaliation of some degree, right? The men don't want these women having control of their money. And so, but then over time, and this is the beauty of, I think, the collective, over time, those women together, there's a power and a confidence and a support network that builds. So the end result is not only that they're saving money together and building wealth together, and that generates itself power in the community, but they build their voice. And they kind of like build in confidence together and support each other to drive then change around child marriage and kind of so many other issues in that community. And one of the countries where our VSLA programs have been most, I guess, kind of expanded most is kind of Nigeria. Nigeria has been driving really successful VSLA programs for a long time. And you now see as a result, like there's many more women in leadership roles in both local government and national government who have actually started in those VSLA programs. And so it builds not only kind of wealth creation, but it truly over time can actually systemically change the communities. And that's ultimately what you need to drive towards, you know?
And what does the VSLA stand for?
Sorry, a Village Savings and Loans program. So yes, it's essentially a savings group. Yeah.
Amazing. Very cool. Any other questions?
No, I think we're wrapping. If anybody wants to find out more, care.org is our website. And you can find me at CF Noble on Twitter. And John, what's your...
Probably just the Care Twitter.
No, there,
I'll
then
follow
John
that
through the
one.
Care
That's
Twitter and
easier.
you'll figure it out.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, keep it going. Keep it going. For Chris Noble and John Aylward. Moderated by the incredible Sandra Ponce de Leon. Yes, yes. So up next, we're going to take it to the bridge and go into bridging the Web3 gap. So I'd like to introduce now 3 powerful woman forces in the Web3 space: Gigi, Danielle Petty, and Cheryl Lazar. Gigi is the Venezuelan founder of Crypto Tech Woman NFTs with a background as a software engineer. She is a self-declared techie dev. I love that, techie dev. Danielle Petty is a co-founder of 90 Babies NFT, a 10K generative that celebrates our history as agents of change with the goal of empowering women through NFTs. And the incredible Cheryl Lazar is an Emmy-nominated host and Web3 advocate. These women are absolutely phenomenal. They're absolutely gold. Welcome, ladies. Thank you.
Do I just, all right, give it up for Doc Peace. How amazing is she? This incredible voice. What a gift.
Yeah, I'm Shira Lazar. It's been really crazy moving from Web 2 to Web 3. Where are my Web 2 people at? Yeah, a lot of old friends here, familiar faces and new friends. And actually, we all met because of NFTs now. You haven't been on my Women Web 3 Twitter Spaces, have you? We're doing a Twitter Spaces soon. But yeah, so we've met through that. I do Women in Web 3 weekly Twitter Spaces on Wednesdays, and I've been able to highlight some amazing female-led projects and leaders in the space. But first off, Dr. Peace kind of went into your projects, but let's dive in a bit deeper in terms of the inspiration behind each of your projects.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I guess I'll start. So thank you, first of all, for having me here. And, thank you to everyone who's here. As they mentioned, I'm Gigi. I'm the founder of Crypto Tech Women. And to talk about Crypto Tech Women, I do have to talk a little bit about myself, since that's where the inspiration came from. So I started coding when I was 16. I stumbled upon it through Codecademy, got an ad. It worked out. I loved it. And as also mentioned, I'm from Venezuela. I was living in Puerto Rico, so very Latina. And in Latino world, talking about software is not something that it's common. So this whole time I'm coding and building things, and I have no idea the power that I have while I do this. It's just something I do for fun. I did try to go to college for it. I went to a college in Puerto Rico, explained what I wanted to do, and they're like, yeah, like, we don't do that here. I'm like, I want to do JavaScript. They're like, yeah, not here. Not sure what you're talking about. So that was at 16. So at 16, I started coding, kept coding my whole life, but didn't know this was a job I could have, didn't know the opportunity I had doing this. So I had different types of jobs. When I moved to LA in 2017 was the first time that I saw a real coding bootcamp, and with testimonials of people that had done it, and not only people, women, because that was the first thing I looked for. And after seeing the opportunity that I had doing this, I took a risk, joined the coding bootcamp, and after that, like 2 weeks later, I had my first software job. So that's like one of the things where, like, if we don't really talk about these things in our house with our friends, we don't know the opportunities that we're missing out. Fast forward into Web3, it was also a similar experience where I heard about it from Gary Vee, NFTs in March. I'm like, I love NFTs, but I had no idea how to start. I didn't really understand that you needed a wallet or how to buy anything. It wasn't until August that I finally had a wallet. So it was from March to August, and the only reason why is because I learned how to code Solidity through a friend's recommendation to do it for fun. Yeah. Loved Solidity. And then from there, I'm like, okay, like, let's get a wallet and figure this out. Obviously, like, at that point, I joined Web3 Twitter and started meeting a lot of people. But one thing I noticed is I couldn't find the women on Web3 Twitter. So I'm trying to find the women I should be following and connecting, because as a woman, it's so important to me to be able to meet other women in the space. And that was something that wasn't easy to find. And then bringing it back to Crypto Tech Women. So our mission is to empower the women that are part of the Web3 space. And this comes from my personal experience, where when I joined the Web3 space, there were amazing women projects. So why weren't those founders on lists that I could go and follow them and be inspired by them? Yeah. And then for the second part of our mission is to onboard more women into the Web3 space. And that also comes from my experience, where from March till August, I had no idea what was a wallet, what to even do. I got scammed on my first 2 weeks because I didn't know about wallet security. And that's like one of the things that we're trying to fix with Crypto Tech Women, where we want to be able to teach people, come here, let's get you a wallet, let's teach you about wallet security, Discord safety, and let's do this in less than 5 months. So that's,
plus you get a cool NFT with it.
And then, yes, you have a cool NFT with it. It comes with utility. So today we did our first masterclass for our token holders. And this is something we're going to be doing, I think, bi-weekly. as we are building a Web3 educational platform. So I'm very bullish about education, and our token holders will have access to a Web3 bootcamp where it's not only going to be about coding, it's also going to be about DeFi, how to build your NFT, and just educational topics, all regarding the Web3 space, while we also do the fun things like the meetups, the giveaways, the art drops.
Amazing. Crypto Tech Woman is the NFT. Go check it out. Moving on to 90s babes. Who's a 90s, or who remembers the 90s? Yeah. Okay, so 90s babes is a throwback for all of us. So let's talk about it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I just want to echo Gigi. Really grateful to be here today. So thanks for everybody here.
Over your mic.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, we're used to being on our phones where we're just like, hey, you know.
Yes. So hello, everybody. My name is Danielle Petty, and I am the creative director at the 90s Babes. And we are a generative collection celebrating all things 90s. And, you know, the start of 90s Babes really kind of goes back to part of my background as well, right? I remember when we got our first family computer, and I remember that my parents, for the life of them, could not figure out how to work it. And so, you know, it was always something that I loved, though. At a young age, I remember cranking on the dial-up and waiting for it to load, and I don't know, like being on the internet and seeing so much opportunity and possibility really sparked me from a young age. So I decided to major as a computer science major, which is how I ended up at Google. And I loved it. I really never thought I was going to leave. But one thing that I realized while working at Google was I was working with these different marketing agencies across the country, and yet my hands were tied from being able to do some real good for people. Right? You have to follow all of the policies, and you know, you can't intervene where it's not your place, XYZ. So broke away from Google and started my own marketing agency with the goal of, you know, not delivering marketing as usual. We really wanted to be able to help people. And so that was what Digital Radar set out to do. And so flash back to August of last year, one of my longtime best friends was like, relentless, like, you gotta check out NFTs, you gotta get into the community, you're gonna love it, wait till you meet everybody. And I'll be honest, you know, when I first jumped in, I was very much like, JPEG, what is this? I don't understand it, right? And so but very shortly after that, I saw like just so much opportunity and potential. And much like you, Gigi, you know, I also saw there wasn't a lot of women in here, you know, doing it initially, that at least that I could find, I should say. Which, you know, similar with Web 2, I was like, no way, we got to change that, you know? So I jumped straight in, and when coming up with the idea of the 90s Babes, we really wanted it to be something where we could empower other women through NFTs, right? I had a good friend of mine who had been struggling financially for a really long time. She's got 4 children, total amazing woman. And she got introduced to NFTs, and like a spark lit up in her. She all of a sudden saw opportunity and possibility to break free from like the debt she had been in and the struggle she had been going through. And like that to me was so inspiring. I'm like, okay, how can we capture that and build something to help bring other people into the space? So that's really where, you know, when thinking of the idea of the 90s, it's like in the 90s, there was a major tech boom. And our generation's already done this before, right? We've found our way through this new technology that's NFTs and the Web3 space now, right? And now we're pairing it with that feel-good nostalgia of the 90s and kind of bringing that back full circle. So with the 90s Babes, that's our goal, right? We want to have fun, and we want to help bring NFTs and Web3 to women where they're at. So we're focusing a lot on other social platforms. You know, a lot of my friends who are not yet in the Web3 space, if you try to get them to set up a Twitter account, much less a Discord account, they won't do it, you know? So that's something that we're really focused on is, you know, how can we bring Web3 to them and show them, you know, the opportunity and the possibility that's here. And so that's, you know, with 90s Babes, what we hope to capture.
Amazing. I got to check it out. Well, yeah, with that said, yeah, a little round of applause. With that said, I feel like you are targeting a certain demo, right? When you talk about like 90s Babes or crypto tech women, but still, how the barriers for entry are pretty high, right? It's like to be able to get a wallet, you need to have money. Like there's a privilege that goes into being able to do this. At the same time, on the other side of it, I've heard amazing stories of people like breaking generational like trauma and like scarcity through NFTs and crypto. So I guess what are you seeing, and how do you go about onboarding people who are skeptical? And then also, how do we go about not getting in debt? Because you could be spending lots of money and not making it back. Like there's very little liquidity sometimes. So how do we, I guess, approach those two sides of it?
Yeah, I will say for Crypto Tech Women, for us, one of the things that we're planning to do is with our educational platform, be able to give scholarships for people that may not be able to afford a paid entry or even a token. So that's one of the ways that we want to help educate people that may not have the resources to jump into the space. Having said that, I also think the fact of, doing giveaways for those that maybe are in different groups of like being able to buy NFTs. But I think most importantly, it really is education. I think with NFTs, a lot of people don't even know what is utility to an NFT, and they just
do you want to explain what that is?
Yeah. So obviously NFTs, there's a range of them, and we usually focus with the JPEGs or the art NFTs, where we do see a visual to it. This is not always the case, because you could have an NFT that's a music, right? You can have like a Web3 like music NFT. It could be a game. When you get this NFT, you might be getting a parcel for like a play turn game. So it can get really complicated. But for utility, it's usually those NFTs that do something else besides just giving art. Like ours is an example where you get access to an educational platform. There's others that are access to parties, like we're seeing here, right? There's so many parties, and you have to be part of this community and be a token holder. And there's others that are just art. So understanding the difference of what do you get besides just owning an NFT, and if that is important to you, because having said this, not everyone needs utility. I love utility, but I also love art. So if something is just about the art, that's amazing if that's what it is for you. For people that may not have the economical resources to be investing in art, understanding utility is really important, because that way they understand what do they get access to with this community besides just looking at the floor and thinking, when can I flip this? They're saying, wow, this NFT gives me this much value outside of just the value it has on OpenSea.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, do you have any thoughts around that as well?
Yeah, so I mean, the initial question was kind of how also can we get this to people who might not have the same opportunity, right? And that's something that we've been talking a lot about lately is, like I mentioned a second ago, reaching that audience that isn't on Discord, that isn't on Twitter, that maybe isn't even in the mindset of owning an NFT to get access. And something that we're working on developing right now is going to be educational webinars, educational avenues that are for non-token holders as well. We really want to provide a resource. I have so many friends that are very talented in their own way, but they don't know where their skill sets can fit into Web3. And that's actually what I love about Web3 is that you can take something that you're passionate about and you're really good at, and you can build a career out of that. There is people looking for event planners and, social media marketers, whatever that looks like. So that's one of the avenues that we're working on.
Okay. Yeah. No. I think that's so important. You also, I think that a big part of bridging the gap, and even though part of what's cool about this movement is it feels underground, like not mainstream yet. We're part of this like cool club before everyone like discovers it. But then we need it to get legitimized. We need it to get bigger. Both of you have partnered with different talents even in this space to help do that. Can you talk about, you partnering with iJustine and of course Randy Zuckerberg as well? Go for it.
Yeah.
And how that went about, because I think a lot of people try to figure out like advisors or talent, like how you each went about doing that.
Yeah. So for Crypto Tech Women, everything has been organic. So we have not paid any influencers to partner with us, and it's been, iJustine was an amazing coincidence. For those of you who don't know her, she's a woman leading in the Web2 tech space. She has her podcast, she has her YouTube, like amazing women to know. And so with Crypto Tech Women, we do Sunday educational Twitter spaces for anyone who's on Twitter and wants to learn about what's tokenomics or staking or DeFi. We just do like different topics every Sunday. And one of the Sundays we were doing Crypto 101 with this amazing lady called the Coin Girl. She's in London and she's been in crypto for a few years. She happens to be friends with iJustine. So iJustine joins our Twitter space to support her friend. And while she was there, she saw Crypto Tech Women on our mission. And then after that, we just kind of clicked. She messaged me. She was like honestly someone that I was kind of starstruck with because she was so genuinely nice. And the people in our Discord were like freaking out about her joining the space. And I'm like, hey, like if you ever would like to join a space, let me know. And she's like, oh yeah, let's do it. And I'm like, okay. So we did a space, and after that, we just became friends. And she's been on a few Twitter spaces, and she's also crazy in the fact that when our mint happened, so she minted on like the pre-sale, so she minted 2, and then later she messages me, she's like, I need better chance of getting one that looks like me, so she bought 10. And I'm like, okay, I see you. So she's for me, I think making organic relationships in Web3, where it's not about the transaction that you can get from each other, but about building a genuine relationship, has been what's been a real differentiator for us.
Yeah, and I'll just chime in there. I remember when we were first getting started, I was really hesitant to reach out to anybody. Anybody that had bigger followers kind of scared me away. And one day I was just, like, why not us, right? Like, we've got a strong mission, we've got a strong team, and we're all really, really passionate to bring this to life. And so just kind of put myself out there and started reaching out on behalf of the 90s babes, and was amazed, got connected with you, Shira, got connected with Randy Zuckerberg, and Randy, she loved the 90s. She's a 90s gal herself, and she just loved it. Yeah. So that was a pretty, that was an amazing connection to make. Got to meet her, meet Debbie, her business partner.
She has an organization now called Hugs, which is like an incubator or accelerator for projects post-mint, though.
Yeah, so we were actually, we're her second project pre-mint.
Oh,
so
okay,
that's kind of exciting. We're happy to be a part of the group with all of these amazing collections. But in terms of, advice, I'd say don't be scared to put yourself out there. The one thing that I've noticed in the Web3 space is everyone is so nice and wants to help each other succeed.
Yeah. What do you think the future holds for women in this space? I feel like this is a women-themed kind of panel. And then also, there's so many allies here. Like, what can other people do who are not women to support the women in this community?
She's so polite. So for the first part, I'm super bullish for women in the Web3 space. I think it's amazing how many women we do get to see now more and more, because like the difference from August to today, it's amazing. I love that women are becoming more outspoken. They're joining Twitter spaces more. For my collection, I had a lot of women that were first-time mentors. And I'm super bullish on, like, for us to be able to get a platform will inspire more women to join, right? Because we kind of look for others that are doing it. So I'm so bullish on that. And I think, there's so many projects, like including ours, that have so many initiatives on how to get more women onboarded and feel safe and be in welcoming, like, communities that are not excluding to males, but they are inclusive for all. So that's one of the things that I'm super bullish for. And then for the second part of the question, which was
what about like allies? Like, what can people who are not women do to be better allies?
Yeah, I'll say my personal take, and I don't think everyone has to agree with it, is that I do think for allies, they just don't have to treat us differently. So if you are supporting a male project by tweeting, commenting, sharing it, do the same with us. If you have a Twitter space and you usually invite guys in it, invite the women too. It's all about, for me, it's about creating that same equality where you don't treat us like aliens that need a special treatment. Treat us as equals. And, as equals, also understand that we are a minority in the Web3 space, and try to include us in the conversations and be very aware of the environment that you're growing within your community, within your Twitter spaces, and see, think about it and say, okay, maybe there's no women joining here. Am I doing something that is making them feel excluded? And also be open to feedback, because I think as women, we love giving feedback because we want to see you improve. So if someone says like, hey, maybe these are the things that you're doing that could, make me feel more included, listen to those, because at the end of the day, women are here to stay. We're not going to go anywhere, and you want us on your corner as well.
Yes. I was going to say something like, and we create you. So,
Oh my God. Yeah, no, I mean, you hit the nail on the head, Gigi. I think the only thing that I'd add to that, is don't stop putting your hand out to help somebody else up. That was something that I try to keep in mind every day, is if there's ever someone asking for help, it's like my responsibility in my mind, to extend my hand and at least help point them in the right direction or bring them on a Twitter space, whatever that small gesture is, because it was people doing that for me that really built my faith here in the Web3 space, just seeing how many people just without even knowing me were like, yeah, here, I'll help you. Oh, come on this Twitter space. Hey, I'd love to feature you. And I mean, that's what I aim to do for other people, because there's nothing more empowering than other people making space for you. So I think that's the thing I'd add.
What about, a lot of people are now talking about the space is different than it was even a month ago, right? Once you're post-mint and say whether you sell it or not, like how do you maintain that momentum? I think that's a big question right now. And do you think the space has plateaued, including female-led projects? It was like this big thing, World of Women. I'm a Boss Beauties holder, so yeah. But like we're now seeing so many women, which is so important. But then also, how do we maintain the traction and make sure that that the art is getting sold versus just being there as a placeholder or as like a buzzworthy kind of trend?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I've talked to a few people, and they'll call it the $1 million question as well. I think it's all about cultivating your community and how you speak to them. So post-mint, some projects do have a lot of traction instantly, maybe because they raised funds before or like whatever it is, the process that they establish. Where I think like for some women projects, what I've seen is we are kind of like doing things the right way, and we want to build correctly, not just like put things out there. So I think the way that we communicate with the community and keep them engaged, right? So maybe you won't have everything done the next day after your mint, but you are doing events that keeps them in the loop while you're building. So kind of like what we did with the master classes while we're building our Web3 educational platform.
So you're both still selling, right? Or no?
I minted out.
Okay,
yeah,
you minted
so
out.
I sold out.
All right, they're still minting 90s babes. Get it while it's hot.
Yeah, and definitely get it. Art is beautiful. But yeah, so I think for yes, definitely.
But that's also the thing. It's like you don't need to sell out. Like this idea, sell out for success. So many of the big projects right now did not sell out right away. So I feel like that's kind of what sucks right now. This idea.
I think it's a bad mentality to have. Like I was very lucky to sell out, but I think it will come, and it doesn't have to come in 24 hours. It's about how you're building. It's not about who gets to sell out the faster. But I think it's all about how you cultivate your community post-mint, what things you do to keep them engaged, or while you're minting, continue to provide the same value or even more that you were providing pre-mint. I think it's all about how you provide value to your community and for them to feel like they're valued, they're heard, and they're included. So I think like there's not a big difference there. Just keep doing what you're doing with them and making sure that they feel heard and they feel loved.
Yeah, and to add to that, I'm a really, really firm believer. If we want to build something with, I actually heard someone say this before, want to build it with heart and not hype. And that is something that has stuck with me, because the community members that we have, I mean, they are like Team 90s babes. I mean, they're like your biggest supporters. And it's beautiful seeing a community that's grown and risen up with the same mission, right? They all want to see us execute onboarding more women into the space. And so big believer in that as well. And I'm so sorry, what was the beginning
Just
of the
about
question?
like how do you maintain the momentum after you minted or still trying, finishing the mint?
Absolutely, yeah. And exactly what Gigi said, giving people a reason to believe. For me as an investor, that's always something I'm looking for. I'm looking for who's the team, what are they planning to accomplish, and then what's their roadmap to get there. And not just their project roadmap, but what are their plans to execute on the things that they say they want to bring to life.
And so what's ahead? Well, I'm going to go to maybe questions from the audience here. Great group of people that ended up showing up here. Thank you so much. Shout out to all of you. What's that lies ahead for each of your projects?
So for us, we are going through a roadmap. Master classes are going to be continued, and we're looking for speakers. So if you're a speaker at any topic, because we do believe we have so many different community members, all topics are included, let us know. We want to feature you. Twitter Spaces are going to continue in our roadmap aspect. So we are going to do another charitable donation. We are currently taking the community's input on the charities that we should be kind of like evaluating. We're going through that period right now to make sure that we're selecting. Well, actually, it's going to be a snapshot vote. So the community is the one that's going to be selecting the charity that will be voting, that will be donating to. The Web3 educational platform is one thing that's getting built. We're doing some in real life events, having one tomorrow here in Austin. That's going to be really fun. And then I kind of like always forget everything that we're doing.
There's a lot of other stuff. So you're doing a charity donation every quarter, or is it consistent in that way?
So our current structure is just going through the ones that we have in the roadmap. But yes, we're planning to do one every quarter where we will get the community's vote on, like what type of charities we want to support. And then from there, making a list and making it a snapshot vote. Another thing we're doing is a community wallet. So we have funds allocated for our community fund where our community can do proposals into things that they think we should be doing, and then also do it as a snapshot vote. And then for anyone who's not familiar with that concept, is where token holders get to vote based on the tokens they have. And then at the end, you make a decision based on like the community's vote. So that's super exciting for us.
Yeah, and so as we're working through our roadmap, the first thing we got to hand out was a fully stacked Nintendo 64, which, let me tell you, getting to pick out the games for that was probably one of the highlights so far.
Is that a giveaway?
It was a giveaway, yeah. So that was one of our first giveaways. And right now we're actually working on something really close to my heart. We are purchasing 10,000 copies of the I Love My Happy Mama book, which is written by Blake Nolan. And it is so inspiring. It's a kid's book that is really meant for the mom, because throughout the whole book has inspiring and uplifting messages. And the whole purpose is to bring support and shine a light on postpartum depression and maternal mental health. So it's something I'm really excited about because, even before getting into NFTs, each of us on the team had been looking for some type of a way to get involved with our local communities and to give back. And so we've kind of decided to combine both. We're purchasing the 10,000 copies, but then we're also going to go into local facilities in each of our locations and give this book to women who really need it. So that's something we're looking forward to dedicating our time as well as our money to doing.
Amazing. All right. With that, I know we're going to wrap up. Do we have any time for questions, Melissa? Or no? Should I just say goodbye? Questions? No? Okay, we don't. You could tweet us, slide into our DMs if you have any questions. Say hi. We appreciate you all for being here, and thank you so much, Great Daily, for having us. Woo! And follow all us on social, yes.
Thank you.
Giving it to you.
Beautiful, beautiful ladies. Another round of applause for Cheryl Lazar, Daniel Petty, and Gigi. Woo! Have you guys heard that saying? It goes, I'm bullish on men who are bullish on women. So, let's make another round of applause for these ladies. I want to... Let's go, let's go, let's go. So for those of you who I have not had the pleasure of connecting with yet, my name is Dr. Peace Ucha, also known as Doc Peace. I'm a doctor by trade, spoken word artist at heart, and podcast host of Golden Meta Sessions with Doc Peace. I'm also the Change DAO change maker for education, and I'm really happy to be here with you all today. So who's here? Who's having a great time? Wonderful. Happy to hear. I'm going to pass the mic over to Jordan. He is the founder of the house that you're in now, Grit Daily House. So let's give a round of applause to Jordan.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I will take that. Another big round of applause for Doc Peace. For those who are, she is a Dr. Pharmacy, change maker, all around awesome human. She waxed some poetry, waxed philosophy earlier today in the morning. How y'all loving that hour changeover, losing the hour not here, not having it in the back row. But you know what we are having is Adrian Davila is here. Davila's Barbecue, award-winning out of Seguin, Texas. They're off on the left. Big round of applause for Davila's Barbecue. You have some Asian Texas fusion meatballs going on over there and some vegetables like burrata. Well stocked and fine. And then big round of applause for Ozzy Barajas, Ozzy the bartender in back. Slinging drinks, got plenty of vodka. Plenty of vodka back there. Austin East Cider is an in-kind sponsor, the local brand. They've been with us for years. Everybody loves Austin East Cider. So for the uninitiated there, my name is Jordan French. I'm the executive editor at Grit Daily. And you are at Grit Daily House, one of the 8 media houses that runs during South by Southwest. It's a little bit of an innovation that we do. We think it's common sense. We invite other media outlets onto our stage for talks to moderate. So just an example, yesterday we had Nicole Cobbler from Axios, Sydney Bradley from Business Insider, Jade Scipione from CNBC, Casey Craig from CoinDesk, Rachel Wolf from Cointelegraph, teams from Digital Trends. So on that note, speaking of their journalists, good friend of mine, also the founder of Virtual Events Group, that is Robin Raskin. I'm going to invite her to the stage. You either take the paved route, Robin, or off-road on the stage. It's the other way to do it. She's going to be joined by none other than Jason Kinsler. I'm going to let Robin introduce Jason Kinsler of LifeKey for this fireside chat with him, and let Robin take it away.
Got it. Well, that was that first one. Is this on? Test. Yes, on.
You need to turn the volume up. You turn the volume up.
We're on. Okay, well, that panel before us was a tough one to follow. I started as a woman, as the first editor of PC Magazine, in the way back when magazines were out, and now we've gone to an era where women are kind of running the show about NFTs, Web 3.0. Really, I feel like I hope they stood on shoulders. Hope they continue to. But right now, we're going to switch the conversation. And to me, we're going to go back to something I'm super comfortable about talking about, which is something tangible. And I want you to meet Jason Kinsler and not forget him, because he's got an amazing story, which we'll get to in a minute. But Jason, tell them how you got here. Let's start with the simple.
How I got here this time?
This time.
Like actually driving?
Like actually driving from?
So I'm probably the only startup you know in the state of Wyoming. The state that is on the forefront for blockchain and crypto legislation and DAOs and the whole thing. So we actually are relevant if you haven't heard of us.
You are relevant. And I think the play is that wallets are digital, yes, but payments are going to be physical and digital forever. So why don't you start by telling us a little bit about your sort of Gen 1 LifeKey and where you're at?
Yeah, so about 3 years ago, a colleague of mine, he would commute to work on his road bike, cycling, and I always wondered, like, what happens if something happens to you? Like, what if you crash? What if something happens? It's like, well, I have this engraved bracelet. I'm like, really? That's where we're at. 100 years later, we're still engraving in stone or metal or whatever. And so I just started to think about that. And, with my background is software, I had a PR software company for 12 years called Pitch Engine. And so in that process, just thinking about software and ways to solve problems. And I knew that active lifestyles, people that were, whether it be cycling or skiing or running or whatever it is, we don't need more electronics. That's like the last thing we need. Something to charge, something to worry about, something that needs a connection. And that was really sort of the premise behind LifeKey. And the idea was, what if I could have this device? Maybe it's as simple as a zipper puller or a wristband, or maybe it's integrated into my garments that I wear, and I could tap on it with a smartphone just like I tap to pay. So just like Apple Pay, I tap on the point of sale system and my phone does a thing. Our credit cards, we can tap them on the point of sale and they do a thing. So what if I could use that, this magic device, what if it had one more superpower and it was I could tap on things and access information?
So bring it circle. So if you tapped on your friend's life key, it would have told you what?
Any kind of information. So the idea behind my first thought is safety information. So is there important medical information I need to know? Who are your emergency contacts? If it's my child, please tap on this and let me know that something happened at a soccer game or at a friend's house or whatever. And so that was kind of the premise, is how can this thing maybe save a life or at least give me peace of mind that that information is available if I can't communicate.
And let's go under the hood. So what's the magic drive? So it's invisible. There's no user interface.
Sure.
I don't have to tap things. What's going on in there?
Well, what makes it different is it's a microchip. So it's RFID technology, but it's a subset of that called NFC, which is near field communication. And when we go to tap on something with our phone like this, like the credit card, for example, we have, and we put it in that machine, it uses radio frequency to read it. So when you tap your phone on the device, it's using the power from your phone to power this chip to bring back information.
Is that your band right there?
This is it, yeah.
Okay, we're going to get a close-up of that. So they're really, it's washable, kind of indestructible.
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems... Is that still working? Okay. One of the problems is, this type of technology was built into credit cards. Well, that's one use. You put it in a wallet. You probably don't run it through the laundry. If you do, it's maybe okay. But when you start to think about how do we put that into garments? How do we make it washable? How do we make it waterproof and heat proof and, bicycle trip proof and ski proof and all that? Then it gets challenging. So that's the hardware problem we had to solve. And then with software, we had to build an operating system so that when any phone would tap this thing, something would happen, and it would be contextual based on whether you're tapping it, I'm tapping it, where we're tapping it, what we're tapping it with, all those things.
And what you're tapping. So you can tap people, but you can tap luggage.
Yeah.
You can have a pet life key, right?
We do a pet life key called Fetch, and it's a dog tag, silicone dog tag, and you look at it, there's instructions. You tap it with your phone. The owner gets notified of the GPS location of your pet, and you get all their information, including whatever you want to put, vaccination records, whatever. We're now in 90% of the pet retailers, from Target, PetSmart, Chewy, Rover, all these retailers.
So you saw this opportunity with a technology. It's been around.
Yeah.
I mean, you didn't invent NFC.
No.
But you thought of sort of a unique, unusual usage case, not just tapping your credit card, which people are used to, but so it could be in your jacket, right? It could be, and I think people are making NFC-aware jackets now.
Yeah, so what we did is one of the first integrations we did, we had a lot of soft goods manufacturers. So when you start out with safety, things like the ski industry and soft goods and, large brands in that industry, or active lifestyle like motocross and mountain biking and all those, they come to us and say, we want to integrate this technology. What can you do for us? And through that, one of the brands introduced us to YKK. We started to talk with them. We built the world's first smart zipper.
That was right.
Yeah,
YKK, the zipper company.
So our operating system is on a zipper that brands will put into their jackets. And imagine now what the use cases are beyond just safety.
And I think the cool thing about NFC is it doesn't have to be the thing you buy. It can get smarter as the life cycle of the thing goes on. So let's say I buy a dress or a zipper with NFC. I take it home, and they say, oh, you bought that blue dress. You're probably going to love the blue shoes that we're going to give you the discount. Or take this to the dry...
Oh, it's so much, Robin. For example, it starts in the very beginning. So when you actually make the garment, you're giving it a digital birth certificate. So you're saying, this is where it was made, this is when it was made, these are the ingredients it was made with, this is when it was received at this location versus that location. Then it gets to the store, and instead of having hang tags and booklets and things hanging off the garment, a bunch of waste, a bunch of garbage, what if I could just tap on the garment, learn everything I need to know from all that stuff to features and all that stuff about the product, and then care instructions, how do I wash it, things we used to put on tags and print them, and then once I activate it, now it's registered to me, it's my garment, and then what do I do at the end of the life cycle, and how does this brand communicate with me during the life cycle? So it's like a Pandora's box.
And clearly the advertisers love it also, because they can for the first time, I think using NFC track loyalty after it leaves the store, and that makes
it's amazing. Like I mean, for one of the companies we're working with right now in the ski industry, super high tech brand. Now all of a sudden they can find out what the temperature is when people wear their garment.
Right.
It's fascinating data that we just never had before. And usually the relationship with the customer ended when they walked out of the store.
Yeah.
They bought your product, they walked out, that was it. But now it can be ongoing. I can tap on my couch, my outdoor couch, and get a cool mixology recipe or a Spotify playlist for the week.
So this is so incredible. So this guy was a PR guy in software, and I kind of remember your company then. Sees a problem, looks for a solution that's totally different. So what was the obstacle when you had to go to people and say, I want you to buy my life key?
That's still an obstacle every day, but it's getting easier. In the beginning, it was all about safety, so it was like, well, I have this device, but I hope I never have to use it. And I'm like, that's not really what I was going for. So we started to build more use cases of how do I tap this to check in and let my family know where I'm at? How do I make it a useful thing for me as the wearer? And that's what led us to today, where we're preparing to launch Tap to Pay and the payment functionality.
Right.
And to put that in perspective, the things you can pay with are, you know, an Apple Watch, Google, Samsung, and Garmin. And those are all electronics. They're all watches. They're all kind of the same in the way that works. But what if that all went away and it was untethered and I didn't need batteries and I could just tap and pay? And so that makes that use case even better.
Right. So this next product is LifeKey Pay. What's
it's part of LifeKey. Yeah, it'll be LifeKey Pay
part
functionality.
Of LifeKey.
Yep.
No batteries, no user interface. I go out for a run in the morning, right?
Mhm.
And then I want my coffee afterwards.
Totally. Yeah.
So I just...
Yeah, you'll just tap it just like you would a physical card. But you'll just tap either it's your cuff in your garment, it might be a wristband, it might be whatever. We don't even know.
Right.
Your dog might call its own Uber and get home. I don't know yet.
And the way you load it up with
just with an app.
So
yep.
You attach it to your debit or credit card or something, and
yeah, it'll sort of be like its own little account. So you'll actually load money onto it, like a prepaid.
Mhm.
I'll give my son a band and put.
Well, that's an
$100
added
on it.
advantage. That
Yes,
you can-
because they don't keep their devices charged. They'll probably lose a credit card, but if I can actually like put it on their garment, you know, then maybe I'm winning.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing a backpack thing.
Yes.
So can you think out to the future? You've heard a lot. If you've been here, you've heard about NFTs. You've heard about Web 3.0. What happens when NFC meets these emerging technologies?
That's a great question, and I want to run to that space. You know, like I want to run to developing more blockchain functionality and developing with NFTs and crypto. The trick is to stay focused so we can make a consumer product that consumers understand. And I was just visiting with Karim on the podcast earlier, and we were talking about, you know, all this is great. Like talking to this group and everybody at South by is awesome because they're all early adopters and we're all speaking the same speak. But the thing doesn't really get real and interesting until my dad understands it, until my wife's using it.
I am your dad. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like,
oh, yeah.
Like until that happens, meh. It's cool and it's fun and it's exciting, but until we're using it, and I don't even know if it'll manifest itself as the labels we're using now. Like I don't know that blockchain will be a thing that anybody ever sees. In fact, when we talk about our products, we never even say NFC. We just say this is how LifeKey works. You tap on it with your phone. We don't need to know these underlying technologies. We need consumers to sort of view it in their own way. They need to solve a problem. And so where does NFC fit with that? It's an interface. And I think that when you start to think about identity, everything has identity. My mountain bike, my snowboard, my dog, my cat.
Oh, yeah, your
my
NFTs
house.
as well. It's whatever you
So
code.
how do I
Yeah.
interface with that? That? Well, the phone would be a great way to do that. And you can't do it with QR codes because they're not secure. You can hack a QR code. You can copy a QR code. They're not individual. You print a bunch of QR codes that take me to a website.
So do you have to go out to every POS system to make your LifeKey acceptable?
You would if you weren't partnered with Visa or MasterCard.
Well,
so we are, and that's one of the, you know, that's the way to make that work, and that's a huge lift and a really hard thing to do, but that's what's going to make it different.
That's so amazing. So is everybody familiar with NFC and sort of how it works? And do you need your like you need a phone signal, you don't need a phone signal. It's really like one of the most underused, and maybe because it came out too early before there were use cases.
You know, probably. I mean, it was a big risk for us to go that direction. But I'm a guy that I still like Twitter because it's 140 characters. I love the forced conciseness and brevity, and I like to try to get. I think simple design is hard. It's easy to say, well, why don't you make it track? Okay, well, that means we need a battery. Okay, now once you have a battery, well, now it can do everything. So let's put everything in it. And I think that's the mistake that a lot of companies make, is just trying to do everything. So how do we stay within these bounds, stay within the functionality of NFC, and how do we solve problems that way? And it's far, I think it's really hard, but a lot of creativity comes out of that box. You know, when you're a startup and you don't have resources, you're more creative.
But you still had to deal with, I don't know where you get your chips. You had to deal with the supply chain issues. What was the pandemic like for you? Trying to build product and keep it out there.
The pandemic was it was an interesting time because on one hand I could sit in a room and do my thing, double down, right? And I could pass everybody that paused. Right? I could just go, and they all paused, and they stopped, and they slowed down. And that was okay because I felt like I got 5 years out of that. However, some of the functionality, I'm like, man, I could really solve a problem with this because, you know, I don't know if you remember in the beginning of COVID, the idea was if you had the antibody, you could be immune. This is before they had a lot of research about it. So I thought, man, if we could show that you have the antibody on the band, you could get into a factory. You could get into an airport.
Restaurant.
Maybe we could be this thing. What I didn't realize is that PR got out in my little town of Jackson Hole, and the story came out that we had this band that could show your immunity, and it was highly controversial, and I got it from all sides, and I thought I didn't know I was going to survive it.
So a PR guy gets his own PR nightmare.
Horrible. PR crisis, right? I had to completely turn off everything in terms of any way to reach us and social and all that. They were connecting me to Bill Gates in two tweets and Hitler and all these things. And really my intention was, can I just solve this problem?
Yeah.
Can I just help people get back to what they're doing? And so I learned a big lesson during COVID. But at the same time, adoption for tap-to-pay and contactless technology soared.
Right. But you still had to solve a ton of security problems. Right. To accept a payment, you got to be secure.
Oh, there's PCI compliance. Before that, it was HIPAA compliance that we had to do. So health and safety information, we had to be HIPAA compliant and track who's accessing what when and all that. Then we got into PCI, which is a whole other world. And so we've been through the ringer in terms of that.
So, yeah, but these standards, I mean, they are what lets you do what you do. So imagine if we were here at South by, and instead of showing your app, your ClearPass, you just had a bracelet that you wore to everything.
Yeah,
pretty efficient.
Or Clear just plugs into our platform. You know, uses the operating system.
You're not ready to announce that yet.
You know, I think that's going to come. We have to. It's always chicken and egg.
Yep.
You know, and we have to build our brand to become a thing in people's lives before other brands will realize it. It's always that third-party endorsement. I can tell my son over there to do something 10 times, but until his buddy or a coach tells him, he's not going to listen.
Is that true? You always listen to him, right? All right, so this is my favorite part. So now we're going to play Guess What This Costs, right? Because he could tell you, but we could. So what would you pay, right, for an NFC base? I shouldn't say NFC base, for LifeKey. Anybody, let's just do $5 to $10, $10 to $20, $20 to $50. I'm getting no guesses. That is a guess. There.
Nice.
250.
Yeah. So the cool thing about this technology is we want to be able to integrate it. It's a simple microchip. There's no screens. There's no batteries. We sell our wearables for $25. We sell dog tags for $25. We want to make this a ubiquitous thing that other companies can bake into their products as well. Integrations are just as important as our own devices.
$25. It's pretty good, right? I mean, like, and if you think about it, for your loved ones, for your family, I'll share a funny story. My son is a glamper and put me in Wimberley in a tent for the
love
for
it.
all of South by, and I'm kind of freaking. It's really cold. I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I just need a life key. And last night when he called me, I said, "You're the only person that knows how much trouble I'm having navigating from Austin to Wimberley, down a dirt road, to my tent. So I need a life key for sure." And everybody there does. So, yes, never mind, the water was frozen this morning. We could go on and on. But you drove across the country. How was your drive with him? It did take a while. What'd you do to pass the time, you guys?
He's a gamer, so he didn't care. He was on his phone. We had to deal with contend with snowstorms and all that stuff, so that's always fun. But we wanted to make a road trip out of it. We just in case the apocalypse happened, we were protected by life key in the truck, so we were good.
Yeah. So, yeah, I urge you, just look up Jason's whole history online. Look up Life Key. If you love anybody and want to keep track on them, never mind your luggage, your pet, your other valuables. It's just a fabulous solution to a problem. Are there questions from anybody? Anybody have a question for Jason? He's sort of even about Wyoming. Which actually is a huge crypto state and has one of the first banks, I guess.
First
Avanti.
two crypto banks. You've got Kraken is opening a bank, and also Avanti with Caitlin Long. Yeah, that's true.
So if keep reading about Wyoming. They are setting the pace in so many ways, and you're a native.
I am born and raised. I'm like 6th generation.
But nobody else was like in engineering.
In my family? No. Cowboys, yes. I took the cowboy part.
Yeah. No. Any other questions? Any other thoughts, comments? I know we had somebody here before who wanted to comment. She's gone. Okay. So with that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Jordan again, but let's hear it for Jason and I don't know your son's name after all.
Cooper.
Cooper. So nice to be. Good to be here, supporting Dad.
And give it up one more time. Wonderful Robin Raskin with Virtual Events Group nowadays. She's very influential at CES. A lot of people know Consumer Electronics Show. Big deal, the boss. And Jason Kinsler, a Life Key. Cooper Kinsler's here on my left. Say hi to him. Big round of applause for Cooper Kinsler. Driving down from Cowboy State, Wyoming, with his dad and the team. Awesome. So I'm going to, one of the things that we do here, well, let me actually start first. So for those who are just joining us and the uninitiated, my name is Jordan French, executive editor at Grit Daily News. You're here at Grit Daily House during South by Southwest. We'll be here all week, the 10th through the 17th. Isn't this just awesome? What an awesome day. Beautiful day. I love that wind too. I love the wind. So there's a lot that Grit Daily covers, mostly startups though. But one aspect of that that's not always intuitive or obvious is the creative class. And so part of the creative class is here. We see a lot of elements of it. It's actually imbued in a lot of startups because often there needs to be illustration, influence, projection, promotion, ways to show things visually and in other sensory ways. So one person I want to point out first is Alejandro Glatt is here with his team. Carlos right in the front row. Alejandro, top 3 NFT artist out of Mexico. Mr. Papaya, come on up. Say hello.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Grit Daily. Woo!
It's perfect. Coming at us, came all the way from Tulum, Mexico, to see us. So, bienvenidos, Alejandro.
Thank you. And Jordan, will you invite me first to Art Basel to present with you? And I presented one of my pieces, and I was one of the panels. And now we meet again here in Austin, and I'm really grateful to be working together and growing together.
That's right. So check out his work. You might have breezed by it, but it's worth further inspection, if not already. There's some 3D cool like TV screen. That's his. And then you'll also see some of the trademark papayas straight out of Tulum. Alejandro Glatt. One more big round of applause for Alejandro Glatt. Check out his artwork right on the inside. infamous. Really, disruption is done by consumers. Consumers are consuming Alejandro's artwork as NFTs. So check those out. That's an interesting NFT place. So thank you, Alejandro. And then next up, coming all the way from Argentina, it is Adrian and also Connie. Connie, come on up. Thank you. They're taking the off-road. She's got the kicks to go the off-road way. They declined the paved route. But I'm gonna hand you one of the microphones, Connie, and I'll introduce you just really quickly. CEO and co-founders, Adrian and Connie at Carnival with the first Bitcoin marketplace for the first 210 pieces of NFT art. It's a global marketplace, not just local to Latin America. Connie, if you could share, and then I just want to point out, if you pay very, very, very close attention, especially those in back, I have an Easter egg for you. That's a metaphor. Easter egg for you that Adrian is going to show you.
Oh.
Okay? That's on his body. So pay very, very, very close attention, Connie and Adrian.
Hi, thank you very, very much. Jordan, you're very generous for offering us this 5 minutes here on stage to be with you guys and everybody there on the other side of the screen. It's very important for us. The first time we ever speak publicly about Carnival, we made our meetup this morning at the Marriott for official event in South by Southwest. They pick us. So we are very, very proud to be here. We're very emotionate. I don't know if that's even the correct word.
It is now.
I don't even it is now, yes. Thank you. I don't even remember what I said this morning, but I know everything went great. And what I want you guys to know is that the thing that is getting really, really, really enthusiastic about is that we are Carnival and we are the first NFT highly curated marketplace of art secured by Bitcoin. Probably you've heard a lot about NFTs, especially here in South by Southwest, because pretty much everything is about NFTs and metaverse. I'm dreaming about those two words. Probably you too, and you've seen many, many experiences and hear many, many things happening at the same time. But we are trying to, as my great co-founder says, get back to the roots, and Bitcoin is the root. That's why we built on top of Bitcoin. And we are launching the Bitcoin Genesis Drop, which is 210, the first 210 art pieces, NFTs art pieces. So we are very proud. We are launching on Miami in the Bitcoin 2022 in Miami. So the one of you that are going to be there are all invited, and it's going to be great. We are working with the BitBasel people here too. They're going to be in Miami. They are hosting our big event in Gitano, the VIP event. So it's going to be great. And we are very grateful with Jordan of Grid Daily for hosting us here. And Gary is going to show you what he has. He already
planted
said
that seed. And, and First to Market Bitcoin 2020 will be there too.
Oh, yes.
From our backstory, for those of you know, yes,
Great.
big round of applause for us getting
Great.
together again and again and again for Carnival and what we are up to.
Yes.
Backstory me real quick. 3D printed pizza made by robots for astronauts going to Mars. Check out BHEX.
Great.
It's one of my companies before Grit Daily. It attracted a lot of chefs. One of them was Jose Andres. Our speaker's dinner will be at a bazaar. 13-course meal with Daniel Serrano and Chef Jose Andres in Miami on April 7th. So check that out. We'll be inviting you too. But on to you, Adrian, for the big reveal.
Hello. I'm a little shy. Well, I love NFTs and I love NFC as well. I love NFC so much that I got implanted an NFC chip under my skin. Yeah, I have it in my hand here. Yeah. No, it's not kidding. You can hold it. Hold it.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And Ken, it's tricky.
Ken, if you want to zoom right in right there for those
I can.
watching at home on the live stream.
Breathe. Yeah.
And it's open.
Yeah. I connected with the link to the here. Open the NFC. Yes, it's going to open to the link to the meetup that we hosted this morning. But now I need to change it because the meetup is over. So I will put my, I don't know, maybe I can put a private address or a public address to my NFT collection or something like that. So
I
don't know why they did this.
Inquiring minds want to
Yes.
know, Adrian, if you frequently, like I do you frequently lose things like
Yes.
keys and put tiles on them? This certainly makes the
Where's my
tile
hand?
sticker,
Yeah.
if you know. That technology, really redundant when you literally implant what you need onto your body,
Yeah.
like Adrian did. So I see the incision scar. If you can't see it, I'm looking at a little cross-section scar.
It was a needle.
That's where we are going, where we are all going. There. If you see years and years, that's where we are all going.
Kids, don't do this at home, please.
Yes, no.
Yet.
I'm totally responsible, so don't copy me.
Wow. So,
I'm sorry, a little thing, but going back to art, I thought I was modern because I was wearing my NFT here, which is going to be in Carnival because we are digital and physical art, and also wearable art. It's very important for us to, give art more life because NFTs kind of, sometimes take life away from art, and it's very important for us to give artists more ways to expand art instead of taking it away from them, because now it seems that everything is art, but it's not. So that's why we want to give them more places to show it. So thank you very, very much. We are wearable. So you are all invited to Carnival, and we expect you, all of you, in Miami in 20 days.
20 days away. We'll see Connie. Big round of applause for Connie and Adrian, all coming all the way up to see us from Argentina.
And
you are wearable.
I should not applaud because I can break my NFC. So
I see. You are a guinea pig. Well, thank you for showing and sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let's take the official exit. No, you're all more than welcome. Speakers all the time. They go off roading up here. It's built for that. It's built for that. If you got the proper footwear, thank you. And so without delay, I'm gonna bring up the absolutely wonderful, lovely Doc Peace right back with us.
Thank you. Wow, such incredible information, such incredible connections, amazing people here. Thank you so much for joining us today. Who's having a good time? Who's picking up some golden nuggets to take home with them today? Love it. So how many believe that Web3 is opening the doors to an era of activism? Yes, indeed. So up next, we have Malia Abidi. She's founder of Woman Rise NFT, which is a 10K woman activist, artists, scientists, coders, and more that are rising on the blockchain. We also have G.D. Anderson, who is the founder of Honey Badges NFT, created to fund changemakers and fight for equality. So I would love for you all to join me in welcoming Malia Abidi and G.D. Anderson.
Oh, good. Oh, I got that wrong.
Yes, and joining them will be Melissa June Rowley. She is the founder and creator of the reason why you're all here today, Warrior Love Productions, who's putting on this event, Mint This. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you, Doc Peace. Thank you for emceeing the whole day, especially since I was supposed to MC part of it, and I have not. Thank you for relieving me of my duties. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining. How's everybody feeling? Okay, that's great. I'm so excited to be here. Warrior Love Productions, for anybody who does not know, is a Web3 studio and marketing firm, and all of our clients work at the intersection of technology and social impact. When we talked to our good friend Jordan French, we could not pass up the opportunity to produce at least 80 to 90% of a day of programming that would celebrate women of Web3 like these two women and the three that were just on, all the exciting NFT projects that are happening, the opportunity to facilitate wealth creation and to really have an impact in communities. So thank you for joining us. One quick announcement. We are recruiting. My company is looking for junior publicists and writers, so I wanted to make sure that I announce that before I close out the day, because we really need to start recruiting. So I wanted to just start resetting the room with that. But back to the main reason that we're here is to put a spotlight on creators in Web3 who are really cultivating solidarity and social movements and harnessing NFTs to have an impact in their communities. I first met Malia, the creator of Women Rise, I mean, it wasn't even 2 months ago, which is like 3 years in NFT world. The Women Rise NFT was the first NFT that I bought, and it was leading up to then that I started to understand the pace and the magnitude and the vortex that is the NFT community. And Women Rise was definitely one of the most welcoming communities. Women Rise, that you recently forged a partnership with Snap. You've got all kinds of amazing plans for the metaverse, a beautiful vision, including the multifaceted NFTs that Malia's been creating. Gina, or GD Anderson, is the creator of Honey Badges, as Doc P said, and came across her project when somebody on my team said, "Have you heard of this Honey Badges thing? It's all about activism. It's kind of funny and kitschy, and like their humor and their tone moves really fast, and it's really captivating." And so I reached out to her and I said, "I have to meet you. Please come speak on my panel. Come all the way from Australia to be in Austin." All the way from down under. Thank you both so much for being here. And the two of you have been talking for quite a long time online. You finally got to meet in person. I get to meet in person. So I guess I'd like to start with just asking both of you, why NFTs? You obviously have both been activists before you got into Web3. Why NFTs to drive your causes forward?
Yeah, well, firstly, thank you so much, Melissa, for bringing us all together. It's so wonderful to see like your NFT community and your NFT friends in real life. Meeting Kelsey, meeting Dog Peace looking like an absolute superstar, meeting Gina, and yeah, it's just so incredible, and meeting so many other people, Bailey. So yeah, just like, it doesn't, like, one thing I really want to start by saying is that whoever here is thinking about entering the world of Web3 or NFTs, it's not like the usual Instagram, TikTok, Twitter experience. It's very much like, even though I'm meeting so many people for the first time at South by Southwest who I've known for months on the internet, it doesn't feel that way. So the community experience of Web3 is super, super like in real life experience. And yeah, so and to answer your question, why NFTs or why, Web3 to further the work that, I've been doing for the past 10 years. Well, because with Web 2, I saw an opportunity. I started kind of really using Facebook and Instagram when I immigrated from Pakistan. And that to me was like a very exciting time, even though for a lot of people, Web 2 at the time had become kind of normal. And for me, it was like, oh my God, I don't have to buy the $2 calling card to call back Pakistan, and I can just like chat with people on Facebook. And, so that was kind of like, for me, like a very exciting time. And then when I was going through a really tough time of, just kind of seeing things in the community, or just like United States have a lot of great things to offer, but at the same time, there's so many things that we need to work on and improve, especially for communities of color. And when I started noticing those, like, art was, again, my way of coping with it and processing it and sharing it with others. So it comes super naturally to me that using the latest technology we have to talk about these things and to make sure that we're campaigning, because that's something that I've been doing since I was a teenager. So when I came across Web3, NFTs were my gateway. Before that, I couldn't care less about crypto. I just had this like mental barrier as well. But I think it's like almost like a state of emergency if we need to get more women and more people of color and people from around the world into this space, because we don't really want to repeat the mistakes of Web 1 and Web 2, because we still haven't been able to fix them. Even though Web 2 has been around for like, 20 years, with the rates, like with the statistics about VC funding and how much of it goes to women, even less to women of color. So, just like having these ongoing conversations, it's almost like a state of emergency that we need more representation and true representation from around the world in Web3.
Hell yeah. And I got into NFTs a little bit differently. I actually was in crypto, which is very unlike me. So like I was trying to be like an investor. Amazing. And then I suddenly realized with my work running the COVA project, which is a non-profit that I've run for many years that provides menstrual health supplies to girls all around the world to keep them in school and, you know, participating in life full time. With COVID, events stopped happening. So we had to find an alternative source of revenue to keep our projects going. And we immediately were like, NFTs, what a rogue thing to do. So we partnered with a bunch of artists. We've always had art at like the core of what we do at the COVA project. So it felt like a natural progression that potentially could come off, and it did. And then suddenly I was thrown into the 24/7 world of NFTs that never ends and sleeps for, you know, it's an optional extra.
And you just minted on March 8th, International Women's Day.
Yeah.
How did that go?
So we minted, so my project Honey Badgers, which is a complete kind of like flip on the COVA project as a traditional charity. Honey Badgers is a Web3 decentralized take on social impact. So it's truly going to be a funding arm run by a DAO, a community wallet that will literally, oh, that was good, that will literally be funding people who would not usually fit traditional grant-making mechanisms or wouldn't traditionally have access to scholarship opportunities. So we wanted to be this arm where anyone who's trying to make the world a better place can come to us and we can help them out with a little bit of funding just to get them on their journey, scale up their impact. There are so many amazing change makers around the world already doing this work. I encounter them on a daily basis with my work at the COVA project, and there's nothing we can do because we have to stay within the bounds of what it is to be a registered charity. So we created Honey Badgers in the image of the fearless honey badger, which is just a grisly little short-legged creature with a bad attitude, but like super resilient, super badass. We all love them. And yeah, we minted on International Women's Day, which was like, it's 6 years ago, but also 4 days ago. And yeah, we're kind of this slow burn as we revolutionize philanthropy through NFTs, following in the footsteps of our sisters who've done it before, like Women Rise.
And I just want to quickly add that I'm a huge fan of Gina. Like, we connected, I think, during my first week in Web3. And Gina, like, has been, you know, just, I've been so inspired by the kind of activist she is. And I absolutely love the Honey Badgers project and just everything about it. So even if you are not into NFTs and, you know, like, you're not in Web3, I would really, really love everybody to go on Twitter and check out Honey Badgers because it's an exceptional project, and I'm honestly like really proud to know Gina and meet her, and yeah, a super fan here.
That is like completely back at you, but with like a tidal wave of emotion.
Can you both tell us a little bit about the utility of the NFTs and how you allocate funding to and resources to support other organizations?
Sure. So utility is my least favorite word in the world because I feel like it gets used by crypto bros with like an angry expression, when utility. But utility is also very important. So our utility is really that when you buy a Honey Badger, you are buying like a membership to being a part of our DAO, to being a voting member on who's going to receive funding, to being truly like a part of the community. So we charge 150 USD roughly per Honey Badger. I think Solana's down, so on sale. And it's the same thing as if you bought a ticket to a, you know, fundraising gala. You're showing up, you're participating in the event. It's just our one never ends potentially. So you get to hang out, and we have great brunch recommendations in our Discord and all sorts of fun things that come with it. But the way that we are going to be distributing our funding is that we'll have DAO leadership. They will be vetting projects. Anyone can put in an application. Our website is open, so if anyone has a brilliant idea to change the world, just go to our website, apply for a grant. Our DAO leadership will come into play in about a week and a half, and then they will be capable of vetting those projects. And the ones that pass the vetting process, so it's not going to, you know, Jim in his basement who's pretending to be some amazing activist in Nigeria. The ones that pass those vetting processes will be put to the DAO, and the DAO will be able to decide where that funding goes. And so it's going to be a really interactive kind of monthly activity where you get to show up and you get to have a really kind of significant impact just by being a part of a really cool community.
Yeah, I love that. Amazing. So one thing like about utility is like basically what does that mean? It basically means like what advantages do you get if I buy your NFT, right? So I think that one of the basic things, no matter what project you're buying into, regardless of their mission, regardless of their core values, I mean, Honey Badges is one of the best projects because you're not just getting an NFT, you're getting, you're creating social impact, and you're contributing to so many lives. But I think one of the basic things that with NFTs is like, again, this is for anybody who's like, thinking about this space, that with the project and with the project's profile going up, the price of your NFT goes up. So even if the project is, let's say, again, doesn't matter what they're doing, one of the basic utilities of NFTs are that it's like buying a stock or a share of a company and then holding it because it's going up in price, right? So with Women Rise, we are that, just like every other NFT, but we have kind of divided our project into two pieces. One is the social justice side of it, which actually started the entire thing, which is, like an extension of the work that I've been doing for the past 10 years with women's rights and girls' education. And I have a background in working with global organizations, and companies such as like Adobe, the New York Times, UN, UNHCR, Google, and all for campaigning for social justice and women's rights and girls' education. So with Women Rise, we have divided our project and organization into two. And one is the social justice side of things, where we are contributing to girls' education, where our ultimate goal is to build the first school in the metaverse for the 258 million children who are currently out of school. We have already contributed to 4 organizations that are focused on girls' education, period poverty, Afghan girls' education, and changing the culture that stands in the way of women and girls. And then the other side of it, yeah, he likes that one.
Yes, for girls' education.
See? So with the second side of it is the business partnerships and the collaborations, because one thing I really want to emphasize about Women Rise is that it's not just focused on social justice. So, it's sort of like trying to set an example that, yeah, you can be a successful business while creating social impact. So other side of is the business side, where we have partnerships with Coinbase, Ledger, Snapchat, and Meta, and like so many different companies and collaborations that we are working on. And that's, again, to serve our community and our holders, because let's say if tomorrow they want to sell their NFT, I want them to get, and my team wants them to get something out of it so that they're a step closer.
Again, yes, sell your NFTs. Don't sell them.
So, get something like profit out of it, and get a bit closer to financial independence, because great things are happening through NFTs, and financial independence in itself is a form of social justice. So, yeah.
Absolutely. I wanted to get both of your opinions on something that you touched on a few minutes ago, which was we don't want to simply replicate in Web3 the problems that have already existed in Web 2 and Web 1 and everywhere else in the world. In addition to making sure that we push diversity and inclusion and representation forward, what are some guidelines or standards or stipulations, visions that you would like to see people that are building platforms in NFT do or uphold to prevent the replication from happening? I mean, it already is kind of happening just by virtue of us being in the world. So what can we do? We're still early enough, though, that it doesn't need to snowball into a total disaster.
I don't know if standards is something that will be readily accepted. In Australia, we try to put quotas in place to make sure that women hold, directors' roles and roles in politics and stuff like that, and everyone always has a panic attack, when in reality it's probably a great way to kind of even the scale for a quick go, and then people hire themselves, so we might see that continue. I just want to see more projects that really care about diversity, like genuinely care about it. Don't just say the word. One of our things is we launched on Solana instead of Ethereum. And that was all about, for me, bringing women onto Solana, increasing cross-chain literacy for women, making sure that, you know, the projects that I was on Solana, I was one of 5 girls in a community of 5,000 men. It was like, ooh, this is exciting. So I was like, we've got to increase this. We've got to do something here. And so that was a really big motivator for me. And then on top of that, we have this incredible, you know, kind of ETH native community that's come across to Sol, but within that we don't have a whole heap of diverse voices either. So the whole reason why we want to onboard change makers and fund change makers through Honey Badgers is also to bring in people from all over the world who wouldn't otherwise have access or onboarding packs or clear instructions of how they can utilize crypto and NFTs to create like generational wealth and get themselves out of situations that, you know, are causing them strife. So we really want to have a community where when we reach out and we say, where are you from? It's not just like the US and Australia. Like we know what our stats are. We know where everyone comes from. We would love to have a situation where I can reach out and say, where's everybody from? And I can have a bunch of people who I work with from Liberia be like, Liberia, and we're all just like fabulous. So that's definitely something I hold near and dear to us. Future projects coming through, especially projects with massive financial gains on the cards. We see them come through and they've got all the hype and it's just like, this project's going to 15 ETH immediately after mint. Like, if you know you're going to go there, maybe like take a couple of people with you. Like, it's not that hard to do. So I would love to see that.
Yeah. Sorry, I do want to ask Gina one thing. Can you like share a little bit about your realist story? Because we touched on diversity and we touched on like the potential this space has to creating like change for so many people. I just want to, so Gabriella is like an amazing, you know, creatives, and I want to like hear a little bit about her.
Yeah, so when I created the project, one of the people who was really on my mind was a friend of mine, Gabriella Amani. She's a Congolese activist. She's like a legend. She worked for me in Uganda at Nachi Valley Refugee Settlement as a project leader for the COVA project, and she was this incredible change maker who was literally changing the lives of thousands of girls, an unbelievable spirit, and then was resettled in Stockholm, Sweden last year. And that was like a very jarring thing that happened, because she went from being this community leader who was badass and unstoppable and wrote books about how women can take care of their, you know, personal hygiene in a refugee settlement, and was learning how to create soy milk and hand soap, and like such a legend, to being in Stockholm and everyone in the Swedish government being like, welcome to Sweden, you're welcome that you're here, here's your empty apartment which you'll now live in, and you have 2 years to learn Swedish, and then you can go and work a minimum wage job to take care of your family. Thank you so much. Welcome. And while that's like a wonderful gift that she got to move to Sweden, like that just swipes her out at the knees with everything she was meant to contribute to the world. And she's a writer and a poet. She was going to bring so much to it. So when we created this project, I wanted her factored into the mint revenue. So she gets 2.5% of all mint revenue for the purpose of funding her book, which is going to be her life story, which she's never really openly shared, and it's quite a story. And also having within there, you know, advice for women who are going through the same process that she is, being completely displaced, you know, welcome to this new life and this new world, and how do you actually handle that and assimilate without it being this like, yes, assimilation, welcome to Sweden, you're great in the cold now, and being instead like, how do you be the leader that you were always meant to be in this new setting as well? So very excited for Gabby, yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I completely forgot what you asked, Melissa. after
I was asking about diversity and inclusion representation.
No, definitely.
But I have a different question, because this was something that you shared with me before, that I included in the Rolling Stone article, was something that a vision that you have for the metaverse in Women Rise. Can you share that? Can you publicly disclose that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I love reading your Rolling Stone article, because, you know, it's, I think a lot of people were on a similar journey where they were like so skeptical about this space, and then you just shared your journey about like, you know, how you're like.
For
really,
context, for anybody that my poor team has heard me talk about this ever since it happened, which was in December. I went to Art Basel in Miami, and I was there to kind of scope out the scene for an NFT project that I was becoming a part of, but I didn't really know that much about NFTs at the time. I didn't understand it. I was there. I just saw a lot of Bored Apes on the sides of trucks. There was a lot of yacht parties, a lot of exclusivity everywhere, a lot of like pixelated rocks on the sides and monitors. I just didn't understand the value or what was going on other than people just creating clubs that were already exclusive, just making them more exclusive. So I didn't get it. And then I went to a panel, thanks to Lisa, who's here somewhere, that Visionaire, who's going to be on stage in a little bit, was part of organizing. It was a panel of Black NFT creators, and hearing their stories and about how NFTs were really enabling them to break generational curses in many ways was the first nugget of, okay, there's something here. And then I bought my first NFT, which was a Women Rise NFT, and then the floodgates just opened, and now I'm in this vortex of Web3, and I can't get out. And I'm in Twitter Spaces 3 times a day. But Malia's project really struck me because of what she does for, what is the fund? Girls? No, girls, but it was Malala Fund, the Malala Fund. And shortly after we talked, you were talking about some ideas that you've got for the metaverse.
Yeah, so with the metaverse, I feel like there's so many different possibilities with it, but our vision really is to make sure. So I'm originally from Pakistan. This project was founded by 3 Pakistanis, very family-run business. So it's me, my husband, and my cousin. So that's how it started. And then we all are from Pakistan, and like we're like, as much as I love my country, and there's so much like, you know, beauty in its history and heritage, but there is this huge problem of children's education. We're one of the top countries where children are out of school. So it's something that's very close to our heart. And so we're working on, again, this is like one of the ultimate goals we have at Women Rise, to build the first school in the metaverse for the marginalized communities. So to clarify, it's not a school where we'll be charging a fee and like capitalizing on already like broken system of education that we have around the world, like including the US. So it's literally for the students who have never had access to education due to maybe they don't have a school building in their town or village or wherever they are. Maybe they don't have finance, like enough money to get an education, or in many cases, especially for girls, it's just the culture getting in the way, and the values as well. I mean, even with period poverty, because of the lack of resources, any person who's menstruating is not getting an education for 7 to 12, depending on your cycle. So it's like these are the kind of barriers that are getting in the way of education, like basic human right education. And so that's where our vision for the metaverse comes in, inspired by, unfortunately, millions and millions of children who are currently out of school. And a big trigger for us was what happened in Afghanistan, and an entire generation that had no idea of what life under Taliban was like, especially for women and girls, had no access to education all of a sudden. It has been more than 170 days now. So school in the metaverse, free education, phased approach, that's what we're working on at the moment.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. Want to take questions? Maybe one question?
Yeah, sure.
I'd like to provide time for at least 1 or 2 questions, and then we'll need to move on. Does anybody in the audience have a question? These ladies? Anybody? No? No? Yes.
I just have a quick little statement. I invested in Women Rise. If you guys want to know anything about how you can financially become independent, or how this is going to help women all over the world become financially independent, my portfolio is 10x since I bought it. So that's all due to
Same.
Maliha and her business partnerships that she's creating. And it's really amazing for women to finally feel like we can have.
I made more money off Women Rise than I did off my salary last year.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
I just have one question for each of you before we go to the next panel. For anyone out there that you might meet at a dinner party or on the street who just is confused about Web3, they don't really trust crypto, they're skeptical, they don't really get NFTs, kind of like how I didn't a few months ago, what do you say to them to instigate some hope or curiosity and encouragement around the impact they can have?
Sure. So, I feel like it's a space where it's pretty unlimited, the possibilities. I think if you are looking for a certain type of project, you'll probably find it. So if you want to find a project that has heart, that has soul, that has meaning, that is worth more than just a flip, that exists. 2 of them are sitting in front of you. I would highly recommend checking them out. Also, I think NFTs and Web3 for me, it's literally Web3. It's the third internet. So anything's there. It's just a platform to build upon. And you want to follow leadership that's building right, building thoughtfully, building long term. Do not follow somebody who hasn't got a vision for like post-Easter. Like that's an insane thing to do. So don't get caught up in the hustle and bustle. Don't get caught up in the what's tomorrow, when this, when that, whatever. Yeah, the FOMO. Do not get caught up in it. Really stay your course. Believe in the projects you believe in. Buy what you can afford to lose always with anything in investing. And when you buy into a project that has a bigger idea than just financial reward, when you buy in with the intention of winning that way, of taking the most out of the opportunity, of being a part of the community, of learning. There's so much to gain from all of these projects. Like we build so many things into these projects to make sure that they are like full of, you know, experience and quality learning. So please get involved. And also, if you buy, please look at your portfolio and see if there's room for a social impact project, because I think people really buy a lot of projects that they kind of know, I bought 4 this week and only 1 is really going to succeed, and they're okay to write off the other 3. But if you're okay to write off those 3, buy a social impact one in the middle of there. Like, make sure you're having that impact, because we can literally revolutionize philanthropy here. Like, the 2 of us are sitting here telling you, we'll hold your hand and walk you through it. Like, we can do it. We can take our experience. We can help everybody build a world that is utilizing the tools of Web3 to make a lot of people's lives better. We just need support. We need backing. We need people who are there for a little bit longer than the 3-second flip. So please check out Honey Badgers. Check out Women Rise. We're here.
All right. Thank you both so much for being here. You've both been in very high demand, and yeah, of course.
Sorry, I just want to add like one little thing. I agree with everything Gina said. I do want to emphasize on the fact that NFTs and Web3 is not just for artists or for musicians or for creatives. It's for everyone. With the job increase, I swear if it falls on me, it's racist. I'll block it. With the job increase, opportunities, with like all of these things happening, you will find your place in it. Also, you do not need to invest a dime to be a part of this space. Do not like fall into that pressure. Oh my God, I don't know how to make a wallet. I don't know cryptocurrency. Just come into Twitter, come into Discord. You will find your tribe. And like Gina said, like there's so many people in this space. You just have to say, I'm new here. People will like literally suffocate you with hugs. Like, I swear, like they're just wonderful people, and Melissa is one of them as well. Like, she's amazing. So be a part of her, Twitter, be a part of Gina's Twitter, be a part of our Discord. Like, there's so many resources waiting for you. And you need to do it on your own terms. So I do want to emphasize that you don't need to invest anything if you don't want to.
Just come check it out. Thank you so much. This was like definitely one of the highlights of my day. Thank you for coming all the way from Australia, Gina. And 4 days after you minted your collection.
No worries.
And Malia, you've been in very high demand lately. Thank you for stopping by. I'm so glad that you got to meet IRL, and we're so inspired by you both. So thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you so much. Give it up for Melissa as well.
Yeah,
Thank
woo,
you.
Melissa. I think I'm going to invite Doc Peace up if she's here. If not, then I'm going to just introduce Visionaire, who is anonymous, so he put his mask back on his face. So we're starting the entertainment block here. We're going to be going into Web3 music, Web3 and film, or decentralized film as we're calling it. Visionaire, who's just coming up to the stage now, is someone that I met through my colleague Lisa. He is incredibly dialed into Web3 creators, particularly in the BIPOC community. He is a champion for a lot of women. He tirelessly gives of his time and his you're just very generous with your time and your energy and your creativity. That's why I poached him, and he's now working on a project with us. But in addition to that, he's just a very inspiring community builder in the Web3 space. So I'm going to invite you up here to introduce your guest, who I'm very excited to hear speak as well.
Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. And yeah, in short, you know, I just want to say, I guess, on behalf of myself, that a lot of the work that I do is it's really rooted in this idea of reciprocity, you know, and building out this loop. I think, you know, giving and receiving are one and the same thing. You know, when you give to people, you are receiving, you know, energy from the universe. You're receiving energy from other people that see that work and are willing to give you an opportunity. So yeah, it's a cycle, you know, it's a loop, and I'm just trying to do my part. And the person we're about to speak to is one of the biggest proponents to that loop, this concept of giving and receiving, of creating to heal and healing to create. She is not only a matriarch, but a literal maven, you know, a pillar of the NFT community, especially as it relates to music. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce the head of community at Zora, one of the highest selling NFT music artists in the space, and a pioneer for all creative artists in the space, Latasha.
You're gonna have to take off that mask, V.
It's not dark outside. It's not dark outside.
Thank you for that intro, V. I'm really good. I feel really amazed at how beautiful this is coming out. This is my first favorite South by Southwest after attending 8 of them. So this is absolutely my favorite, and I think it's highly because of this new community that we're growing.
Yeah, and that's something that I'm very interested to talk to you about. I think, you know, this is my first time in Austin, my first time at South by Southwest. I'm loving it so far. It feels a lot like LA.
Yeah.
But colder.
Way colder. This is
colder.
a lie, though. I don't know what this cold is about. Usually South by is 90 degrees and up. I'm terrified right now, but we'll be all right.
We move. So yeah, I mean, I wanted to preface the conversation for everybody who was here earlier. You know, I really talked about the concept of individuals in these very pivotal positions and what it's like to be that person. So as you know, head of community at Zora and as an artist, it sounds like that's a lot of juggling, a lot of time management, and also, to be quite honest, a lot of stress, you know, navigating. So I'm curious as to, you know, sort of the top 3 responsibilities that you have at Zora, and you know, what it requires of you as a person on a regular basis, you know, on that Monday through Friday.
Thank you for that question, because now I'm trying to rack up all the things and prioritize what is what. But as the head of community programming at Zora, I do onboarding every other week. So I teach artists about what Web3 is, teach them how to mint, get them their wallets through Zoratopia, which is now an educational platform, but in real life events where people could come and perform, while out, get to meet each other, connect. And it's been really powerful. We've onboarded over 500 artists now at this point, and I'm just so grateful for that. Along with that, I do a lot of programming. Some of the amazing, events that we're throwing here is all me, pretty much. So if you come to Zoratopia tomorrow, we're having a really fly kickback. It's going to be a full barbecue with Vic Mensa, myself, Andre Power, and all these crazy performers. So that's another thing that I do. And then I just make sure that the culture is there. My work a lot is making sure that the marginalized communities are getting some sort of say in what is happening in Web3. Black, brown people are always in the front rows of things and pushing forward with that.
For sure. And I'd like to just give her, we're going to give her a couple rounds of applause, but let's give her the first of many rounds of applause right now for that work. Transformative. I definitely want to speak to, your work in creating safe space for, for people of color, or as as Lady Fee has been telling me to say, people of culture. Every time I say that, she slaps my hand on the phone. But so I'm very curious from your perspective. There are, without sort of like beating around the bush, there are definitely two communities in Web3. There is a very strong, diverse, black and brown community. And then there's a separate sort of like, I would say more privileged community. And it is also multicultural, but it definitely is white male led. For you as a black woman, what is it like existing at that intersection where your collectors are some of those people, right? Your biggest supporters, right? The people who are sponsoring some of these events are some of these people. And there are things that need to be communicated across these two communities. And you stand at the center, especially as head of community. What is that positioning like? What is that stress like, and how are you navigating that as an individual?
It's a lot of mansplaining, often. All the men here are like, oh no.
Talk about it.
Nah, it is honestly a lot of mansplaining, and then me having to just be like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. But oftentimes, I think I'm lucky enough to know my boundaries and know who I want to work with and who I don't want to work with, right? And I know the energy and the types of vibrations of people and what people really care about. Oftentimes I go straight for the jugular every time. I'm like, Black History Month, and everybody's hitting me up for an interview, and I'm like, okay, how many artists did you interview this year that is black or brown? How many people have you been highlighting every day, that is black or brown? And those are my questions. I want to really know, because if you haven't shown up and you're only showing up for these significant, diversity metrics in your worlds, I don't really want to work with you. I want people that really are showing up. I want to see people show up properly and fully and give all the abundance to, the culture. Because a lot of times what's happening within crypto, we're noticing, especially now that we're getting all these diverse types of art coming into the space and stuff, we're missing out on that story of all the brown and black people who are coming in with something amazing. And then all the world is hearing about is Bored Apes. And I'm like, no beef to you guys if you have a Bored Ape or whatever. But I'm like, there's so much more happening in the space. And we have to push forward and make sure that those folks who are offering the diversity is really at the forefront every time.
Yeah, you bring up an interesting point about sort of like, at the end of the day, what really permeates, right? And the culture is sort of like this, almost like this sublayer that I feel is not really poking holes in sort of like not only perception within the Web3 community, but also public perception, right? And I think public perception and also the some of the economic barriers that exist, especially for black and brown communities, is what is deterring, specifically our communities from jumping in. So I'd love for you to talk a bit about your work at Zora to create exposure and to create a semblance of attention on the actual culture and the creators of culture.
You know, I do think we're poking holes. I do think that we're starting to show through. I think, you know, when especially musicians are walking into this space and we see people like Iman Europe or Sassy Black or myself, you know, have the world be like, oh man, you guys are really doing this NFT thing and it's working out for you. I think that's saying something. So my work oftentimes at Zora is like, making sure that people know what's up. I'm just big on just, you know, anytime I have anyone hitting me up from any space or want to collaborate, I'm like, these are the artists that you guys should be checking out. And for the most part, they're women, Black, brown, and folks who are diverse thought leaders. I think that's really important too. If you're coming in with the same kind of approaches or, you know, visions of what this space should be, I don't really want to highlight you right now. And also the LGBTQI community, I really believe that the non-binary community and trans community in Web3 brings some of the most amazing art I've ever seen. So yeah, I create like exhibitions. I've been creating events for performers and musicians to perform. We also create like art sessions, and we also do like NFT fan photo shoots so that we're documenting the history and making sure that everybody's face is seen. And we have a website coming out very soon called Zoratopia so that you could see all the artists that, you know, have been a part of this growth, and I'm really excited for that.
Yeah, that's super fire, and I'm excited to hear about this website because there's some wonderful photographs that I believe I was telling, you know, some folks who came with me to South by and to Zoratopia that, like, you know, this is Black history, literally. Like you're in the midst of, like, you know, like being with, you know, with Martin and Malcolm, like at that time, you know, in an organizing session, in a strategy session, at a birthday party. Like this is like the closest equivalent that you're gonna get to that at the frontier of this, and that's a perfect segue because I would love for you to talk about the genesis of Zoratopia and just where that came from within your spirit to create this space and sort of like some of the behind the scenes of like what led to it being this space. Like one of the taglines for it is like, they wouldn't book us on a stage, so we made our own. So I'd love to hear about that.
Yeah, so I've been an artist and musician for about 10 years. I have, you know, performed and opened for like Kanye West, Q-Tip, Big Sean, all these crazy names. And I dealt with a lot of industries trying to shape me into something that I didn't want to become. You know, labels would tell me that, you know, I needed to lose weight, or, you know, I wasn't, you know, the type of rapper they were looking for, et cetera, et cetera. And it really plummeted me. I went into deep depression. I lost my hope for art and myself. And, you know, it wasn't until a woman actually came into my life and she really just inspired me to review my perspectives and kind of challenged me to see it more as a challenge instead of this hard problem that will never change. It was always temporary now. Like, I just knew like I could make a difference if I just keep going. So I just kept going, and then I found this NFT thing. And I started working for Zora in June of 2021, and I saw that there were so many artists who was interested in Web3 but had no one to speak to about it. Really felt like they only went on YouTube, and the financial advice seemed like the only thing that they were getting, but not like a human connection. And so, you know, people would DM me and be like, hey, can you do these one-on-ones with me? And that was starting to get flooded. It was like, I was getting like 300 DMs a day on just, can we do a one-on-one? And I was like, you know, I can't do one-on-ones with everybody, but maybe I should start these Zoom calls and just throw like these Zoom calls where everybody could pull up, and I'll answer all the questions I can answer and teach you guys about Web3. And so it started like that. And our first one had about 40 people. And I taught them how to get their MetaMask wallet. I showed them how to mint. And then they just kept coming. And it was like, it started in September of 2021. And then it just kept growing. These Zoom calls got like it went from 40 to 60 to 100, then almost 200 people showing up for these Zoom calls. And I was like, okay, this is scary. And the questions were real deep questions. Sometimes we have these real conversations with artists who are like, yo, I'm not paying my rent right now, and this feels like my only hope. And then like the community in the chat will show up for that artist. They'll pay each other's gas fees. They'll care about what's going on with each other. And that's how this whole thing built. And I just, shout out to Day, because she's a Zoratopian, and Jamie over there is a Zoratopian as well. It has really evolved into its own kind of world. And I'm so grateful, because I didn't think it was going to become this. I was just trying to teach. I just wanted people to feel hope again. And I know what it feels like to not feel hope, to feel hopeless in what you love to do. And so many of the artists now feel hope, feel like there's an opportunity for them to be themselves, to be at their fullest extent as an artist. And I'm witnessing that through Zoratopia. And now, we've onboarded all these artists, and they pulling up and doing shows at South by Southwest. Some of them, this is their first show ever at South by, and they're like, if it wasn't for crypto, if it wasn't for getting into NFTs, if it wasn't for Zora, they would have never been here. So I'm just happy about that.
Yeah, and this is the second of 3 rounds of applause. So, yes, she deserves. There's something interesting in what you're talking about. This concept of hope, and something I think you do very well, which is, to me, I think is probably your greatest value proposition, is that you reward people's faith. So. For how many people in here are artists as well as builders of some sort in Web3? There's some folks in here. So you know how difficult it is in and of itself to just create something and see it through to the end, to build it, to produce it, right, to workshop it, to take it down, put it back up again, and then actually, go to mint. So now throw on a full-time job on top of that, where you have to help other people through that process, and you have to actually help run a business. So there's a couple of things there that I think you sort of you kind of put them all together, and you do it through one medium, right? Your music is a part of this medium, right? Your obviously public speaking and Zoratopia and being, a public facing individual is part of that. But the other part is your spirituality, right? And this sort of this North Star in your sky that's guiding you. If you could put that into words, what is that North Star for you as an artist and as a builder in Web3?
So I found out that my ancestors are the Dahomey tribe. I don't know if you guys know about Dahomeys, but Dahomeys were built by 4,000 women armies. So the army was just full of women. And I grew up in a home full of women. And that was my first form of community, right? And then becoming a rapper and an artist so accidentally. I went to Wesleyan University. I wasn't going to do this rap thing ever, but it just happened. Community kept coming up, especially growing up in Brooklyn. It was all you had was each other. If nobody else had you, all you had was each other. And so I think my North Star is knowing that I always got people behind me. I always have spirits behind me. I always have somebody behind me supporting me and pushing me through. And so I know I have to do this because this is our future. To be an artist is building the world. And so I want to make sure that I am constantly giving that. I think being an artist is being connected to your highest God or your highest form, your highest power, whatever you want to call it. And what else would you want to be in life, than someone who's building something for this world and making it better for the future, And so, yeah, and there's days where I've asked myself, why am I still doing this? But I'm always reminded by the smiles and the joy and the laughter and the feelings people get when they get to be themselves. That's what pushes me. You know, when I know people is just like, man, I never could do this anywhere else. This is amazing. That's what makes me feel good, because I've always wanted that for myself, you know? And I think my spiritual North Star is just, you know, fighting for joy, advocating for joy. And I believe that, you know, especially marginalized communities deserve joy. I think when we breathe, we are advocating for life. And when we're laughing, we're fighting for something way bigger, you know, and just being. I hope that all made sense. That was like such a lot of...
It made sense to me. This is 3 of 3. Everybody give her a round of applause. Yes, yes. And yeah, so my final question, this is a prompt I'm giving it to all my panelists, because I know we got to keep it moving. I asked for one affirmation that you want to speak into the Web3 community. It can be for yourself, for what you're doing with Zora. It can be for the community as a whole. Just one affirmation.
Damn, there's so many. My favorite affirmation that I write every day is all is well and is unfolding as it should. All is well and is living in its highest good. I write that every day, and that keeps me in my right mind. Even when ETH is low. Even when ETH is low.
We love it. We love it. Is there anything that you want to plug? I know you got some things happening on Monday and beyond. So give us some.
Zoratopia's futuristic kickback. It's at Victory Grill, which is a historical Black landmark in Austin, Texas. Artists like Billie Holiday, Louis Armstrong have performed there, and we're going to be performing there with myself, Vic Mensa, Andre Power from Selection. It's a free barbecue, free open bar, and good vibes all night from 5 to 1 a.m. So come out and support the beautiful artists that are going to be performing. We'll also have like Iman Europe, Maroof, Greg Newman. Some of my favorites will just be in the building. Visionaire will be there. And then Zoratopia is back in action starting in April. So if you need some schooling on Web3, I'm here to support you.
Yes. I'm closing this out by saying I love you so dearly.
I love you so much. Thank you.
I wish you peace.
I'm in good peace. I feel good.
Yes. I wish you prosperity.
You too.
I wish you happiness.
You too.
And I also wish for the price of ETH to rise.
But
besides the point.
Just a little bit. That's collective, though. So everybody put your money in the ETH so we can all come up.
No, thanks. But no, for real, you already have gone down in history, but you will be remembered as an architect of the space, and we are so grateful to have you.
I'm grateful for you and all of you guys. Thank you so much.
We love you. We love you
too.
Give me a hug, girl. Before you leave, I just want to talk to you for a second.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Yes, give another round of applause to Latasha and Visionary. Latasha is disruptive, isn't she? Yes, she's disrupting. Yes, the music industry is definitely revolutionizing. So how many of you are having a golden time right now? Like you're picking up golden nuggets, taking it home with you today. So I'm going to introduce you to an acronym, actually. The reason why I'm all wearing gold here is because it's more than just a color. It's an embodiment of who I believe we all truly are. I believe we're all gold. We're genuine, original, loving dreamers. We're getting it going in the NFT space. We're getting it going in the Web3 space. We're aligning with our soul purpose here in this space. We're aligning with who we truly are, what makes us genuinely us, what makes us, what really lights us up. We're remembering our dreams again. We're all gold. So LFG, let's flow gold. So as you now know, Visionaire is a music maven, mastermind, and golden moderator. So Lyricist Lounge is a legendary brand who will be joining Visionaire up here shortly. He's known for introducing the world to a few legendary MCs. Please join me in welcoming legendary Lyricist Lounge and Visionary. Let's go, LFG. Let's flow gold.
Yeah, give me a hug. Love you so much.
Love you too.
Yeah. And I'm actually gonna, because I have some very special guests that actually don't often get to talk. I was wondering if it was cool if I could turn this into a little bit more of a panel. We got some folks. So we have Jamie Cornelia in the building.
One, two.
A new artist, fellow Zoratopian, super duper ultra talented. Got to see them perform for the first time yesterday, and I almost broke my leg doing something I shouldn't have been doing to one of these songs. I can't do what the kids do anymore. So Jamie, please come on up. Yes. It's your time. And I also have the homie. I'm gonna grab another chair, but I also have the homie, my homie Gilles Moses in the building. So Gilles, well, first let's give everybody a hand, and then I'll tell you a little bit about everybody. So, yeah. So Gilles basically, let's just say, have everybody seen The Wizard of Oz? You know about the man behind the. Gilles is one of the men behind the curtain. Definitely an analyst of the space, has been in the traditional music industry, but also exists in Web3 and is really looking to revolutionize and create structure around how this technology can change, this existing industry. Ant Marshall, co-creator of Lyricist Lounge, which basically was one of the dopest, most coveted cultural products in the early 90s, really bringing rap and comedy and this concept of culture together, creating skits with some of your favorite rappers. I'll let him tell you who. I'm not gonna say no names. That's on him. And Jamie the Future, right? So we have past, present, future all in the same place. And the point of this panel, the reason why I'm kind of putting it together like this is I think it's very important for us to have context so that we can create change, right? It's one thing to know that something is broken, or it's one thing to know that something can be improved. It's another thing to understand how, because you understand why it was built and who built it and when it was built, right? So we're gonna get into the industry from a long lens and the industry from a short lens is in what's happening currently and what we have to look forward to. So give everybody one more big round of applause. Yeah. And let's start at the end. So Jamie, tell us a little bit about how you started in music, where you're from. Just give us a little bit of the backstory.
All right. I'm Jamie Cornelia, and I've been doing music for a very long time. I always tell people the first time I ever got into music in general is I was raised by a really religious family. My family in North Carolina, we own like one of the biggest black Pentecostal churches in the Southeast region called Bible Way Temple. Shout out to my family. And and whenever you hit a certain age, they kind of start having conversations with you about like how God is going to speak through you, and you have to like figure out what it is. And I was too young to really understand what they were talking about, you know what I'm saying? But I knew that I was an Alicia Keys fan, and I knew I wanted my hair braided like her, and I knew I wanted to play piano like her. So I told my family that I wanted like God to speak to me through music. I wanted to learn how to play piano so I could play piano at the church and stuff like that. And it's just something I always remember because it's like, wow, that's kind of ironic. But so that's like, I started playing piano when I was like 8 years old, 8, 9. I started taking it seriously when I was like probably like 10 or 11. I got pretty good. And then my mom ended up moving to Atlanta, like the Atlanta area, when I was 11. And Atlanta is like, that's where I'm from. So that's music everywhere all the time. Everybody's doing music, everybody's doing that. So I was in like a bunch of punk bands. I was in my brother's rap group. I was in, you know what I'm saying? So that's pretty much how I got into music and stuff. And what was it? How I got into Web3 is the second question?
Oh no, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that.
I'm gonna yeah, that's how that's it. That's how I got to music. Boom.
Appreciate you. And give us a little bit of perspective on how you got into music, and I would really love to know because you are the resident perspective holder on stage. So I'd really like to know your first interaction with hip hop.
Lord, my first interaction with hip hop was on the radio. DJ Red Alert, which is he's still alive. if you don't know, and he's still killing it every single night as much as possible. I don't mean to say it like that, he's still alive, but it's like, he's such a great in the space that, you know, because there's been so much more built upon him, it's like he's forgotten. But just look up DJ Red Alert, he's amazing. But my entry into hip hop culture and, you know, as more of a business person was really as a dancer, you know, was in the clubs in New York City, late 80s, 89. I was about 14 years old, sneaking in a nightclub, Studio 54, you name it. They don't allow that anymore. But there was a different time in New York back in those days. And, you know, one thing led to another, and we had a mentor. And the mentor was like, hey, I have a space that I'm not using. There were a lot of ciphers in the park back then in New York City, Washington Square Park, you know, hip-hop really wasn't everywhere as it is now, you know, was definitely more underground. And so the mentor was like, hey, we have a space, an old studio on Orchard Street in the Lower East Side. We're not using it. If you want to invite some young people, I'll invite some music industry people, and let's see what happens. And, you know, for us being 16 and 17, like, you can't give 16 and 17 kids a loft for free without parental, you know, management, and let them rock, you know what I mean? And so the fact that he really trusted us, that's kind of how Lyricist Lounge was started, and from there, a lot of great things.
Absolutely, absolutely. And finally, Gilles, I'm really curious about really just your first steps into the music industry specifically. So if you could kind of walk us through how you're interfacing with music through, you know, existing companies. Well, like, what was the beginning of that like?
Yeah, so I actually come from an artist background. I was in a touring choir as a kid, was on Grammy-winning albums, sang for the Queen of the Czech Republic, sang Mass in Notre Dame, did wild things that, I don't know, I did them. And I did that enough and got tired of it because being in a boy choir wasn't cool. As a kid, you go to middle school, everybody's like, what the fuck are you doing singing? And I'm like, I don't know. And then you start to see, like, rap was cool, and I'm like, really, what am I doing? And then, so I got out of it, started doing my own music. You know, first interactions with hip-hop, rap, outside of what my dad was playing was, like, you know, in the club, like 50 Cent. Like, I remember hearing that in car radios when that shit dropped. On 4th grade, like, on the playground, like, oh, what is this? This is crazy. And then ended up working at Empire for 4 years. I've thrown shows, I've thrown festivals, ran music blogs, I've managed artists. I've done the whole gamut of that. And now I'm in the Web3 space, kind of helping shepherd people around and helping really kind of structure what this looks like for artists. And we could talk more about that. We will talk more about that. So
Yeah. Subtle flex with the Queen of the Czech Republic. I didn't even know that, and I'm your friend. You out here just like, I still got some on you. Okay. So what I'd like to ask in a bit of a speed round, give me one thing that is new and exciting to you about Web3 from your experience as a creator, if it's of content or if it's of music. Just give me one thing. Let's start with Gilles and go down the line.
Yeah, okay. I think the most interesting thing for me about Web3 for artists is your ability to turn the conversation of a live experience and the conversation of a live show, like music is a live art form, is to take that and bring that aspect back into a digital context. You have the ability to reach out to people's wallets and know who holds your stuff directly. You can finance and fundraise from fans that you know are actually invested in you, and actually have chances for people to be integrated into your growth process in a way that you're not able to do now, in a way that the label system was very, very antithetical. It was kind of the antithesis. There we go. Jesus,
Yeah,
the antithesis of what the label system really pushed. So that's what's interesting for me.
Interesting. And
okay, interesting for me is probably going to be just around. I love the fact that your narrative is what's creating your value. You know, that the fact that you can be on Clubhouse and talk about yourself before anybody hears your music, sees your shit, just the fact that you're talking about who you are and what you plan on doing with the support, that is what people are latching onto and supporting. I think that's amazing. Before, back in the days, you would hear the music first, you would buy it, meet the artist, and realize they're a fucking asshole. So you just supported a whole bunch of bullshit. I'm super interested by that.
That's dope. Jamie.
I think that I like that you can just be yourself like the tribe feeling. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I feel like in other types of music experiences I've been in, it's been surrounded by a bunch of people that created characters, you know, for them to be. And in the Web3 space, I just meet regular people, and I think that's pretty cool.
That's what's up. That's what's up. And one thing, this question is more so for Ant. I'm curious about the trajectory of the intersection of technology and music, right? I think I'm gonna maybe kind of throw in a hot take, but hip hop is an electronic form of music by design, right? We're using technology to manipulate samples and sounds. So just talk about the relationship between music and technology from your perspective. Absolutely. And how it's evolved. When I hear about technology and this space, there's always this conversation around disruption, right? And being disrupted. How are you going to disrupt the market? Well, hip hop has always been the fucking disruptor, right? We walked in the building like, we don't give a fuck what the fuck you think. Like, this is what we're doing. And if you want to do this, then do this with us. But don't try to change us, because that's not going to work. And so we've always been those people. And so I think, there's always been a relation there just in terms of in the concept, constructually. But then as you move forward in the culture, as the culture has grown, we've always adapted to technology. As you said, whether it's sampling, et cetera, but also two ways, right? Forms of communication. Before we were really using it, it became a mainstream thing. It was only really doctors and nurses using beepers, right? And so it was like the hip hop generation that was like, oh, I need that. And so that became a thing. Or even SUVs, where, moms in suburban areas were using the SUV, or the dads or whatever. But, you got Wu-Tang pulling out the MPV, in the video. And now all of a sudden that's a thing. You know what I mean? So we've always been, connected to technology and also a big platform for sales. And now I think where it's going with this world of Web3, for the first time, the creatives are actually ahead of the suits. If we were in Clubhouse, et cetera, listening and learning about NFTs before they were. And so they're now catching on. Now there's a small window for us to take opportunity, take that opportunity to stay ahead. But from a trajectory standpoint, yeah, man, we just gotta get in it, stay in it, and hurry up, you know what I mean, and move quickly. Yeah, and you lead me right into my next point, which I'm gonna lob to Jamie. So, how are you actively using Web3 technology to do things you could not do in Web2?
Whew. Okay. Well, let me think about it for a second. Honestly, before Web3, I never bought crypto before. I never understood how any of that stuff worked. You know what I mean? I'm like one of those super creatives that like suck at math and get shook when I see like computer stuff. I normally, my brother and my best friend, he went to Georgia Tech. I'll send it to him. What is that? But like, so I think honestly just learning from other devs, because I have like friends that are like, I feel like I'm talking to people that I would have never talked to before through Web3, because I'm such a creative. I'm so like, oh, get that math away from me. Now it's like I'm able to actually communicate with people who are developers and who are into all of that stuff, and they're really into it. And we're up at like 3-4 o'clock in the morning on Discord, sharing music and talking about technology. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's not an active present use, but it's like future planning that I feel like I would have never done in Web2. Did that answer the question?
Yeah, that's amazing. Okay, that's cool. Amazing. Looking at the intersection of music and technology as a way for, on-ramp for education, I think is powerful. And I'll throw, go ahead.
I just want to add 2 seconds to that real quick. Web3 is amazing because it's forcing the creative to become a tech head. Like before, we would sit back on it and be like, no, I just want to focus on the album. Let my managers deal with that. Let my manager do this. Let my manager do that. No, you got to fucking know how to do it. You got to know how to code. You got to understand how to make your own community tokens. You got to understand what the blockchains are. Like, you're not allowed. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not allowed, because if you do the same thing the past generations did. You'll be where they are. You know what I'm saying? So now it's time to own your shit, make your shit, own your shit. You know what I mean? I won't get on the soapbox, but
Yeah,
it's real.
And I'm a lob the penultimate question to Gilles. Where are we headed from here with Web3 technology and music creation?
I mean, there's that could go so many different directions. I think, and I'm a bit of a contrarian, and I'm a bit of my takes are my own takes. But you know, I think that like right now there's a lot of focus on selling music on chain, selling music NFTs as this is what my song is, and like that's not it. And I can break that. This is not the time for me to break that all down, but like that's not it. And the reality is, I think what we're going to is ways for kind of what I was talking about earlier, is ways for artists to better have the conversation and have the dialogue with their fans that needs to exist in order to have a sustainable music career, in order to have an engaging experience, right? Like when you go to a live show, the reason you go to a live show is because you have a direct influence. Thanks, bro. You have a direct influence on the music that's being created. Like me talking right now, I can see like, oh, what I'm saying is either resonating or not. Like if he's like shaking his head, I'm like, damn, I'm saying some bullshit. But for the same way an artist does when they're performing, you can't do that. Give me 1 second, I got you. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah,
You can't do that as an artist in a recorded setting, in an NFT space or in a Web3 space, with having people's wallet addresses and whatnot. Those fans that were once just passive listeners on Spotify can now be an active contributor to your career in some way, shape, or form. And I think that's a big space, a big way that Web3 technology will be used with music.
That's powerful. That's powerful. 10 seconds each. Plug your next thing. Go. Plug your next thing.
Cool. I'm over at Six. We're a Web3 creative music strategy firm. We're working on a lot of big things. Really what I'm excited about is taking these things with working with artists that you know and applying to artists that you don't know, and really building out spaces for Black, brown, queer people to utilize technologies that they never have access to in a traditional industry standpoint.
And
I'm working on signing the dog because the vocals. Lyricist Lounge DAO, we are our 30-year. We are a 30-year cultural institution now starting over with the Lyricist Lounge DAO. We've created our own community token called bars. We have 10 million bars on Ethereum, 100 million bars on Polygon. We are growing the community very, very quickly. At the end of the day, we will see ourselves as a bank. The Bank of Lyricist Lounge. We will be a cultural funding institution that gives no fucks about major labels or anyone else for that matter. We will be using our community to support ourselves and become fully self-sufficient.
All right. I don't really have anything to plug necessarily, but I do have a thing called Lit NFT Gang, and we just a group of creatives and devs and stuff that we just try stuff out and tell each other how it works. So we do a lot of like beta testing for different things coming out, and then we let them know like, hey, I just tried out arpeggio. So that's what I have to plug.
It's lit. It's lit. I definitely hope everybody taps in with these three. This is the future of music, the future of Black culture on chain. Appreciate y'all so much.
We would be wrong by leaving this panel without talking about you.
Oh man.
Visionaire. You always try to do that. Everybody else is about everybody else, about everybody else. It's not about me. This motherfucker is one of the most important people around. All right, he's a super connector, super connector, an incredible artist. Please buy his music. He's an incredible developer. A lot of these strategies you're creating around NFT drops, the Project Yams, etc. Just please look him up and support him. And maybe one day you'll see what he looks like.
Y'all all got ETH, spend some on him. He got a crazy crowdfund going.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. Give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. Yeah. Let's hop off
Yes, thank you. Give another round of applause. Yes, that was gold. Yes. Woo. Wow. Are you guys not entertained? Are you not entertained? Yes, let's keep this entertainment panel going, this entertainment block here. I'd like to welcome to the stage the producer for The Cutting Edge with G Money and creative producer of this event that we're enjoying now from Warrior Love Productions, Lisa Will. Yes. Yes, and joining her, we have Ivan Perez, the managing director of Multiplied, and Cameron Van Hoy, the producer of Flinch. Wow. Yes, give a warm welcome. Yes. Golden panel. Let's go. LFG, let's flow gold.
Can you guys hear me?
Testing, testing. We lost a mic. Is that a bar in there? I just found the bar.
All right, I'm going to talk a little loud so that
we can all talk.
Why don't him and I just share? Yeah, here you go. Well, thank you so much. Yeah. Exactly. Thank you, Melissa. So I'm not used to being in front of the camera. I'm used to being behind the camera. I work with Melissa for Warrior Love Productions. Thank you so much for putting this on. This is the new DeFi, the new Decentralized film panel. I'm welcome Ivan. Do you want to explain like what you do for everybody in the crowd?
Sure. I think I like to say I've done a little bit of everything in the space. I've worked in DeFi for a good amount of time, and we did start one of my companies there, Teller Finance. We did start playing a little bit with the financialization of NFTs. But prior to that, I actually started Multiplied with out there taking pictures. So him and I have, we spent a long time doing PR marketing for a number of companies in the space. Over time, that business has been evolving. And I think we slowly started moving into the NFT space. We worked with a number of projects there within GameFi. We've worked with producers, musicians, and now we're making a slow incursion into the film and NFT industry as well. So there are some things we're working on producing, but everyone will see and hear a little bit more of that later this year.
And Cameron, what about you?
Any mic she gets, it just shuts off the second she gets the mic. It goes down. Yeah, hey, I'm Cameron. Nice to meet you all. I'm a filmmaker, and I'm working in the Web3 space now with film and NFTs.
Yes. So wait. Oh, you can hear me. So with that being said, Cameron, you have some pretty good commercial success with filmmaking in the Web2 space. So you have a movie on Netflix, you have a movie on Hulu, and what many people don't realize and why I wanted to start this panel was that probably filmmaking is the most expensive, the most collaborative, the most difficult, technical, but also the most gate-kept industry in any art that I know of. So can you kind of...
That and the opera.
Probably. Probably.
Don't know
much
which one's
about
harder
it.
to break into.
But can you, outside of the opera, can you explain a little bit about the current state of the film industry and IP distribution for you and your experience working with Netflix and Hulu?
Yeah, absolutely. So cool to be up here, by the way. This gentleman and I have connected recently, and it's just good to be sitting here. It's like serendipitous.
I had no idea he'd be here, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, we met on a Zoom meeting like everyone meets. So, yeah, I've made a few films. And, it's always a battle to get a movie made. It takes a lot of people, a lot of money. And then my experience, for the most part, And the experiences that I've noticed a lot of my colleagues and friends having is that after you go through the battle of getting the movie made, you're very lucky to do if you do well with it, right? Generally, a lot of the deals now, it's like, if you're going to get that Netflix deal, which is often coveted, many times nowadays that's like maybe 3x your budget, right? And that's like a win. They're like, hey, we'll give you. What did you make it for? We'll double it, and there you go. But we want the rights, and you're not going to have any participation in this ever again. And it didn't always used to be like that. And then that's like a great, that's like a good deal, I mean, look, the theatrical thing can happen still. It's harder. When's the last time I make independent films. When's the last time an independent film really went to the box office and just knocked it out of the park? That used to happen.
Doesn't exist anymore.
Used to happen, but doesn't really happen much. Netflix has like flooded the market with their debt financing, and then by doing so owned it in a certain way to where now like the 3X deal is kind of the best you're going to get, but they want to own it forever, right? So you don't own it anymore as an artist. And then if you're not getting one of those two things, you're getting these secondary distributors who want to license your movie for like 10 to 15 years, and they're going to write all of their expenses against it. And like the accounting is terrible, and it's just not, it's not fun anymore. It's not fun. It's not fun to get ripped off. And I've been ripped off as a filmmaker, and like like the first movies I made, you get like kind of jabbed by like the international distributors, or you get one of these domestic distributors that's they don't really deliver on everything they said they were going to deliver on. You're like, I got to change that next time. I got to change that, and it just it just feels as if it's felt as if it's there's not a lot of good opportunities for independent filmmakers to find those lucrative deals anymore.
Yeah, it almost sounds as if you are dependent on so many different factors to even get your art seen by anyone, really, or by the masses, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, reaching the masses is a whole other combo because there's a lot of noise out there too nowadays, right? But, at least having the shot. I mean, ownership. I think for me it really came down to ownership. It's like you're either licensing away your film for a really long time or you're not owning it anymore. And I didn't like either of those.
Yeah. So then how did you hear about Web3? What brought you to kind of start using Web3 as a strategy for filmmaking?
Yeah. The last movie that I made in Web 2 actually premiered here at South by Southwest before COVID, I think like 2018. Even that, like it's on Hulu, and it was one of those deals where it's like, you have someone in the middle getting on Hulu for you, and it's annoying. And I didn't want to do that again. So I made this film called Flinch, which is my project that I'm working on in Web3. And I decided I wanted to own the movie. Like that was the first decision that I made, is I didn't want to lose ownership of it. I wanted to own it. And I didn't really even know what that looked like. I just knew that I didn't want to do one of these bad deals. I didn't want to give it away for 15 years and like beg for a report from somebody, And I've been in crypto for a long time. I was an early adopter and really into it. And when I learned, the moment I learned about Web3, there were two moments for me. One was first on Clubhouse, when we were all on Clubhouse during the pandemic. I'm sure we all met in a Clubhouse at one point. And I remember hearing about, you were there.
I make a little jab when Clubhouse was cool.
Right, yeah.
It's the MySpace
of
talking
now,
really.
So there I remember hearing about it, and I was like, what the heck? But I didn't understand it until I heard this guy, Naval Ravikant, speak about it. And he speaks about it so eloquently, and that was my aha moment. I was like, whoa, I get this, and I want to do this.
That's awesome. So essentially right now you are funding a project, Flinch, your franchise, through NFTs. So it's from more of like a crowdfunding, tokenized way of people being able to contribute to your project. But in return, you get your film made through people buying these NFTs. Essentially, is that what that is in a nutshell?
Yeah, kind of. The only difference is that I made the movie already, right? So I made this film called Flinch, and when I made it, I was always like, I want this to be a 3-part crime thriller, right? It's a crime franchise. It stars Tom Segura, Academy Award nominee Kathy Moriarty, Stephen Bauer, Danny Zavato, like a wonderful cast. And it's a story of a hitman who lives with his mother, who falls in love with a girl who witnesses him commit a murder. And it's got a very 90s vibe to it, just like, you know, good old crime thriller vibe. And it's just like made for a 3-part thing. And even when I, you know, at the end, I have I always envisioned this thing. So I made the film and I decided I was going to release it this way. So the idea for me is the community takes this movie, the movie is a utility for them. So it's a utility in 2 ways. One is the story, the characters, everything that's set up is like the pilot for the project, for the franchise. So the community can kind of rally around that, understand these characters, and build from there, 1. And then 2, the film, the income from the film, 50% of it goes back to the community in its exploitation. And so it exists as a utility in 2-part, and then from there, the community works together to, first we get through a mint. When we complete the mint, we go and make part 2 and 3. And then hopefully from there, the community can really run with it. And it's their own IP that they can continue to iterate off of and build on it however they wish.
Yeah, that's super fascinating. Really, really great. So Ivan, you've been in Web3 for a while now. What made you want to go into film NFTs and exploring that industry?
Well, ironically, I think one of the first jobs I had, I moved out to LA sometime after college and I needed to make money. So I just worked as a production assistant. And yes, I was trying to be in film and work on a novel that's somehow still on the back burner somewhere. And so that was always, it was a passion that was in the back of my head. But, I think I have multiple directions of attention spans. So crypto kind of presented me to almost like this open palette of what can I work on. And when the NFT space really started blowing up, I think about, realistically 12 months ago, it was sort of like this golden moment of finally getting this message across that blockchain technology, or at least even just NFT technology itself, is here to create a new medium for artists to create, right? And naturally, my eyes immediately start drawing towards film, just based out of that ongoing fashion. And I've always, I think, been very vividly aware of the gatekeeping within Hollywood, as you said, the number of pernicious issues, the almost like vulture-like behavior, where investors and producers take most of the money in the film. We've seen this. There's constant strikes. I think there was a strike in October with Cruise in LA, and so it's within Hollywood. And the issue is, again, people don't get paid enough. Most people don't get any kind of royalties. And like you guys said earlier, there is an enormous amount of creativity and effort that goes into producing a film. And I don't think the way that equity is distributed right now reflects that at all.
Yeah, I'm actually curious, based off of what you said, like the creatives and the creativity, how do you, this is a question for both of you, how do you think the way the film industry is structured right now has affected the creativity of the films that we're seeing, or maybe the mainstream content that we're seeing?
I got an opinion on this one.
Yeah, go for it.
It's the same formula, especially for movies. TV aside, I love movies. And it's, it's like a lot of superhero movies, and then every superhero is in the same formula for the superhero movie.
Watch out, Scorsese. You will you will get hate for that.
Well, it's about the money, right? Blockbusters make money at the end of the day. And so films nowadays, or at least these large blockbuster films, are not so much about the art. They're just a money-producing machine. And obviously they entertain individuals. So I think, put it this way, to put it into context, I don't know if I interrupted you at all, but... No, so to put... No, well, I it's good to always see parallelisms, right? So what happens in the film industry and the way it's structured right now, right? You have investors at the top, you have producers, and obviously you have the talent that's put around to build the film, right? The ones that are, let's say, at the top of that hierarchy are obviously the investors, right? So investors fund the film. Creatives are always in need of money. And there's only a handful of investors, right? Just as there's only a handful of rich people within the world. And so what you have is a structure in which they have most of the power, and they're very conservative about what they invest in, right? So usually you wind up with these models where an investor puts in the money, they will make 100% of their investment back, and up to 115, 120 recoup. Once that's settled, they will usually get a split of the net profit beyond that recoup with the producer. And that split could be 70-30, swaying the investor's way, right? Which is still grossly enormous, right? They're taking most of the profit back. And as you were mentioning before, like now sometimes they're even buying the IP. So I've had to sell away my entire vision just to get to produce it, right? Where is the continuity for me now as a creative? I have no ownership left. And the truth is, that's no different than what's currently going on in our own financial system and why it's broken, right? It's still a system of plutocracy. It's a governance of the wealthy. So to me, having been in blockchain, working, let's say, in the decentralized finance industry and looking at the pervasive issues within there, they're no different than what's going on in Hollywood. This is just the average global model by which we financialize these things. Sorry.
Yeah, no, and I think that you wouldn't really know that unless you were in the industry. Like, Hollywood does a really great job at kind of veiling this whole facade of like, oh, we're here for the creatives, we want to help the creatives, but we're going to take and extract all as much value.
I think it was, I think Steven Spielberg said it, someone said it at a can like years ago, that Hollywood is slowly trying to just make one movie. And, you know, like you think back to the 90s, like I love movies from the 90s. And it was all original stuff. You know, like all the bangers from the 90s were these original stories that were amazing. You know, 80s too, 70s too, but like the 80s, the blockbuster happened, and it's like slowly become, you know, to where now it's not that level of originality and storytelling that we used to have.
Yeah.
By the way, the top 10 grossing films of all time, if I'm not wrong right now, are all Marvel movies, as well as the top paid actors in Hollywood. So if that gives anyone some context. But.
Yeah, and so I guess where does the money filter, right? All the way to the top to one organization who probably I don't need to name, right? So they all own like the top 10 movies of all time grossing. So where does that money get filtered? It doesn't flow back to the people that are creating that or contributing to that or giving them the success. It's going right back to the top where they're going to produce the same cookie cutter movie over and over again. So I think to your point, Cameron and Ivan, you guys are doing some work to make sure that, you know, that doesn't happen. So Web3 you're seeing is the disruptor to that. So let's talk about some projects. Like obviously we just talked about Flinch, Cameron, your project. What other projects are happening right now that are pretty maybe pretty disruptive to the film industry that maybe should be highlighted or put on stage right now, if you guys can think of any?
Well, there's a couple cool projects that I've become aware of. I mean, I think the first one that I was really aware of was Julie Pacino had a project. She was able to raise like $1.5 million, I think, off of her mint to go make her first independent feature film, which is pretty amazing. She did it with NFTs. I mean, what Beam is doing, there's this platform called Beam. They're doing incredible stuff. They're providing an outlet for Web3 creators to make their films, show their films, distribute their films, you know.
By the way, I was going to say, Beam is right here on the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Test
Either of you guys
Beam.
wants to step up, you know, feel free.
Yes, please come up and you can talk about your project.
Impromptu invite. Let's go. Thank you, Cameron. Oh. Hi, guys. I love this discussion. And I think you guys really nailed the pain points in the existing infrastructure. And I think, so I always had a dream of becoming a filmmaker or just being a storyteller. I was a theater kid. And I wanted to tell real stories, like documentaries and whatnot, but I just couldn't envision a sustainable career path in that. And when I came to understand what we're doing at Beam, just fireworks go off, because you realize that your direct relationship with your audience can be built from inception of idea, and then the project can be built with them, and it's kind of a life cycle that can continue and evolve and grow with you as you evolve as an artist and promote your ability to create what you want to create with them. And actually hear what they really want, not just what the cycle tells them that they want.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what was your name?
No worries. I'm Tess.
Tess.
So I lead communities and growth and impact at Beam.
Okay, and can you describe Beam very quickly?
Yeah. Very quickly, Web3 toolbox for creators, focused on, content security and distribution. But, imagine the way that you hear an audience laugh at a moment in the theater. It's like that, but your audience can be anywhere in the world, and they can pay however they want to pay. If it's crypto, if it's, just through their credit card, and you can kind of build a community and interact with them there.
I learned about Beam when we did a screening with Blockbuster DAO, hosted a screening for Flinch on their platform. No, it's okay. And a ton of people came and watched it together. And then they have this cool little chat bar where you can like type while you're watching the movie if you want. Like you could stream it to your TV and watch it that way, but you could also type. And it was really cool to watch it like that because it was like whispering in a movie theater. You know, it was like whispering with your friends, but online, to where it's like, and it created a level of engagement that was incredibly exciting. You know, like I wasn't on my phone while watching the movie. You know, I'm like there, like reading the comments of like what people are saying moment to moment, and then like responding to them, and that feature alone was so cool to me.
That's actually awesome. That's essentially like market research. You know, when the film and the
Absolutely,
cast come, and they're like behind like a one-way mirror, and they're watching people watch the movie. Essentially, you created that, but with Web3.
Unveiled, yeah.
Global focus study.
Yeah, absolutely. Our team is very decentralized. Our founder, Mihai, was here. He's based in London. A lot of our team is based in Barcelona. They come from, traditional media distribution background. And then we have team in Montreal, in Buenos Aires, and in Brazil. And then I'm in Los Angeles, so we make it work.
All right, so real quick with one more minute. Ivan and Cameron, Tess, is there anything that you guys, like how can people find you, talk to you more about this? Because this is a conversation we should have, we can have for hours. So how can people find you?
Well, how can you find me? Probably.
That tagged you guys on Twitter.
Thanks, Ben.
You can go find me on Twitter, I guess. But if you want to find out more about me, you can go to multiply.io, and I think somewhere you'll find out who the owners are, and I'm always open. So yeah, I don't know. Look for me.
Flinch NFT, that's the best one on Twitter. Flinch NFT.
Perfect. Our website is beam.xyz. And I'm Tessfen everywhere. So TESSFENN. Twitter, Instagram, all the things.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that we have, if you guys are open to it, I would love to have a continuation, because we have so much to cover, but would love to have a continuation on Twitter Spaces. Maybe we can do like in South by Southwest Part 2.
Or Beam.
I'm sorry.
Or on Beam.
Actually, Beam.
Or like Twitter Spaces, but visual.
Yes, okay, so then we can have that, and then it would be about the future of Web3 in film, or film in Web3. So we can talk more about the models and how we're disrupting the models. And Ivan has some great points to make about that. So
Thank you for that plug.
Of course, that's why I'm here. Well, thank you everybody for joining. And then up next, I think Doc is gonna take it, and thank you so much.
Yes, give it up for Lisa Wills, Cameron Von Hoy, Tessa. Yes, what an incredible panel that was. So how many of you enjoy a good story? Yes, I know I do. So up next, we have the creator of the first crypto comic, Deli Atande. Yes, and joining him, we have, again, the incredible Melissa June Rowley. She is the founder of Warrior Love Productions, which is the reason why we're all here today. They're producing this event here, Mint This. So please join me in welcoming Deli Atanda and Melissa June Rowley. I'll take the chairs. I'll take the chairs out. It's just going to be 2 hours. Yeah. Take the chairs.
Is this one on? Hello. Thank you, Peace.
Wasn't me?
Yeah, thanks for sticking around, everyone. We've got one more block that just concluded the entertainment block. So thank you, Lisa, for leading that panel. And this next spotlight block is all focused on data and storytelling. So that's why I decided that I wanted to get Dele Atanda here. He is the creator of an NFT project called Meta Knights. We first connected in a Twitter space about a month ago, right?
That's right, yeah.
And the mission of this project is focused on digital civil rights, data privacy, data autonomy, data ownership. What really struck me about it was the whole fictional storyline of the Meta Knights. And before I talk anymore, I'm going to let you share with everyone what this actually is, what the storyline is, and how your mission came into focus for you.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, so Meta Knights, we call it the battle for the soul of the metaverse. It essentially is a story about data sovereignty, data liberation. Our elevator pitches think The Matrix meets Mr. Robot on the road to Wakanda. Which I have a lot of fun with. But yeah, no, I mean, the premise of the story is that there's a physical world called Terra and a digital world called Digiterra. And Digiterra is overrun by a conglomerate of cyber vampires that suck people's data in Digiterra and use it to enslave them in Terra. And most people are oblivious to the fact that they have these digital twins in Digiterra whose data is being sucked accordingly. And to make it even more kind of entertaining, the Fangs are at war with the Bats, and they are both trying to create a super AI, which they believe whoever creates that first will have supremacy and will be able to rule over both realms eternally. So, and well, we are talking to some studios at the moment around it. And, you know, there's a lot of talk in the community about it being sort of like the next Black Panther. And we like to think it's kind of, you know, on the road to Wakanda. But the Meta Knights are effectively trying to disrupt this model with decentralized technologies, decentralized AI, and decentralized information ownership and sovereignty. So it's really a way to kind of bring this whole mission of the space to really answer the why question of crypto that is often really kind of ignored and not really kind of focused on before you get to the how and what effectively.
And how has your community and audience received the storyline and the mission of digital civil rights and just the need for that to penetrate web culture more? Not just Web3, but everything that we're doing. I mean, our privacy is, there's nothing is sacred anymore. So how have audiences gravitated toward that educational process that you've been providing?
That's a good question. I mean, I have to say, you know, privacy, well, there are few people like me wake up in the middle of the night or the middle of morning thinking about privacy issues, but I think most people don't. And, you know, privacy is almost like a negative, so you almost have to, it's difficult to win battles on negatives. I know that a lot of advertising is based on fear, but I think it's more constructive and it's more healthy to work on the positives in terms of data ownership and prosperity and liberation and freedom that comes from that. In short, the communities responded very well to the proposition, to the concept. And you know, another really important part of our story is that the heroes in the story are from very diverse backgrounds. You know, there's a lot of African heroes in it and people from backgrounds that we don't normally see in superhero kind of contexts in that regards. So I think that's something that people gravitate very much with. You know, when we launched the project, we ran a crowdfunding campaign on Start Engine. We raised $1 million on that, which was great, which was the maximum that was allowed at the time. So, excuse me. Sorry, excuse me. But yeah, I think I'm really excited actually because the story hasn't really been told yet. We've only really just released the pilot episodes, so people know the first 2 episodes of the story. But we're just about to launch season 1, and we've completed like the next 11 episodes. And, you know, yes, it's NFTs, and yes, there's, you know, we're building a metaverse, and there's a play-to-earn game, and all of those elements are all part of it. But for me, the thing I'm actually most excited about is people getting the story and hearing the story and connecting with the story, because I think that's our strongest asset.
And you have a pretty vast background when it comes to storytelling and what influenced your ability to craft story. Can you share how that journey began for you?
I mean, specifically, I mean, I grew up on comics, for starters. You know, my brother worked with Marvel, and his apartment was like a library, and literally people would come in on Friday and not leave until Sunday and just sit and read comics and and just kind of hang out and chill and or whatnot. So it's I was always inspired, and actually comics played a really important role in my life growing up. And what I came to understand as I grew older was that comics have this, and they're supposedly actually one of the most powerful mediums for complex stories, so for politics or religion. They're quite often these are disseminated around the world through comics. They're a very powerful way of simplifying complex messages. I think with the Meta Knights project particularly, you know, it started from technology, and we set up the Internet Foundation in 2013 in response to the Snowden revelations, and we've been working on data sovereignty and data protection up until that point. And you know, we were working around the notion that, you know, at that time nobody even really could understand why privacy was even such a big issue. And so we were really looking at people in high-risk areas like in Syria and Afghanistan and where people's lives were in danger from their digital footprint, to try and get across the narrative that your digital footprint can expose you to dangers. And then, of course, Snowden's revelations happened, and, you know, lo and behold, the dangers were not in Syria, they were in New York, they were in London, they were in Berlin, they were everywhere. So that really fueled us to understand, one, that we needed to address these issues from a universal perspective. So we took the principle of human rights and said, okay, well, how can we just really look at those and apply them to cyberspace? And started working on that. But, you know, with all of that, you know, they say, what is it? A story is better than a grocery list of facts. You know, we realize that you still need to connect with people emotionally for people to really care about this stuff.
Yeah, you bring up a really great point around data and the importance of connecting it emotionally. So I think it was maybe 7-8 years ago when data-driven storytelling was a big term that I'm sure you came across a lot. And data-driven anything was a big term. But so with something like data, right, that doesn't really have a persona or personality, what was your creative process in creating a storyline around something that people could relate to, people could care about, characters that people would actually want to invest in?
Well, you know, I mean, increasingly, reality is stranger and more entertaining than fiction. It's hard to keep up with reality, really, in that regards, when you're making up stories these days. So there was plenty of fodder there. And, you know, I mean, the basic, simple aspect of it, I never could get over an acronym, FANG for Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google, and BAT for Baidu, Alibaba, and Tencent. And I just kept going round this thinking, you know, this sounds very vampire-like. And, well, there's a story in that. There's a kind of context around how you could, and that was the kind of genesis point. And then I thought, well, actually, yes, if you told this story from the perspective of cyber vampires and kind of put data into this context of this, you know, the fuel of the digital economy, but, you know, people getting strength and becoming more powerful from acquiring other people's data, then you kind of start to have the bones of something here. And also, I think, you know, because of the nature of the mission is still about data sovereignty. And, you know, with the Internet Foundation, we've declared we are trying to, in partnership with others, get 1 billion people self-sovereign by 2030, in line with many SDG, with a couple of SDG 16.9, etc. Initiatives. So we wanted to keep the story in some ways grounded and anchored in some elements of reality that people could relate to, so that, you know, as we transition back towards the metaverse and Web3, and we start to develop the tools that people can use to really be free, that it won't be too alien to them. So so I think it's, you know, reality provides a vast amount of creative inspiration and material, but you know, it's really just giving us a framework to look at reality from a slightly abstracted way, where we can make sense of it more and then be in a position to take action. I think that's the ultimate goal of what we're trying to achieve.
And then sorry, I keep forgetting. With regard to your actual community, the NFT community that you've built, what do they receive? How are their lives made? In addition to the education they're getting about the importance of data sovereignty, what are they getting from being a part of your community?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, I mean, our community is split in many ways. We have traditional investors through Reg CF equity that hold equity stakes in the company, and NFT holders. But in simple terms, we talk about 3 types of utilities. So, of course, financial has got to be the ground, the basic. Everybody's in NFTs for money, essentially, primarily, I think. And I don't think that's a bad thing, by the way. I think, you know, the energy and dynamics of wealth creation that's in the crypto space is a very constructive energy and force to leverage. So that's initial. So, you know, we figure out ways that people can realize financial value, and that's from obviously appreciating assets and data pools and staking pools and all of that sort of stuff. What's very interesting, I think what I'm very excited about in the financial aspect is our model and intention is to enable people to be able to monetize their data. So actually extract data from their money, and we've got some very practical ways that will be easy for people to understand to do that. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is more in the entertainment side of it, and that's access to content and access to the story, the gaming, the gameplay itself, even though there's a play to earn aspect to it, which is financial as well. But I think the entertainment, and I do believe that particularly, and you know, our target is really Gen Z and Gen Alphas. And
what are Gen Alphas? What's that?
I have 2 of them at home.
Okay.
But they are an interesting generation. I tell you honestly. I mean, Gen Zs, that's the Greta Thunberg's generation. They're very uncompromising. They're very demanding. They're very purpose-driven. Gen Alphas are just a whole nother kettle of fish. But I believe these are the generations that are actually going to really take this stuff forward and really utilize it. And, you know, I think we'll find supporters and advocates within Gen X, Y, but our target is definitely Gen Zs and Gen Alphas. So on the entertainment side, making it fun, you know, making the learning actually fun and entertaining is key. And then the third utility is social utilities, which really kind of is our core calling, and that's giving people sovereignty tools. So giving people, we're releasing a self-sovereign single sign-on service that we call it Fang Disconnect, which is a play on Connect. Yeah. Some big company that's recently changed its name's Connect service. But you know, just basically because I think again, I think it's unacceptable, and you know, it's a whole nother conversation. We talk about Web3 and all whatnot, but for me, the term web as opposed to internet, I believe the crypto space is very much in an Internet 2 stage at the moment, because I think Web3 is all about user experience. And regardless of what we say about Web 2, it's been a revolution in user experience. I think what companies like Tinder and Uber, I should say Uber and Tinder, what companies like Uber and Tinder have done in terms of user interfaces is revolutionary. And I don't think the Web3 technology or experience, I should say, is in that space yet at the moment. So, but I do think that it's really important to get that right kind of experience that kind of makes the story, brings the story to life in that regard.
No, thank you. Have you seen Super Pumped yet?
I'm watching it. It's a fascinating show, I have to say.
It's the show about Travis Kalanick on Hulu. Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I don't know if anybody's interested.
Who
People are
might-
like, okay, whatever.
Yeah,
Joseph
he's a great
Gordon-Levitt is
actor.
playing Travis Kalanick.
He's
Yeah.
a great actor. I'm a great fan of his. I really like his work generally, and I'm finding it interesting. I'm finding it. I wouldn't say inspiring because it's not.
No.
But I am definitely learning some things from it.
The way that the writers and director have orchestrated the dynamic between him as a founder and the VC is really, I like watching that whole thing unfold.
Yeah, it's really
So we're
entertaining.
running out of time, but I have one more question because I like asking NFT creators this. There are a lot of different ways that you can teach people about digital civil rights and protecting your data. There have been apps years ago that started that were attempting to to allow people to own their medical data, their social data, their health data, financial data. I don't know what happened to any of them. So, but for you, why and what NFTs? Why were NFTs the vehicle to push this mission through?
Well, it's part of the solution, in truth. I don't think it's the entirety of the solution. I think it's just part of the solution. And it's an important part of it. And it's relevant in the context of storytelling and putting value around storytelling in that regards. And I think I do have to say, and you know, why, without getting too philosophical about it, I think what's happening in the NFT space and the art space, where you've got this massive influx of artists into the state of the art in technology, I don't know anything in history where you've had an adoption of a technology by the art community at such an early stage. And the impact and the potential of what that means culturally, I think is phenomenal. So I don't think NFTs are the be-all and end-all, but I think in terms of the mass adoption of crypto and the transformation, the birth of a true Web3 culture, I think they're really at the cutting edge of that.
Okay, quick question, and then we have to go to Jim Quick and Lori, but yes, Kareem.
One question, Jelly. Where are you going to be May 18th?
I'm going to be one of the best places in the world to be discussing that in Lisbon
Global
at the link at the
Investment
Global Investor Conference. Selfless plug, absolutely.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad you could make it out. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much as well, Melissa. Thank you for inviting me. Great conversation.
Yes, thank you. Thank you everybody for sticking around. So we went a little bit out of order, and I saw that Jim Quick and Lori are here. Jordan, would you like to introduce it? Are you okay with doing our panel? Okay. Okay. You want to go, or do you want us to go? Doc, peace. Okay.
Another round of applause to Melissa June Rowley and Delia Tonda. Yes, that was gold. Some golden nuggets right there. Genuine, original, loving dreamers throughout. Let's go. So I'm sure many of you are picking up some incredible takeaways here. Anyone want to share one of their biggest takeaways so far today? Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Your goal too. I'd now like to pass the mic over to Jordan. He is the founder, one of the founders here of Grit Daily House, where we're here right now enjoying the sun and the sunshine and all these beautiful speakers. Jordan, take it away.
All right, big round of applause. Whoop, big round of applause for Dr. Peace. Yes, been emceeing all day. I know what that's like. I can empathize. Started really early in the morning. Feels like a week ago at this point. Plus, it's waxing philosophy, some poetry. It's been great. For the uninitiated and those who are just joining us, my name is Jordan French, executive editor and founder at Grit Daily. You are at Grit Daily House, one of the 8 media houses that runs 10 through 16 during South by Southwest here in Austin, Texas. Some awesome people in the room. Get to meet each other. We've been live streaming all day to Grit Daily's YouTube channel and to Twitter. Get a lot of feedback, some awesome comments on there. Big round of applause for Ken, Lachelle, hard at work. They'll never get enough plays for what they do on AV. Yeah. And then can't forget Ozzy the bartender in the back. Ozzy Barajas, well-known bartender here in Austin, slinging drinks, plenty of tequila, plenty of vodka. And appreciate you all coming, appreciate this audience. Without delay, I want to introduce two wonderful people. Want to know really well, or known for a very long time, I should say. The author of the recent released Special Characters, which came out on, I believe, right on International Women's Day. Yes, to be precise and detailed. A book you all want to pick up. It's the time to pick up that book because of the way the rating systems work. You want to get all those sales in right in that precise week when they count it. So they're counting that now. Pick up Special Characters. I saw a bunch of pictures floating out there of it in bookstores, B&N, at some of the airports, Lori. And so find that book, and you'll hear about that. And introduce her, and also Jim Quick, also an author. A long-awaited talk we've been waiting for 2 years, I believe, to have up here on stage. So I'm going to invite you both up. Big round of applause for Lori and Jim. Make sure we have a second hot mic. I'm going to hand that to you, Jim. I'm going to hand this off to you, Lori, and let you take it away.
Awesome. Hi, guys. Yeah. Oh, I can already tell this is a fun crowd. Jim, it's so good to be here with you. Are you guys familiar with Jim's work? He's like the brain expert and makes everybody like 10 times more productive, maybe a lot more than that. So I just feel like, I was saying to him on the phone, I was like, I bet you're everyone's like party trick. Like at the parties you go to, everyone pulls you aside. You're like the therapist, and people just want to know how you do what you do. So I thought maybe just to get started, we could do a brain exercise or something, so like everyone could benefit from what you do. Should we do that? Okay. All right. How about? I mean, I certainly can't do that, so I think that's you.
Okay. So it's great to be here. This is amazing. And everyone who's watching this, wherever you're watching this, or you're watching remotely, you can do this with us. And I believe there's no such thing as a good or bad memory. There's a trained memory and there's an untrained memory. So I'll walk you through a quick exercise. All right. So what we're going to do is, how many of you came here today like to have a better memory? How many of you forgot why you came here today? Have you ever done that? Have you ever walked into a room of your own home and then just forgot why you're there? Anybody ever like read a page in a book, get to the end, and just forget what you just read? Forget people's names? Anybody? So I'm gonna walk you through a quick exercise. Have you ever gone to the store to like buy one specific thing and you come back with a bag full of things, except for that one thing that you went to the store? So the laughter of recognition, right? And so I'm going to walk you through, how about my favorite brain foods? All right. I believe what you eat matters, especially for your gray matter. And there are 10 amazing foods for your brain. So I'm going to share them with you. Don't write them down, because I'm going to teach you how to memorize them. All right? All right. So they are avocados, blueberries, I like to call them brain berries, broccoli, very good for your brain, olive oil, great for the brain. If your diet allows, eggs, the choline in eggs is really great for cognitive health. Green leafy vegetables like kale and spinach, your mom was right. Wild salmon or sardines, the fish oil is really good for the brain. Here's a fun one, turmeric. Turmeric, I make add it to an almond milk or something and make like a golden milk, and it's really good, lowers inflammation, which is good for your brain. Walnuts, which happen to look like the human brain. And my favorite of all, dark chocolate. Very, very good for the brain. So I'm going to show you really quickly how to memorize this. So you could stand up. I guess I should stand up too. All right.
I'm going to stand up too.
All right. So I'm going to show you a 2,500-year-old memory technique. You know, before there was a printing press, how people would memorize things, and I call it PIE, P-I-E. Remembering people's names, remembering grocery lists, anything you read. PIE, as easy as pie. Not that pie is not a brain food, okay? Maybe blueberry pie, maybe. I don't know. But the P stands for place. We remember things based on place. And how many of you forget someone's name and you ask yourself, where do I know the person? Because the context gives you the content. All right. The I stands for imagine. We remember things better that we imagine. How many of you are much better with faces than you are with names? At these events, you go to somebody, say, I recognize your face. I mean, I remember your face, but I forgot your name. You never go to someone and say the opposite. You never go to someone and say, I remember your name, but I forgot your face. That wouldn't make a lot of sense, right? We tend to remember what we see because we think in pictures, right? If I was to ask you to describe your home or how many windows, you would see the pictures of it, right? And finally, the E is you entwine. You entwine, you connect the place and the image. So let me show you. let's take 10 places on our body. And this is like Simon says. I want you to say it and touch it. Ready? Repeat after me. 1 is top. Say it out loud. 1 is top. 2 is nose. Nose. Then we're just going right down the body. 3 is mouth. 4, ears. 5, throat. All right? And you're doing this wherever you're watching this, right? So let's do it again. 1 is what? Top. Top of your head. Nose. Mouth. Ears. Throat. That's 5. 6, shoulders. Good. 7, collar. 8, your fingers. 9 is your belly. And 10 is your bottom. All right, do we have top to bottom? And one more time. Top.
Top, nose, mouth, ears, throat, shoulders.
Very good. Fingers, good. Belly. All right, so that's the P. We have 10 places. So the ancient Greeks, I wrote the chapter on memory, which is the largest chapter in Greece, because I found out there's a goddess of memory, which is fascinating to me. And she is the mother of the 9 muses of art, literature, and science. So like that's how important memory is. And they used to remember things based on space. The I is imagine. So you're going to imagine the food, and the E is entwine. You're going to imagine it in the place. All right? So that's what we're going to do. What's the first place? Great. The first food, avocados. So you're going to use your imagination, pretend you're 8 years old, and you're putting guacamole as a hair conditioner. All right? Is everyone, if it makes you laugh, that's why you remember it. All right? Do you see it? All right, we're going to go through the rest fast. Second place is what? And blueberries. All right, brainberries coming out of your what? What does that feel like? What does that smell like? All right? What does it taste like? All right, going third place is what? Mouth. I want you to imagine a large piece of broccoli in your teeth. But it's like not small, but it's like unusually like uncomfortable. Does everybody taste that? Fantastic. Rest fast. Fourth is what?
Ears.
Olive oil. What can you picture? Cleaning your ears with olive oil, olive earrings. Picture something, all right? If you can see it, you'll remember it. Number 5 is what?
Throat.
Throat. Instead of an Adam's apple, imagine a hard-boiled egg. All right? Eggs, good for your memory. All right? We're halfway there. 6. Green leafy vegetables. So I want you to imagine shoulder pads made out of kale and spinach. Kale and spinach? Good. 7 is what? Your collar. And it's wild salmon and sardines. So I want you to imagine a necklace that's like maybe of salmon sushi. I'm hungry. It's dinner time. But okay. Do you everyone feel that? Necklace? Maybe it's a little bit old. So yeah. Okay, good. 8 is what? Your fingers? Turmeric. So imagine your fingers are covered in that golden powder. You can't get it off. All right? And then finally, 9 and 10. 9 is what? I want you to imagine walnuts coming out of your what? Your belly button. All right? Vitamin E is very good for your brain. And then finally, 10 is what? Bottom, dark chocolate. I don't even want to know what you're thinking. All right, now you are the memory experts. And so basically, keep standing. So Jordan calls you up and say, hey, at the crowd, we're going to have a super brain party, limitless brain party, and can you stop by Whole Foods on the way here? Can you please pick up these 10 foods? And you're like, oh, I can't write them down because I'm driving. You have them right on your body. So you're walking around the aisles. What's the first food you need?
Avocado.
Great.
Blueberry.
Out loud, go. Broccoli. Olive oil. Eggs. Very good. Spinach and kale, good. Salmon, very good. Turmeric. Walnuts, and give yourselves a round of applause. By the way, can you do it backwards? You can say, no? Go ahead.
Dark chocolate, walnuts, turmeric, salmon.
Very good.
Green leafy.
Very nice.
Eggs.
Yes?
Olive oil.
Very good.
Broccoli, blueberries, avocado.
All right, give yourselves a round of applause. So I use the PIME method for remembering names and faces. You take the place, something on a person's body, or maybe like an earrings that they're wearing, or jewelry, or their hair. I imagine their name. So if a person's name is Mark, I would imagine maybe their place is their forehead. Big check mark on their forehead. right? In the privacy of your own mind. You're not sharing this. Person's name Mary, I would imagine them carrying lambs at the party. And when I say goodbye, I was like, oh, she was carrying the lambs. What's her name, right? If a person's name is David, I use a slingshot. Why? Because of David and Goliath. I just hit him right in the nose, and I can't forget that. And once it's a means to an end, once you know the person's name, the picture disappears, right? And so it's just kind of a fun way to pay attention and keep you present.
I feel like South by Southwest is the perfect time to learn that, because I feel like I keep running into people and I'm like, I think I know their name. So thank you for that. Your online courses are now used by students in over 100 countries, and your content has reached over 300 million views. So I think it's easy. It's safe to say it resonates with folks. When I interview folks, I love to look at the why, like why they are the way they are, and I think we can, not to get too whatever about it, but like go back to your childhood. Okay. We've got time. Jim, as a small child, a teacher points to you and refers to you as the boy with the broken brain.
Yeah.
Why, and how did that impact the work you do today?
So I don't know how many people grew up with some learning challenges, maybe just at school you didn't feel like it was necessarily for you. I realized that it's not how smart you are, it's how are you smart. It's not how smart your friends are, your significant other is, your kids. It's how are they smart. And I feel like we all have a superpower. And I learned it kind of the hard way. I had a traumatic brain injury when I was 5, rushed to the emergency room, and my parents said I was never the same after that. Where before I was very curious, very energized and playful, I became very shut down. My superpower, as you know, it was being invisible. Because I never knew the answers. I couldn't read for 3 years, and I was being teased a lot. So teacher came to my defense and pointed me out in front of the whole class, saying this kid is different, but said I was broken. And that's all I remembered. So that inner talk. Adults have to be very careful of their external words, because they become a child's internal words, if that makes sense. And so I believe even here, someone asked me, and they were like, Jim, I just have a horrible memory, and I'll just stop. If you fight for your limitations, you get to keep them. So many people say, I'm too old, I'm not smart enough, and then whatever. Our brains are this incredible supercomputer, and our self-talk is the program it will run. So if you tell yourself, I'm not good at remembering people's names at South by, you will not remember people's names while you're here, because that's how powerful your mind is.
Well, and you go from being this shy, reserved, introverted kid who was told they had a broken brain, right? How did you transform this into a superpower?
So I believe adversity can become an advantage. I really do. That with challenge comes change. How many of you have had an experience in your life that you wouldn't wish upon anybody, but you got a strength, you found clarity, you found a mission? And I think my inspiration was my desperation. And I'm very passionate about learning. I wasn't always, because I had challenges till the age of 18. But I think passion is what lights you up, so learning lights me up. And I think purpose is how you use that passion to light other people up. So my passion is learning. My purpose is teaching people how to learn so they could light themselves up.
Was there a moment you could go to that you were like, I can actually do this, and not only am I not broken, but like I can actually, figure out the system and do this 10 times better than most people? Like, what was that moment? What was the aha moment for you?
You ask such great questions. So when I was 18, I learned I was ready to give up school, because I thought I was lucky to get into a state local college, and I thought a freshman meant I could make a fresh start, and I struggled so much, and I wanted to make my family proud and show the world, show myself I could do it, and I take all these classes and I do way worse, and I was ready to quit because I didn't have the money to be there in the first place, and a friend of mine was like, don't tell your parents you're going to quit yet. I'm going home this weekend. Why don't you come with and get some perspective? And I think when we change an environment, like the place or the people we're in, we get a new point of view. And the family, when we're there, is very well off, very different than I had access to. But the father walks me around the water and the property before dinner and asks me a very innocent question, how's school? And that's the worst question you could ask me. And I break down in front of this complete stranger, and I tell him my whole story, broken brain, I'm ready to quit. He's like, well, why are you in school? What do you want to be, do, have, share? And I honestly had no idea. No one's ever asked me that before. I thought you're in school because that's what you're supposed to do. And I tell him about my situation, and he asked me, like, well, you know, my bucket list, what do I want to be, do, have? And I start writing it down, and he rips it out of my hand. And I'm freaking out because I've never shared my dreams with anybody, and there's a complete stranger, and I'm feeling, you know, afraid of being judged, right? Yeah. Imposter, just everything that comes along with self-doubt. And he looks at me. He's like, Jim, you are this close to everything on that list. And he spreads his index fingers like a foot apart. And I'm thinking, give me 10 lifetimes, I'm not going to crack that list. And then he takes his two fingers. May I? Like, he goes like this, like this. Meaning, what's in between is like the bridge, you know, my brain. And he takes me into his home, into a room I've never seen before. It's wall-to-wall, ceiling to floor, covered in books. And, you know, I can't even read, so it's like being in a room full of snakes. But he starts grabbing these snakes and handing them to me. And they're the incredible, the titles are books of incredible men and women in history, and some very early personal growth books. And he gets me to commit to reading one book a week. And, you know, and those are the things that help unlock these power. I believe knowledge is not only power, it's profit. That the faster you can learn and is the faster you can earn. And that's really what I dedicated my life to.
You talk about, God, we were even talking, because I gave you my book earlier, and you were like, oh yeah, I used to read a book a day. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like, who does that? So it's just, you have a process, and it's not even, because you say so many of these really interesting things, but you truly live by them, right? And you have, and so can you give us some tips? Like, first of all, how do you train yourself to read a book a day?
Yeah.
And then how you talk about upgrading your brain. Like, what are some real tangible things people can do?
Let's do it.
You know?
Yeah, I love this. I loved your book, and I read it on the way here.
I'm not just trying to show my book. I promise.
No.
It's just, I thought it was super interesting when he was like.
I'll say it.
When he was like, oh, I used to read a book a day, or I read, now I have 4 a week. I'm like, what? You know?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So, special characters, by the way, you want to get this book. It just came out a few days ago, and I really enjoyed it. It was not only, you know, education and power, but it was really it was really entertaining also as well. Yeah, and plus you've spent so much time with so many amazing thinkers and entrepreneurs. I believe genius leaves clues, and that's why if you could read a book, you could download decades into days. That's the greatest advantage, period, that there is. If somebody has decades of experience and they put into a book, and you can sit down in a few days and read that book, you save time, right? That's the one thing that you can't pay for, and so I really value reading. I didn't always feel that way. And there are certain things you could do to read more often. Most people don't do it because they're not good at it. How many people, you read a page and you just forget what you just read? You know, how many of you buy books and they sit on your shelf unread, and it becomes shelf help, not self-help, right? And that's the challenge. And so what I would say is, simple tip, you could read a book a week, 52 books a year. The average book has about according to Amazon, 64,000 words. The average person reads 200 words a minute. That means if you divide the numbers together, it takes about 320 minutes to get through one book, which sounds daunting, but if you divide it by 7 days in a week, that's 45 minutes a day. I mean, it's not unreasonable. And you could do 20 minutes in the morning, 20 minutes in the afternoon, 25 minutes, and get through one book a week. The average person reads 2 books a year, right? That's why if people have seen photos of me with Oprah or Elon or with these individuals, Bill Gates, we bonded over books. Right, and I just feel like reading is also a great mental exercise. Reading is to your mind what exercise is to your body, and audiobooks are great also as well for people. How many preferred listening than reading? I put a link right like a little while ago, right on my Instagram just today, and I put in 1 hour masterclass on speed reading that you can take for free. So if you go there, you can just access it and have a book and get those benefits.
So you mentioned Oprah. You have gone into these places like Facebook and SpaceX. You talked with Oprah Winfrey and told some of these people how to optimize their brains. First of all, I'm just curious, you meet so many successful people. Is there a through line of something you noticed and something they need help with when optimizing their brains, or something they all struggle with? And then second, what do you tell them? Like, what's the one takeaway?
Yeah.
Like, what can we do that you've told Oprah to do?
So what I would say is that we all struggle with common things, right? Distractions. How many of you feel like it's hard to maintain your focus in a world full of rings and pings and dings and app notifications? You know, we also suffer from overload. How many of you feel like there's too much to learn, too little time? Like you're taking a sip of water out of a fire hose. You're drowning in information, but you're starving for like filters and wisdom. How many of you feel like you're more forgetful than ever? So I could work with a quarterback and help them remember. It's all context dependent, but concussions that they've had, or memorizing playbooks, or reaction time and thinking speed. We do a lot on creativity. I believe the future belongs to the creators, where a lot of jobs are being automated or going to artificial intelligence. What's not going to be as easily is the things that make us human, our creativity, our ability to solve problems, empathy, emotional intelligence, and all that can be expanded. It's not fixed like your shoe size. I would say I always start with self-care, because I believe self-care is not selfish. And so eating those good foods are so important for you. Optimizing your sleep. So many achievers, they pull all these all-nighters because they're always sacrificing and they're hustling, and I'm all for hard work. And I also think it's not just working hard, it's working intelligently and smart also as well. And I think one of the ways of getting there is really focusing on the lead dominoes. So I help people really hone in on that 10% of the activities that give them 90% of the rewards. And that would be the foods you eat, the people you spend time with. That's why community is so important. So right, with daily, our ability to connect at South by, because who you spend time with is who you become. And we start modeling people around us unconsciously. We use their words, their actions, their thoughts, their character, their habits, right? And I would say that, if you spend time with 9 broke people, be careful, because you're going to be number 10. Right, and that's how it works. But having a positive peer group, stress management. We talked about this. Chronic stress shrinks the human brain, and so how well are you coping with stress? And those individuals that you mentioned have a high level of responsibility.
Right.
And that could lead to stress and anxiety. And so, anyone here meditate? Or does anyone feel like they try, but they're not sure if they're doing it right? And so there are activities you could do, based on your chronotype. There's a time type. We all have 4 different types based on our biology and hormonal profile. How many of you are early birds? Raise your hand. How many of you are much more productive at night? You're more a night owl, right? So there's these different archetypes, and there's reasons why that happens. And so when you know your chronotype, you know the best time to check emails, you know the best time to work out, you know the best time to go to sleep, or to drink your coffee, or to make love, or to study for that exam. So there's not a magic pill, but there certainly is a magic process.
Well, I just want to know, so you deal with all these super successful people, and you go into these spaces. I'm just sure you've seen some weird stuff, right? I mean, what's like the most interesting? And I know you probably have. It's probably like private, like. Yeah, but can you take me into one of these sessions? And like, you can drop names if you want. Well, I guess we're live streaming. This is what I do. I put people in the hot seat. But is there anyone that really stuck out to you in that process and that session? Like, take me into a session with you. I'm Oprah. What are you saying to me? No. I just wanted to say I'm Oprah. I don't know.
And I would love to ask you the same question.
I'm so happy I'm on the other side of this.
Well, a lot of your, it's great, because a lot of yours is archived. Your interviews.
Right, that's true.
That's good.
That's true.
I don't know. I work with a lot of actors to help them speed read scripts, to memorize their lines, to be focused on set. A great experience for me, because I love learning from people, and I think we can learn. I'll drop a couple names, sure, because it helps because it helps you remember things better. Because if I just talked about Bill Smith, people might, but if it's Will Smith, then it's it's different, right? So a couple of quick things. Will did the endorsement, the cover endorsement for our book, and was very blessed. We were doing a training in Toronto, and he was filming at night, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., dead of winter, February, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm with his family outside, and we're crazy cold, but during the break, he comes and he, let me back up. Earlier that day, I taught him a technique called your dominant question, And your dominant question, we have about 60,000 thoughts a day, and a lot of these thoughts come in the form of questions we're asking ourselves. And our questions determine everything in our life. It determines what we focus on, how we feel, what we do. And there's a question you ask more than any other question in the world. And once you know it, it explains a lot of your behavior and the behavior of your spouse and the behavior of your kids and your coworkers. And we found out his dominant question is, how do I make this moment even more magical? He doesn't even realize where that question came from, but he asks himself 100 times a day. And that night, fast forward, when we're freezing outside during a break, he would make hot cocoa for us, even though there was a whole crew that would do that. He brought us blankets because we were shivering. He cracked jokes. He told stories. And I realized he was living his dominant question. You know, my dominant question growing up as a kid was, how do I shrink down? How do I not be seen? Because I didn't have the answers. I couldn't read. I couldn't, I wasn't smart. So I would sit behind the tall kid, right? I would make myself sick and go to the nurse's office. I have a friend who found out her dominant question is, how do I get people to like me? You don't know anything about her age, her background, her ethnicity, what she does, but you know a lot about her personality. If somebody is obsessed with, how do I get this person to like me? She's a people pleaser, she's a martyr, she's a sycophant, her personality changes depending on who she spends time with, and you know nothing but her dominant question. So my question for everybody is, what do you think your dominant question is? And so I feel like if you find out that, if you just kind of get quiet or when you're under stress, see where your mind goes, that's where your focus goes.
God, that's such an interesting question. I've never heard anyone ask that question, like, what's your dominant question?
Yeah,
How do you
what do
discover
you
it? You just kind of like sit there and ask the question that just circles in your mind all the time?
Yeah, some people journal or they do some kind of talk therapy, or when you're under a difficulty or demand or a dilemma, usually our mind goes there. Like some people's dominant question is, why does this happen to me? And they ask that all the time, right? And then they see answers all the time. Some people ask is, how can I be so stupid? And that's their dominant question. My question morphed to, how do I make this better? Because I thought I was broken, and so I wanted to fix myself. So how do I fix this? And I started getting answer.
Yeah,
answer.
and that's what you live out every day in your life.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious, like, if something comes to your mind.
Oh,
like,
great.
like one or two questions that you think that, a favorite question that you probably ask yourself, and you might not even be conscious of it, but I think it directs everything.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah, put you on the spot.
I think, well, it's funny, I was listening to you think about that, and I've always asked if I'm good enough, right? But this feels like a therapy session. I feel now I'm gonna not make eye contact with anyone on my way out of here. But I think if you see my work, it's like I always try to one up, and I don't stay in the same place because of that. Because I always want to try to be better and more successful, or more, and I view success as not just what success looks like on paper, but really satisfaction and believing I can live up to a certain standard. So that can go for better and for worse. So I think that's something, but I'm sure I have more.
I like it.
I want to talk a little bit about anxiety. I don't know how many people here have anxiety, but I can imagine it's a lot of folks. And I saw something you said about turning anxiety into a superpower. And I've been someone I've been in the public eye for a while. I was our senior tech correspondent for CNN, so I've been on TV my whole career. And I noticed something a long time ago, which was I totally have anxiety, right? Which is interesting because when you're someone who lives in a public way and you can talk to everybody and you can work a room and all those types of things, like, there's this, I'm a corner person, and I like to kind of be in the corner. And I noticed that I understand that more as I get older. But I know so many of them, even the most successful people I know, struggle with anxiety. And so how do you turn something like that? I guess I'm not just asking for a friend, I'm asking for myself. How do you turn that into a superpower?
So I really do believe that with challenge comes change. That when we challenge, just like when we work on a muscle, physical muscle, it grows. I think our emotional muscles are the same way. I also want to put emotions into perspective, meaning that I think all emotions serve a purpose, right? And so I don't want anyone I wouldn't want to judge myself based on the emotions I'm feeling, because that's the human experience. I also know that I look at emotions and feelings as signposts, that there are signposts that we need to take in action. That you don't feel things for the sake of just feeling them. If you feel fear of public speaking, which is a common one, I don't know if you saw like that. That terrifies me personally. But if I feel that fear, it's to prep in action, which is I need to prepare, right? And so I think fear could be very useful. Now, chronic fear, just like chronic stress shrinks the human brain, chronic fear actually suppresses your immune system. A whole area of called psychoneuroimmunology, meaning that it'll make you more susceptible to colds, the flus, the viruses, and so on. There are also, by the way, some foods that amplify anxiety, and there's we have a podcast that's on Spotify, iTunes, YouTube, everything. A 20-minute show, no sponsors. And I interviewed this one woman, Liana Warner Gray, and she wrote a book called Anxiety Free with Foods, and talks about the foods that actually lower anxiety and certain foods that actually amp it up. I would also say, lack of sleep and self-care, all that makes a difference. I would finish, though, with this, that I have a quote in Limitless saying, life is the C between B and D. B is birth, D is death, life C, choice. That these difficult times, they could define you, these difficult times can diminish you, or these difficult times can develop you. Ultimately, we decide. And so having a level of agency, I think that, you know what a through line is with a lot of, I've had the opportunity to meet a number of the individuals that were in the book, which are amazing. I didn't even know that, like, the history and the story, so it's so rich. I think another through line, besides pattern recognition, I think that's part of genius, that genius leaves clues, also as well, is agency. Meaning they feel like they identify more with a thermostat than a thermometer. Meaning a thermometer, if there was a thermometer on the wall inside, all a thermometer does, its only function, it reacts to the environment. And as human beings, we react to things. We react to the weather, how people treat us, the economy, politics. But in actuality, the happiest people and cultures are the ones that feel like they have more agency. And so a thermostat has agency. A thermostat doesn't react to the environment. It knows the temperature. It gauges the environment. But what does it do? It sets a temperature, and and what happens to the environment? The environment reacts to it, right? And so that temperature is a standard. It's a goal. It's a vision. And I feel like we have to own it. Years ago, I got to introduce I talk about superheroes a lot because I taught myself how to read by reading comic books. And two individuals, modern day superheroes, wanted to meet each other. We go to dinner. It was Richard Branson and Stan Lee. Not Stan Lee, but Stan Lee. And we're in the car, and I'm flipping out because he's he created all my heroes. And Lori, I was like, you created all my favorite superheroes, and I need to know who's your favorite. And he looks at me, he says, Jim, it's Iron Man, all right? And he said, Jim, who's your favorite superhero? And he had this I posted on Instagram, like a big Spider-Man tie. I was like, Spider-Man. And without a pause, he says, in his iconic voice, with great power comes great responsibility. And you all know that, right? You don't even remember when you first heard it. And I don't talk about this a lot, but because of my brain injuries, I reverse things when I hear it sometimes, and when I read it, and I heard something different. I was like, Stan, you're right. With great power comes great responsibility, and the opposite is also true. With great responsibility comes great power. When we take responsibility for something, we have great power to make things better. And it's good because a lot of people complain or they make excuses or they divert blame or whatever, and then we give our power away and we give away our sovereignty. And I'm saying when we take responsibility, we have the ability to respond, not react, but really respond.
I know we have to wrap soon, but I think, first of all, that's such a great point. And I want to ask you, so there's a part, one of the themes of my book, and I've mentioned this to you before, but having interviewed some of the most successful entrepreneurs, right? Folks like Zuckerberg and Jack Dorsey and Travis Kalanick and a lot of these entrepreneurs that shaped society. I look at you and you're extremely successful. You're the top of the game in what you do. No one I know who's had extraordinary success hasn't done so without either failure or what I call these lobster moments.
Yeah,
and in my book,
tell them what lobster moments are.
So in my book, there's a theme. It's when I had wanted to leave my job at CNN and go off, and a lot of people didn't understand why I would want to do that. I had been obsessed with this YouTube video of a rabbi talking about how lobsters grow. And he was talking about how the only way for lobsters to grow is for them to completely shed their shell, which is, okay. But what's interesting about that, as the rabbi also said, it's the most stressful moment for lobsters, and they're very vulnerable and can get eaten. So that's also not great for lobsters. But the only way for them to grow is for them to shed their shell, and then over and over and over again. So it's this great metaphor for change. Change is uncomfortable, and you're very vulnerable, and it's very stressful. And I think it's a great metaphor for technology and how so many of these people change the world. You could argue for better and for worse, but I think it's also a great metaphor for our personal lives and having lobster moments. So because I consider you incredibly successful, I can only imagine you've had many lobster moments. So if you could maybe end by talking us through one of your lobster moments and maybe what it led to.
Are you going to share too?
No, come on.
Only fair.
Yes, I'm happy to share.
Okay, so I'd be concerned if I didn't have these challenges, because again, I think adversity is your advantage. That with challenge comes change. With difficulty, it creates a demand on ourselves. And my dominant question through challenge is, where's the gift in this? And that's my dominant question. Think about it. My two biggest challenges were learning and public speaking. And the universe has a sense of humor, because what do I do? I'm just public speaking every day on what topic? Right, this thing called learning. So I do believe our struggles could be our superpowers and be our strengths, that you can take a mess and turn into message. More recently, I don't share this, but I have very bad sleep issues. From 2000 to 2015, I slept 90 minutes a night on average in total. And I found out that I did at UCLA a big sleep study, and I have severe sleep apnea. It's not because my mind is ruminating. I have very good practice. I fall asleep fast, but I keep on waking up because I suffocate. I stop breathing a few hundred times a night. Each time is at least 10 seconds. So doctors were like, no wonder you're not sleeping. It's like somebody coming 300 times a night, putting a pillow over your face. And to do what I do is very difficult, because I have to be mentally present, right? And it didn't help back in school. I developed bad habits where I would pull all-nighters because I had to work 3 times harder as everybody. So I had really bad sleep hygiene. And then my career, I travel half the time. I could be on 3 continents in 1 week. So time zones, jet lag, and for, like hotel rooms. And so, and now I'm learning, like, where's the gift in this? Right? I had surgery. They took out my uvula, soft palate. My tonsils are real sexy. But then my sleep jumped to 4 hours. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a big jump from 90 minutes. And still I ask, where's the gift in it? And I'll tell you too. Number one, it forced me to double down on everything I teach. I can roll out of bed at 3 o'clock in the morning and do this because I just document I just share what I do, right? Because I believe, I don't want people, shame on me if somebody's suffering the way I did, and I feel more obligation to help them. And then the second thing I realized that I also don't overcommit. Because so many people, present company included, I would guess, say yes way too much. And it opens up so many tabs mentally, and it takes up energy and space. And I feel like, it's cliche, good to great, Jim Collins. You have to say no to good, say yes to great. But everything for me is a hell yes or hell no. Like, honestly, when we got connected, or Jordan, and my instant thing was like, yes, I want to do it, because I'm so clear about what I want, what my purpose is, and so I don't overcommit, and then I could be completely present, even if I, just flew in from another country to get here and perform, because I'm all in, and I feel like that was a big gift, and it's little by little, a little becomes a lot, and so also I think it's good for me to suffer and struggle, because you know what it feels like, so you could help somebody else. I go skydiving at 0G and swim with sharks with no cage. I do this because I'm learning to fly a plane, before COVID, because I want to feel like what it feels like to not know how to do something. So when I'm teaching speed reading or memory or learning language, whatever it is, to feel, I think it makes you more empathetic to people's struggle.
I love that.
But your answer.
Oh, I thought I was gonna be like, and scene. I read a little bit about this in my book, but my whole identity was CNN for so many years because I got my start at CNN. I became our senior technology correspondent. I was there for over a decade. By the end of my career, at CNN, I was the person Zuckerberg would talk to. I'd interviewed him probably 3 or 4 times in the last years, and I interviewed every most major tech founders. And I just wanted desperately to go. The nature of cable news had changed. I used to do long form investigative work. It was replaced by panels and talking heads, and this was the Trump era, and I still love my colleagues over there. It just, I wanted to do something different, and I was terrified of that. And it was a really difficult decision for me, and that's when I had become obsessed with this idea of how lobsters grow, because it was the job, you know, in Devil Wears Prada, that's like the job everyone would kill for. You know, you're on TV doing the thing, you're interviewing, you're the go-to for all this stuff, but I wanted to create my own company where I could cover tech and humanity the way I wanted to cover it, with nuance and all of those things. But who was I without CNN? And that was a big question for me. And so I finally made the decision I was going to do it. It's like inside baseball media stuff. My contract was about to be up, didn't want to renew. I'm like going through agents and all this stuff. And I remember walking to Jeff Zucker's office at the time, and he was my mentor. And I was trying to tell him I wanted to leave. And Jeff is not a person you tell you want to leave, but he was trying to negotiate with me. And remember I put on my like heels and I was like, Siegel, don't back down. And he started convincing me, and he was saying, like, just give me a couple interviews a year. And I was like, oh, if I give him to you, then am I going to give him to someone else? And I was like, Siegel, what are you even saying? You know, like, am I even making sense? And then I just said to him, I have to tell you how lobsters grow, Jeff. And so he like went and sat on the couch, and I explained to Jeff Zucker how lobsters grow. And that's how I quit my job. And my God, like, was it the best thing I've ever done? I've grown so much. And I don't need Lori from CNN. I can just be Lori. And it was extraordinary. And all these things came out of it. And it's hard and it was uncomfortable. And even 2 years later, or 3 years later, looking back, it feels like it made so much sense. But at the time, it was the stress and vulnerability of letting that shell go. And I'm sure there will be many more shells I let go. But I guess that's my lobster moment.
I love that.
Yeah.
I have a firm belief that there's a version of all of us, you know, that we haven't met yet. And I think the goal is, you know, to show up every single day for ourselves until we're introduced.
Yeah.
So, I use the metaphor of butterfly because kind of like the lobster, it's like while the beauty is in the butterfly, the growth happens in the cocoon, right? It's that creature's willingness to develop its strength by pushing itself out, you know, and not being contained, and then it gets soar to new heights.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I love it. Well, Jim, thank you so much. And you guys, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
Cool. Thanks.
Another big round of applause. Jim Quick, the one and only, wonderful, treasured friend, Lori Siegel. Special Characters is in bookstores now. Again, this is when it counts. This is when it counts. So buy a copy of her book, buy a copy for a friend, and pass along. See if you can speed read it in one day, just like Jim does. And then really quick, pop quiz. Shoulders are? Shoulders are? Okay, belly. Gonna do these out of order. Mouth. Broccoli. No, mouth. Broccoli. You remember, good. Nose. Good. Okay, I'm gonna leave it at that. Awesome. I'm gonna turn the mic over to Melissa Lee. I'm sorry, Melissa June Rowley. Invite her to the stage. To the stage. Hand it off to her, and then continue with our program in there. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Jordan, for making this whole thing possible. We have one more session, so please don't anybody go anywhere. Please. Thank you, everybody, for staying. Daly, you're allowed to get a drink, but then you have to sit right back down. So this is our final session. It was a last-minute impromptu session. I'm very glad he made the trip from San Francisco to Austin. Please welcome to the stage Jim Chu. He is the founder of an organization called Untapped Global, which invests in SMEs in emerging markets, primarily Africa, and he's going to talk to us about how that's all possible. Do you want to stand?
Yeah, let's stand.
Yeah, let's stand.
Standing is nice.
Let's stand.
First of all, I thought that was just an amazing session with Lori and Jim.
Yeah.
I learned so much.
Is your mic on?
It is.
Is it on?
My
Okay.
mic, yeah, my mic's on.
It was. I learned some things.
It was worth the trip to San Francisco just for that. That was absolutely amazing.
Good. So speaking of memories and stories, you are a serial entrepreneur and investor. You worked with Cisco, did a lot of things in Silicon Valley, running organizations, starting them, and then you transitioned to focusing on emerging markets. How and why did that happen?
I would say quite by accident, but I think also non-accidental. Yeah, so like you said, I worked as an entrepreneur and investor in Silicon Valley and in different parts of the world for a while, but it was only in the last 10 years or so that I actually started investing in emerging markets. And I realized that, why do we, it's the question of why do we do what we do? And sure, you can invest to make money, but that only goes so far. And what I found was that if I invested in things that I actually cared about, it made all the difference. And I know that's trite. I know that we all think, yeah, of course we're going to do something I believe in. But how many of us actually do that? How many of us actually go out and do what we give a shit about? Not that many. And so I actually went and tried, I have to admit, I tried to go out and do things that I gave a shit about for a very long time. And it took me probably 10, 15 years to actually find what I actually gave a shit about. And so when I started working in emerging markets, started investing in emerging markets, I just met all these incredible entrepreneurs that I just wanted to help, that I wanted to do something or grow something with them. And so I think that was the aha moment for me, if you will, when I started working in emerging markets and I started meeting entrepreneurs that were doing amazing things, and that with my help, if I can even call it help, my investment, whatever it was, could do a lot more. That became a lot more meaningful than whatever I did before.
Yeah. And then how did technology factor into how you decided to facilitate investment into these founders and to help them?
Yeah, well,
show that you gave a shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my whole background is technology, and it's hard to get away from technology at the end of the day. And I think again, it's a bit of a story arc in the sense that, at first, I thought the right thing to do was to be a volunteer. Right thing to do was to donate to charities. The right thing to do was to do what everyone thought was the right thing to do. And I started realizing that, wait, hold on here, right? Is that charity that I volunteer for actually getting something done? And I realized, yeah, okay, they are getting things done, but not really solving the problem. And when I started really peeling back the onion on what can I do to make a difference, blah, 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 all the trite things you want to do, that we all want to do, I realized that the things that I learned in the business world, in the technology business world, in the investing business world, were the things that I could best apply to the people that I wanted to help. So applying technology, data, investing to markets that you usually don't think about when you think about technology, data, and investing. That was the best way that I can make an impact in the world.
Right, so that is what led to the creation of smart asset financing.
Right, so it led to what I'm doing today, which is essentially investing in emerging markets. Okay, so a lot of people are investing in emerging markets. But I think the issue with investing in emerging markets is, yeah, sure, a lot of people do it. But how do you do it in a way that actually makes money? How do you do it in a way that actually has a positive impact? How do you do it in a way that is different than how everybody else is doing it? And not that many people are thinking about it that way. The typical thing these days is, oh yes, I'm going to invest in Africa. I'm going to start a venture fund in Africa. Well, you know what? Has anyone actually even asked the question whether venture investing is the right model for Africa? No. You just cut and paste it from the US. Isn't that the way you do it? Actually, no, it isn't. And so what I think we're trying to do at Untapped, thank you for the softball question, by the way. What we're trying to do at Untapped is to actually change how you invest in places that are not the US, in places that are not Europe, in industries that are not software, asset-light, winner-take-all business models. How do we get more money into the small merchant that is helping her community? How do we get more money into capital-intensive businesses that are providing clean water to different parts of the world? We don't have a model for that. So I found it was our job to figure out what the right model was from two perspectives. One, there's a huge opportunity, an investment opportunity to do that. And two, if we do that well, and if we do that in a way that scales and is commercially viable, then that reaches 1 billion people. That reaches 2 billion people. That has an incredibly huge social impact. And so I think, most people aren't creative enough to think about that. I don't want to sound, critical about it, but people are simply cutting and pasting, and it's not because they're not creative. Okay, so I take that back. They're not. It's not because they're not creative. It's because the forces at play in our world force them to do what they're doing today. Why do you do a venture fund for Africa? Because that's the only thing you can sell to investors sitting in Silicon Valley. The only thing they understand is the 220 model, 2%, 20% carry model that they've invested for everything else. Is that the right model for Africa? No, but if you actually propose something different, no one will understand you. So the thing that I actually am so excited about, and why I really appreciate this invitation to come here, is I think digital investing and decentralized finance and Web3 have the potential of shaking that up significantly. We're creating, for example, a way to invest digitally in emerging markets that digitally allows you to see and get in return for investing in those markets. No one else does that, by the way, in the world. Now, your typical investor sitting in Ohio won't even understand what that means. A person sitting in Silicon Valley will be like, well, that's not the usual model that I see that people come to me with. I'm rich. I know what I'm talking about. So the only people who actually can think outside of that box are the people who don't live in that box. And a lot of people in the decentralized finance space are the ones who are thinking outside of that box. So I see it as my job as to connect the merchant in Nigeria, the Uber driver in South Africa, the water treatment system water vendor in Kenya with the most advanced investors, the digital finance investors in the world, so that you don't have to go through Wells Fargo anymore. You don't go through the IFC anymore. You don't go through the local commercial bank anymore because I don't know what the hell they're doing with the money. You actually put your money directly into the entrepreneurs who are changing their communities and their countries. So that's what we have the opportunity, we as a community, as an ecosystem, to do with decentralized finance.
And so just to recap, so in addition to, I don't know if my mic is charging. Hello?
In addition to
In addition to being able to creating a way that enables people to invest in these small businesses, the water sanitation coming out of Haiti, that you started, he started a nonprofit called Delo Haiti based on this, to the electric motor taxis in Uganda, smallhold farmers in Kenya, all these businesses that are keeping their communities and society running, really. Without them, there would be nothing people could do. They would have no livelihoods. They wouldn't have nothing to sustain themselves. In addition to doing this and having an impact, doing something you give a shit about, you are closing a huge gap in the market. Trillions of dollars, right? 5.2 trillion, something? Yeah.
Another softball question there. Thank you, Melissa. No, I think the hidden secret, it's not so hidden if I'm talking about it on the live stream, I suppose. But I think the thing that we don't realize is that, and maybe some people realize, is the opportunities that are out there are the ones that we don't see, right? The ones that are already in the market. You don't invest in Uber today, right? That's already over. You don't create another Microsoft today. That's already been done. You don't do those things. The thing that will actually make it world-changing and also very profitable are the things that go against what everyone thinks is the right thing to do. Right now, there's a flood of money flowing into Africa and other emerging markets for venture capital. I'm a big equity investor in venture, so don't get me wrong, I believe in venture. But that's not actually where the opportunity is. The opportunity is investing in that Nigerian merchant running the store on the street corner, the water treatment system entrepreneur selling clean water, the Uber driver in South Africa. It's investing in those people that's actually profitable, that's actually going to have a social impact, that's actually going to generate a return for you. So I think our goal at my company, and I think our goal collectively as a DeFi community, as a as a community that's trying to drive change in finance is to find new ways of empowering those individuals, of empowering those businesses that are left out of the system. And yes, Melissa is correctly softballed right. It is a $5.2 trillion opportunity. That's not the number I made up, by the way. That's the number that the World Bank identified or studied or found to be the financing gap between those who are getting financing today and those who need financing in emerging markets. And so, if you will, if we crack this nut, if us, my company, but everybody else cracks this nut, then we can empower $5.2 trillion of people to do better things with their business, with their lives, for their communities.
Yeah, and I think one of the most compelling aspects to what Untapped is doing for me personally is that you've got this mission to really create opportunity for the next billion, as we say, the next billion entrepreneurs. And it's not your SaaS company, it's not an app, it's not any kind of software, anything out there, new social media app. It's these small businesses that we're saying keep society running. And it's an opportunity for people who want to have an impact, who want to be wearing things like Tom shoes, who want to be doing charity water campaigns for their birthday to show people that they give a shit about helping the communities outside of where they live, that to show that they care about elevating people around the world and to feel really good about how they're using their platforms and where they're putting their money. And they're going to get an actual return. They're going to be a real investor and see, investing, you're helping build the future through business, which is different than charity. We don't need to go into everything about charity, but it's a way to actually educate people on investing, is not just in emerging markets, but just everything that's out there that might not be the typical VC fund model.
Yeah, I think these days there's a strong sentiment, anti-capitalist sentiment. Okay, I get it. There's a lot of disconnects in this world. There's a lot of disconnects in the society. There's a lot of dominance by corporations, right? But there is also a lot of problems being solved by businesses, small businesses, even big businesses, by the way, right? And so I think our goal is to figure out how to connect people who are solving problems on the ground, real problems on the ground. And by the way, the 3 examples I gave, the merchant selling essential goods on the corner in Nigeria, or the person selling clean water in Kenya, and somebody driving Uber in South, those are all real examples of companies that we finance. And they're all solving real problems that are critical for those societies. The Uber driver is helping somebody move from one place to another. And we find that, oh, yeah, so what? But if you live in rural Kenya or rural Africa or rural Johannesburg, right, outside Johannesburg, that's so critical for your livelihood. Clean water, well, that's easy to understand. Or the merchant on the corner. Now, she's barely making ends meet, selling essential items to her community. If she could just get another 10% of money so she can sell a little bit more in toilet paper. And by the way, this is a personal experience. Guess where there is the lack of toilet paper? In rural, wherever emerging market you're in. Why? Because there's not an incentive to hold the cheap inventory cost of toilet paper. Sounds really stupid, but those are the things that matter. So if we're able to figure out how to get her more money so that she can buy a little bit more toilet paper, then I can, wipe my ass when I'm in the rural Kenya, right? So those are the things that do matter, right? I mean, maybe not me, maybe for somebody else. It's, at the end of the day, those are the things that matter, the basic things, and that's where we have to get more money to flow, not just the easy to understand money makers that are out there.
And so in terms of the actual Untapped investment platform, can you tell people where that is now, what its current state is, and what your vision is for the future?
Yeah, so our vision for the future is... our vision for the future is to basically allow people to invest in emerging markets no matter where they are and what their economic status, right? So you don't need to be an impact investor or a so-called impact investor or a rich person to invest in something that's impactful or an emerging market. We want to make sure that anyone can do it and also see where the money is going, transparently, and also get a really good return for it. So it isn't just about giving your money to a charity and say, oh, well, I hope that does something really good, and if it doesn't, well, I did something good anyway. Rather, it is giving your money to an organization that will then tell you exactly what is happening with your money, exactly what change is being affected in the community that you're investing in.
Dominant question: how do I make this moment more magical? How do I make capitalism more magical? Right?
Yes. How do we make
capitalism isn't
more
bad.
magical?
It's when it's in the hands of the wrong people that are abusing it. In my opinion, but and so for people that want to understand how the technology works, can you explain what it means to digitize real-world assets?
Yeah. So to get to the boring stuff,
Say it in an exciting way.
Essentially, what's happening in emerging markets, and those who have worked in or been in emerging markets know this. Everything is digitizing. Everything is digitizing, right? What happened 5 years ago, purely peer-to-peer with fiat money, is now happening over a mobile phone, over an M-Pesa, or through another means. Everything is digitizing. So emerging markets and people like to say, well, informal markets, they're formalizing, right? No, they're actually not. Informal markets are digitizing. And I actually think that's a good thing. Because instead of becoming by the way, one of the reasons why a lot of these small businesses don't formalize is because guess what? They don't trust the government. They don't trust whoever it is formalizing them. But when you digitize, you actually become part of the global economic system. And again, it's our job is to connect those digitizing economies, digitizing economic activity to the global economic finance system. So now, instead of going through the local bank, I don't know if you ever noticed this, if you go to an emerging market, for those of you guys have ever been wherever you've gone to on vacation or you've lived there, what's the biggest building in the country? Always. It's always a bank. It's always a bank. Why? Because they take a cut of everything. Everything. What would happen if they didn't take a cut of everything? Or rather, they took a cut of some things because they perform an important economic function, sure. But what if a much larger portion of the economy were able to go directly to the people who finance them? What if they could show what they're doing and the profit they're making directly to investors in their country, in other parts of the world? Things would change. You wouldn't have the biggest buildings in the country as banks. You would have a lot more smaller buildings of richer people, which is what we all want.
Well,
I don't know if I answered your question.
I don't know if all of us want that. I want that.
Do you want that? No.
Yeah, I do. We should just make a DAO. Sorry. So with regard to, because we are here talking about Web3, and while Untapped isn't a Web3 company per se now, there is a way, because of digitization, that DeFi investors will be able to participate. Correct?
So I would disagree. So I would actually argue what we're doing on Untapped is the absolute core of Web3, right? Because what we're doing
from a tech perspective,
even from a tech perspective, that's what we do today. Because what do we do today? We take real world economic activity. The woman in Nigeria selling something from her shop. We capture that. We capture the money, the naira that someone is paying for that roll of toilet paper. We capture it digitally. Then we move that over on our tech platform. We actually securitize that revenue stream. We make that 100 naira of toilet paper available as a revenue stream. And then, and this is the piece that, where do we do this now? The next step is to make that available for investors to invest in. Okay, so she wants to sell 200 more rolls of toilet paper. Who's going to finance that? Well, if we've already digitized her revenue stream, then it's very easy to do that. Now, there are a whole bunch of regulatory reasons why we don't do that right away. right? A lot of, none of them are technical, by the way, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's the next step in what we're doing. So digitizing that economic activity is actually the harder part of it, right? Because you can NFT anything, right? But it's much harder to NFT the real world. So our job is to NFT the real world activity so that it is purchasable, financeable, manageable in the digital world.
Okay.
So no, are we selling a token? No, we're not selling a token today,
yeah.
right? Yeah. But if you want to, if you have crypto and you want to finance what we do, you can do that in 3 weeks, right?
3 weeks.
So, 3 weeks.
So where should people go to learn about this?
Well, you should join our Discord group, but you can find that on untap-global.com, our website, and you can find out more and follow us on Twitter and on LinkedIn. You'll get the announcements on when we're launching these platforms, so that you can, if you really want to invest in toilet paper in Nigeria, you can.
I just had one more question because I'm curious when it comes to onboarding these business owners in Africa and other emerging markets, is it ever challenging to convince them to, I mean, what is the ratio between people who just jump at the opportunity and people where they're not quite understanding exactly what's involved and they might be afraid?
No, because we never use the word crypto.
Okay.
Right? We never talk about that. What we say to this, to the Nigerian merchant selling toilet paper is like, hey, you can buy as much toilet paper as you want. So you now, you laugh, but one of the things that I always got a laugh of, and I realize now how stupid it was that I was laughing at it, was I worked in Haiti for 10 years, and I'd go around to all the people that we work with. These were all small merchants throughout the country. And I go to them, so what do you need? Because that's what you do as a CEO. What do you need? How can I help you? And the unfailing answer was always, I need money. And I'd always go, ha, 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 of course, we all need money. I need money. Everyone needs money.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't understand what they were saying. What they were saying was, I need capital to grow my business.
Mm-hmm.
They all said that. They all need that, especially as a merchant, because your whole business is based on how much inventory you hold and how much you can sell. So I think that's really the crux of it. The moment you go to the Nigerian merchant in outside of Abuja and say, hey, I can increase your revenue, I can give you an extra 20,000 naira worth of toilet paper next week, and you don't have to pay anything right away for it. Pay me when you sell that toilet paper. They go, what? No one's offered me that. Okay, what's the catch here? What's the catch? No, there is no catch. The only catch is that you have to use this digital device to actually track what you're selling. They go, okay, done. Because they're already using a USSD phone or some other device to sell it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, look, I think this goes to your comment about the $5.2 trillion financing gap.
Mm-hmm.
The financing gap is so huge in these markets that everyone needs that extra capital. Everyone needs to fill that financing gap. And so the moment there's a solution that actually works, we hope, our belief is that it will fill the entire gap.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions? Kat and Lisa, I don't know if you're allowed to ask questions, but do Daly and, well, you can ask one. Okay. These real world assets. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so there's a gazillion ways to do it, right? We could issue our own tokens. It would be a utility token. Actually, it would even be a stable coin in a sense, because it would be backed by the revenue streams from these. Yeah, you could think about it that way. Right? We could issue a NFT on each asset that we do. We could issue fractionalized NFTs on the overall portfolio. We could do a whole host of different things. The thing that we're doing right now is we're simply making our portfolio available to DeFi lenders.
Yeah.
That's the first thing we're doing. That's easy, right? Because every person is looking for a quick, safe yield. Right? So why can't you, if you can get 15% off of your DAI or your USDC or even your Bitcoin, why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Right? Is the data. I'm going to get really geeky for a second, but it's not that different from the Matrix, right? At the end of the day, what is economic activity? Well, okay, fine. It's the actual moving of the dollars. Okay. But for the next layer up, which is the investors or whoever is dealing with it, you know, the tax authority and so on, it's actually the data on that economic activity. So if we capture that economic activity, which is what we're doing, in normalized data formats, which is what we're doing, then you make it available to anyone who wants to finance it. Now, whether we do that through a fractionalized NFT, through a token, through a DAO, or we form a DAO to be able to invest, it actually doesn't matter, and I don't give a shit, right? I'm going to let other people figure that out because they're much better than me at figuring that out. What I'm going to focus on is making sure that we get that real world to digital world interface right. That we become the trusted oracle for all things, all revenue streams, all digital data coming from emerging markets. That's what we hope to be.
I think that's a new tagline. I think that's going to be an additional tagline.
Perhaps.
Yeah. All right. I'm so glad that
Thank
you
you
were
very
able to
much.
make it. I'm so glad you were able to make
No,
it.
thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. So that was our last session. Doc Pease, would you like to close us out?
Thank you. Give another round of applause. Yes.
Thank you.
Golden nuggets. Thank you. I just want to give another round of applause to Warrior Love Productions. We had Melissa June Rowley, the founder, and the entire team is here today. We have Sandra Ponce de Leon, Kat George, Lisa Wills, Visionaire. Let's give another round of applause. They produced this event, Mint This. Absolutely incredible event, beautiful, wonderful turnout. Thank you everyone for joining us here today. I want to take a moment to reintroduce myself before we close out today and close with the flow, a spoken word flow. I'm Dr. Peace Ucha, also known as Doc Peace. I'm a doctor by trade, retired now, spoken word artist. I create custom spoken word flows for brands and projects. I'll be sharing one of them tonight to close us out today. And I want everyone to just breathe in all the knowledge, all the doses of inspiration we gathered today. And know this, when you wake up in the morning, I want you to think of 2 words that you want to embody that day, that you want to set your intention on completing that day, because it is quite overwhelming with all the knowledge that we're learning and all the tasks that we feel like we have to do to continue making these forward moves. But if we can set our intention on these 2 things, that if we know that we are achieving these 2 tasks that make us feel alive, we know we're complete. So for me, those 2 words are 2 phrases, are creative expression and impact. So if I know that I'm creatively expressing, if I know that I'm making an impact, then I know that I'm achieving my purpose. So set your intention on these 2 words that you want to achieve each and every day. So with that being said, I invite everyone now to take a collective breath with me. In and out. See where I come from. We all exist as one. No one left behind as was once done in the past. We thrive as a tribe. I am Tribe X. X meaning we come as we are. X meaning we are ready to fill our cups with insight and light. X meaning we exist to impact lives, breathing life back into life. Again and again. And in this not so distant future or parallel reality of shifting mentality from them to us, from me to we make waves in the metaverse. See, I now represents the collective, and together we thrive. I am Tribe X. Welcome to the rebirth. Thanks again, everyone. Thanks for joining us here for Mint This. Let's continue making these forward steps. We're in this together, and together we thrive. Stay gold, everyone.